Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. And good morning, James Andrew Morrison. Good to see you in the chat. What's going on today? I went ahead and sent out the link to my group. So let's just see what's going on so far. And how's everyone doing? This is definitely an early morning for me. I don't know why. You ever wake up and go, oh my gosh, I could sleep another hour? Well, I usually don't. This is one of those mornings. It's like, oh, I could sleep another hour. And I almost did. um, it's like, oh, wait a minute. No, I've got a show set up. So, anyhow, what's going on this morning? Everyone doing okay, I hope. Ah, James Andrew Morrison. I'm working this morning, making up plans for work and drinking copious amounts of coffee. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead and send the word copious to let's see here, Bird of Prey 5 and Jedi Bill. Oh, and LDG, and get clips of each of them saying the word. And the fact that I was able to say it at 5 o'clock in the morning is a miracle. And uh, whatever. I know you're saying it in whatever Yiddish or whatever the hell language. Oh, and yes, it's good midday to you too. But how how are you doing? It anything? Let's see here now. Oh, my sister said, "quote That's a type of rodent, isn't it?" Uh, Good question. I don't know because googling something, talking, uh, trying to wake up and drink coffee just ain't gonna happen in this lifetime. Not at 5 a.m. Ah, the usual trying to get your ass in gear. Oh, you're actually trying to get your ass in gear today. Because in a few days ago, you were trying to be a lazy ass, if I remember correctly. Oh, oh, copious. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell her it means huge, vast. Uh, let's see here. Show her a picture of Andy Trucker's coffee cup and which is like 24 ounces. um, oh no, just get a regular like an extra large cup and say 5 times this amount, but instead of filled with pop, filled with coffee. That would be copious amounts of coffee. And like I said, if somebody could please contact those people with those words, with that word, I would love to hear how they would pronounce it, particularly bird. Don't get me wrong, I love bird, but I would love to hear how they pronounce the word. Unfortunately, I lost internet when during Dear Bop yesterday. I'll have to go back and rewatch it. I didn't know that. I heard that Deej tricked uh, Bird into reading the lyrics of a song in a Dear Bop letter. Okay. James Andrew Morrison, where I work, is a living museum, but we are closed due to. You can say you can whatever it's called. I can't even think of it now. COVID-19. We don't even have to code it anymore because YouTube, with their stupid restrictions, are now gone. Thank God. Um, so they've got us all writing scripts for tours and dioramas. Oh, that's another word. That's another word. Dioramas. I want to see copious and dioramas sent to Bird, LDG, and whoever else I said. And yeah, see how they say it. Oh, and Jedi Bill. I would love to see that, particularly if you get clips of it, and then I could string it together. Of course, that means I would have to then record the correct pronunciation to play before and after. And I'm going to see. I think I have somebody backstage. And
Now!
what, JPs?
Hello.
Hello. What's up?
Oh, nothing. I saw your invite.
Well,
I
yeah.
on the screen. And now I've got an empty pack of cigarettes.
Well, why do you have that?
Because it's empty.
Well, do you have any more, or do you have to actually go get some more?
No, I've just grabbed another new one. I thought I had one left in the other pack, so
Oh, I hate that.
now I'm just opening a new one. So what were you talking about before I interrupted you? Something about diarrheas?
Well, let's see here. Uh, James Andrew Morrison was saying about drinking copious amounts of coffee and how that while they're not doing the tours now or whatever it is, the things, they are writing scripts for living dioramas. And so I was saying that those two words, copious and dioramas, need to be sent to Bird, LDG, and Jedi Bill to see how they would pronounce it.
What? Copious dioramas?
Well, not together, but that would be interesting though. Copious dioramas. Yeah, have those two together, and yeah, but then have clips made of how they of how they say it and how it's actually said. Bird, I have no clue what he would do. Part of it, I think, would be when you caught him in the day. Uh, and of course, I'm talking about this in the stream, not knowing if any of them could be listening. And Joe for whatever. Oh, Joe, what's going on? That's what Star Trek food machines are for.
771.
Huh?
It's
Say that again.
771.
Yeah. And good morning, V Star.
I'm just trying to catch up with the chat.
Well, at least it's not way behind. I'm not. Let's see here now. Okay. Chimney Sweep song from Mary Poppins would be
Oh, God.
hilarious. Discombobulation. Oh my God, I would love to hear that word too. Oh my God, that would be. They would never get it. Never, ever, ever.
I can just imagine.
Oh, that would be so funny. Some of our more grisly dioramas have been known to have similar effect. And good morning, Fender Fire.
Hello, Fire.
What's going on this morning, everyone?
I don't know. This is not morning.
Well, technically, 5:13 in the morning is morning. Well, technically, after 1 minute after midnight is morning, but I'm not calling midnight morning. Fuck that.
Mornings when I wake up after my sleep.
You do that?
So it's morning
Sleep?
multiple
Yeah.
times a day where you have naps.
Aha! I absolutely love her. Thank you.
So it's always morning.
It's always morning for JP's. All he has to do is fall asleep and wake up, and it's morning again.
Yeah, I did sleep a little while ago in front of the computer.
Therefore, it's morning again.
No.
But you
Wake,
just
it's
said
not morning.
you see. No, you just said. See, so I'll
Who's on?
I'll leave it in her hands because she's right. You're wrong,
No,
and
she's not right.
I wish she could hear me. I really do. I wish she could hear me right now because she hit you in the head if.
Oh, she
I
can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, good. Please hit him.
No.
Please, dear God, hit him.
Then I just say equal rights.
Equal right.
Equal rights, my ass. As long as you deserve to be hit, that's one thing.
No.
If you don't deserve to be hit, then you can call equal rights. Oh. Okay, so far I've had one cup of coffee, and yeah, it hasn't done shit. I'm starting to think I may need an IV drip of coffee just on standby.
Yeah, my Pepsi cup is looking empty.
Oh, that's right. I got some Dr. Pepper.
Where's my Pepsi wench?
That would be.
Hey, it's empty over here.
So, we're supposed to 10 feet away before.
It means I have to get up.
In other words, get off your ass and go get it yourself.
Well, I could take my chair all the way to the fridge. But that means going from linoleum floor to carpeting, and that's difficult.
Ah. True.
If it was all linoleum, I would. I'd just scoot myself to the fridge. And it would annoy her because the chair does nothing but this.
Stop.
Oh my god.
Jay.
Yep.
Oh yes, JP's is obnoxious. We know that.
Pepsi.
And I want to apologize for anyone out there who was listening with headphones on.
Yeah.
So?
Put in front of him.
Shut up. Peanut gallery.
No. You know, peanut gallery. Actually, we're all kind of the peanut gallery, so hey, why not?
Haha. Okay, I have to get up and go to the fridge.
That's probably a good idea.
Squeak. It's not my fault. Oil's not going to work on plastic.
Well, actually, I think they do have a different type of lubrication for plastic, but I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, it's called Astroglide.
Never heard of Astroglide, so I wouldn't be able to comment, but must be a Canadian thing.
No, just don't Google search it.
Oh God, don't! Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay, and let's see here.
Okay, I'm getting up and
Pepsi.
taking a chair.
I understand. Pepsi, Coke. Wait, let me think on that. This. See, I usually call it Coke, but I have a friend of mine. I can't call it Coke because he's kind of a former cokehead. So I have to call it Pepsi, even though you usually drink the Coca-Cola brand.
Yeah.
Either that or I just say Dr. Pepper. Because the last thing you want to do with somebody who's a reforming, you know, I mean, even though they've been off it for years, they still can cause cravings. So, yeah, that's not the best idea.
Man, if I had a buddy like that, I would just be an asshole. Every chance I
You,
got, I'd turn around, I'd have like flour under my nose. I'd be like, what?
oh my God. Well, if you had some of his friends around, you'd probably live about a day. Uh, because they'd just beat the shit out of you.
Come on. You
Oh,
need to bug friends like that.
oh, I love friends like that. I absolutely love friends like that. And I've already got my 3 downvotes. Yes, the trolls are in force. I began this with no downvotes, and I thought, wow, what an interesting morning. I almost thought I'd start up with 3 downvotes, but no. I started. I had upvotes, no downvotes. Oh, by the way, I already have uh, I already have videos, or I already have the whatever set up for us for several days. So all I have to do is enter the studio. Just look for my whatever live streams. I already got the live stream set up. Okay, go ahead, go to the ones of the future, and go down to vote those if you're going to do those trolls. Because why waste time? Go ahead, downvote them, and then just have fun. Okay, that'll give you a little bit of fun. That way, tomorrow morning I can start up with at least 3 downvotes because they'll be out in force and already prepared. And thank you for your interaction.
I don't think they appeared until I showed up. They don't like the squeaky chair.
Of course not. Well, nobody likes a squeaky chair, but and let's see here. We're just gonna have a little bit of fun today. Let's see what. Okay. A pilot. Oh my God!
See, I'm not the only one with that sense of humor.
You. I should put you in timeout for that one. Pilot talc on the coffee table. Oh,
Baby powder would work just as well.
yes.
Hi, V, if you're in the chat.
As she is.
Yes. V-Star's in the chat.
Ouch.
There. I gave you a like. I'm now going to bed.
She actually comes on streams. Wow, cool. I never knew that. All right, well, let's see if Facebook, if yeah, since I never go on Facebook, if YouTube will let me post my own StreamYard link in the chat today, and of course it did today. So now what I will get to do is pin the message.
That's okay. I'll be going to bed soon, anyways.
You mean back to bed?
Yeah, probably after I finish my smoke.
And I will check backstage because I just heard a ding, and that's V Star. And now I can add you to the stream. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, JPs. Hey, Farva.
Hello. You missed her. She just went to bed.
Okay. Well, I yelled in chat because I forgot how to spell her name and I didn't want to misspell it. I get angry. I get angry when I misspell or mispronounce things with myself. So, anyways, what's up, Captain? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm hurting a little bit, but that's normal.
Right.
Oh,
I get that.
just one of those things have to get used to.
Right.
Well, better hurting than dead, I guess. So what's been going on with you, Nancy?
I'm just waking up. I got a meeting later on, so I'm just trying to get all the babbling crap out of my head so I can put the professional hat on, but I don't need to wear that hat yet, so just kind of just waking up. I was on live for a minute. Some really nice people came on that I don't know, but I got a DM again, so just beware. Yeah, but I'm ignoring that because I don't need that negativity.
Yep.
It was just soaking up this whole like conjunction thing and watching that like sunset last night. Oh, it was amazing out here. It was really, you could see it with the naked eye. It was beautiful. So I'm waiting for sunup because Venus is supposed to be the brightest in like 20 years. Every 20 years it happens. I just like looking at nature and being outside. You know,
Of
there
course.
is an outside. Yeah, be inside all the time. Hey, so that and just making still creating Nathan Kevite. It's taken me way longer than I thought, but going from being a poet to trying to write a short story is quite challenging actually. So I think that's gonna take me some time. What about you? What are you up to?
Right now I'm trying to get off my ass to go in and get some more
Coffee?
coffee.
Yeah.
But that's
I know. I have moved my coffee pot onto my table in the living room, so I don't even have to go into the kitchen. I just make it. It's just like right here. I've moved everything so it's compact where I can reach, and so if I'm hurting real bad, I don't have to walk too much.
now I've done. And James Edgar Morrison says now I've done 5 hours work. I've
Awesome.
gone fishing in Norway. Yeah.
I know what
Assassin's
he's
Creed
talking about.
Valhalla. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, good. Good for you. Good for you. I if I tried to play a game like that, my computer would be like literally be like, what the fuck? And break.
What game is that? That sounds like a fun game.
I think it's the fourth or fifth in the series of Assassin's Creed games.
Yep. At least. And Orville Nation, good morning.
Good morning, Orville Nation.
Well, not for
Yes,
you. I
good
don't know
morning
what
to
time it is
everybody
there.
in the chat, and
Good
I'm going
afternoon,
to
Orville
bark.
Nation. And sleep well, JPs. Nice having you as always.
Sleep
Too bad I didn't
well.
stay longer, but
We'll
I'm
see you
tired too.
next morning. We'll see you in the morning when you wake up. Another morning.
Okay.
I
Yes,
love that.
another morning.
Mornings.
It's not a morning.
Yes. Till another morning, JPs. Be well.
See ya.
Yeah, I like having
Ah,
all those mornings. I have quite a few of them actually throughout the day.
oh, I
Nap
used
time.
to.
I like that. I like that. See it till tomorrow, till the new morning and beyond. There we go.
Oh yes. And what's going on this morning, PJ? Anything? Any afternoon? I'm sorry. I haven't had my second cup of coffee. At this
Ooh,
point,
yeah.
I'm still saying good morning to everybody. So I would be telling Purple good morning. And I know it's not morning, but my brain
Right.
it takes. See,
Oh, it's purple in the good morning,
no,
afternoon.
Purple is not
Oh,
in the chat, unfortunately. But if I can, I may put out my GoFundMe or my PayPal link and just say, "Here, help me raise money so I can bribe Purple to come in chat."
there you go. I love it. And if I had some money, I'd throw you down some. Are you taking IOU for that, Captain? Definitely. Next time I send you some money, that's where it needs to go. That's brilliant. I love it. Maybe you'll get the cute Jessica Rabbit big spender too. I love that when they do that. I love it. Hey, big spender. Oh, I just love those girls. Really, they're fabulous.
Yeah, I'm glad that Loki created that one for them. They had a
Yeah,
second one. Thankfully, they dropped that one like a bad habit.
yeah. Well, it's trial and error, isn't it, with everything? So,
Well, the
you
second
know.
one was the one that I created. I didn't care
Oh,
for it.
okay. Oh, well, that's your opinion then,
That's
because
my
we
opinion.
usually don't. Yeah, yeah. When we create something, we're usually like, "Oh God, that sucks." We're hard on ourselves.
Yeah, I know I am. I always have been.
Well, you should create one for me because I still don't have one.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know. I've got babbling bullshit bodacious on hold for right now. I don't know if I still want to continue with that. I think that's just a good idea. So, you know, especially after the holidays and stuff, and just trying to promote new channels. That's still what I want to do. So, something along that lines, I guess. Yeah, because that's still what I want to do. I'm not going to give that up. You know.
Well, hopefully, because
No.
I think it was Deej that said something that uh, YouTube commented that they're working on the problem on links,
Oh yeah.
which is bullshit.
Ugh.
Every time they're working on a problem,
Creates another problem. Seems like,
yep,
or makes the said problem worse. Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
let's see here. You know what you implemented when you did it. How about you just
Mm-hmm.
undo it?
Do it right. Right. Yeah. And
Not
don't
create,
fix. Yeah,
not
and don't
create a
fix
new
the
right
mess
around.
first. Yeah, I hope not. I heard that a bunch of people they lost subs again because YouTube was messing around and just like zapped their subs or
Oh
whatever.
yeah,
I
oh
didn't
yeah.
lose any. I don't think I lost any. But I have to look and make sure that I'm still subscribed to everybody because they may
I
have dropped, me off of somebody.
lost two. I was up to 295 last night, and I'm back down to 293, which is
I'm still yeah, I'm at
still
98.
amazing.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
awesome.
still amazing. So, you know, it's
Yeah.
like I'm getting closer to 300. But then,
Woohoo!
last night, whatever happened after I went to bed, sub count went
Right.
down 2. I blame
Oh,
YouTube.
well.
I
Yeah.
do.
Blame YouTube. Shame on you, YouTube. Yeah, well, that was in a tweet that people lost. Somebody lost. I don't know how it was worded. It was worded something about 200. I don't know if somebody lost 200 or it was just 200 subs have been removed from the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't worded, or I didn't read it correct. I probably didn't read it correctly because sometimes with my dyslexia, I just like pick out keywords and you know what I'm saying? Because that's how I have to do it. Yeah. And then I have to process it in my computer head. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard sometimes, especially when you've only had one cup of coffee, right, Captain?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I ain't ready for that yet.
It's funny because I have, under 300 subscribers, and I have, on a good morning, not great, but a good morning, I have up to 15 in the chat, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, that's like 5% of the total subscribers I have.
Huh.
What would happen
if all of them,
if, let's say, Doomcock had 5% of his subscribers?
Right.
Well, even let's even go with Andy Trucker, because I know his is like 14,000. So let's see here. 1,400 would be 10%. There'd be 700 in the chat.
Right. Oh, wow.
So statistically,
well, I've seen channels with like 22K in the chat and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Or 2,000. I'm sorry, not 22,000, but
yeah,
a really high amount. And I'm just like, wow. And the chat just friggin'
I've seen like
flashes.
Oh,
how would you keep up with your chat?
Following chat. You can't. You can't at all.
Yeah. That's why you should have good moderators so they can be down there interacting with the chat, because I still believe that the chat's important.
Oh, absolutely. That is vital. That's why I have mods. I have mods. Fortunately,
you have good mods
with the chat. Unfortunately, at this point, they can't add links.
Oh, that's what okay, because I was listening yesterday to you and I was trying to understand. You have to stop everything and you have to put the link in. Your moderators
I have to put in
link.
Right.
Well, that's dumb.
Yeah. And I have to hope that my link will go through. I have to hope.
Right.
I've gotten
you have to say the link prayer and turn around 3 times.
My own links. Yeah.
Wow. That's ridiculous. You have to do the link prayer, Captain, like turn around 3 times and sprinkle fairy dust and bow to the south for the link god Jeez.
Last PewDiePie live stream had 30,000, but he has over 100 million. Again, let's see here.
Right.
He would have had about 5 million in chat. Basically.
Wow. Yeah.
So I would proportionately, I have a higher percentage than bigger channels.
Right.
Why? Because I don't have a lot of subscribers.
Right.
And when you look at it like that, it's like, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Huh. That is interesting. But I can't. Math hurts my head, so
Yeah. Well, that's why I went
I was
simplistic.
surprised as many as I had down in my chat for as small as I am. I'm not even at 100, you know? So that's interesting. I had probably 5 in my chat this morning and 1 on my panel. So
Cool.
yeah, I was because I
I
usually like to go on at 3:30, but I didn't get up till late, and I didn't want to go, and I wanted to come on here at 6 because I like coming on here
Hey,
in the
Keely
morning.
Chow, how are you?
Hi,
If you
Keely.
if you'd like to come on, you're more than welcome. It's pinned. The link is pinned to the top. You're more than welcome. So yeah, it's been interesting morning so far.
Yep, indeed. Indeed. On Taco Tuesday. I
I want tacos.
know, me too. I want tacos for breakfast. I made some badass tortillas last night. Actually, I even put like two little short videos on just like some vegetables and some healthier ingredients, like in my pasta and stuff. Instead of that heavy marinara sauce, I just like tossed it with some fresh vegetables and some yellow squash. Oh my gosh, it was brilliant. It was. It was really brilliant. It was good food. I love
I haven't
food.
had yellow squash in a while.
Mhm. I'm sorry,
Not,
what was that?
I said I haven't had yellow squash in a while.
Oh, it's so good. Sauteed in real butter
You
with
know,
light
when I
garlic
really,
and some onions. What was that,
now this
Captain?
was back. I said this was back in the old days, but I had, there was a point I actually tried to lose weight. At this point, I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going to eat
Right, we
healthy.
get
If I if I lose weight, that's good. If not,
yeah,
at least I'm going to live healthy.
right. Not focusing on I gotta lose. Yeah, yeah. And
But
you'll see the difference too. I see the difference, but you have to have those snacks and those goodies and strawberry chocolate coconut cake and you just
well,
gotta have it
the thing
in
is,
moderation.
exactly, it's moderation. That's the key. Uh, you know, that's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was
That's
telling my
why I
friend,
choose to not have a lot of this stuff around that are
right.
temptation.
Yeah. Or I've noticed you can get them in smaller packages now too, like chocolates and stuff
Yes,
like that, like teeny tiny
exactly.
ones. Yeah, that
So I'll buy
satisfies.
a couple of little things like the little packages of mini Oreos or whatever, and
Uh-huh.
have one.
Right.
Or they have the
One.
little packages of one package. And there is certain satisfaction.
Yeah. But my neighbor came down because she's in the middle of moving and she goes, "Can I store some stuff in your fridge?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead." And she's got like this whole big thing of friggin' ice cream. I said, "Girl, that won't be here when you get back." And she said, "You better leave me some." And I'm like, so I got a huge temptation in my freezer right now, but I've been really good. I'm really proud of myself because it's been in there for 3 days. That's like a miracle.
I was going
And
to
it's still
say,
full. Yeah, it's still full. But boy, do I want to scoop into that. But I know if I do, I might not stop. So, and that's a huge thing of ice cream. It's my weakness. I'm like, why'd you bring my weakness? Ah. And then I'm like, okay, to test me. Make sure I'm being good.
Ah. And James
Yeah.
Edgar Morrison was able to get something in the chat. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Maybe they did fix it.
Hopefully. That means
And
I
then,
don't necessarily have to look up Loki's stream to say, hey, pop it in the chat when it comes on,
right?
Because
Yeah, I
I'll be
haven't
in the
been.
middle of something and it's like, okay, I'm not necessarily thinking of who's on at that point.
Right. Today I had my meeting during his. I haven't been able to get on to Morning Mischief in a while because that's when usually my morning meetings are, unfortunately. So and of course work has to come first. Then you can play later.
And yes, James Andrew Morrison, that did work. Let me look at what you actually posted. Just for the fun of it.
Excuse me.
I know it's an 8-minute, 47-second video. That's about all I know. The Underground Explorer. Ooh.
Oh, okay. That sounds interesting.
So I've never actually heard of that, and that actually sounds interesting. Well, he's got 470 subscribers now.
Let me go on that. I'll be right back.
So that's a video on the Pit Village part of where I work. Cool. That is absolutely cool. By the way, if you would like to come on and tell us about where you work, that would be wonderful.
I can't get it. It won't. I'll have to do that one thing.
All I had to do is press it, but
yeah, for some reason I don't know why it didn't. So I have it. Copy and paste. Sorry.
That always works. That always works. It's
I
better than nothing.
Resist. I'm sorry. I can say it 3 times real fast too.
But
we won't go there. I just put it in my notes to go on later.
Cool. So, anything been going on with you, Nancy? Anything interesting or fun?
Oh, well, I did talk to one of my first cousins on the other side of the wild story. Okay, not the chomper side, the other side. The north side. My Viking side. Okay, whatever. And they're saying, "Oh yeah, this whole thing is so wild. There's so many secrets, and it's like a friggin' it's crazy, this whole family tree." And I'm just like, I know it is. It's like a made for TV movie. And he's like, do it. And I'm like, well, the other side's not happy with it. He goes, so what? Do it. We'll back you up. Anyways, so now Obama has popped up, no lie, in our effing family tree as like his cousin. And I'm like, are you flipping serious? So I'm just like laughing. He's like, yeah, it's like a 5th cousin on blah, blah, blah side or whatever. And I'm just like, OMG, no way. So yeah, that's like the newest in the Chomp Chomp Viking history here going on. I'm like, wow. Who else is going to pop up? We're waiting, but yeah. So he's my cool cousin. He's not the stupid cousin, So it's kind of interesting. So that happened. And yeah, that's about it. So I'm putting it in the story. Obviously, it's the story of my life. I could tell the story of my life. Nobody can stop me, right? Because it's my story, my life, whatever. So, and that's going to be another thing. And I think that just needs to be revealed as it's being revealed because that's going to be too much. I'm going to need like a ghostwriter for this one. You know, Captain, there's no way I could write like a friggin' what do they call it? Autobiography. There's no way I could write one on myself. It's no. I'll need somebody to write that for me. So what else is going down there in the chat? Oh, I love it. I love it. I love what James Morrison said. Yeah. Dynasty. Wow. Anyways, gotta prove that it's true. I couldn't do it if it wasn't true. Are you there, Captain? Can you hear me? Or did I fade out? I never know.
Nancy,
Huh.
you there?
Oh, did I go away?
I hear you fine.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
hear me? Okay, yeah, it was me.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
had an issue for a second.
Oh, okay. Usually it's me, that's why, you know. I'm surprised. Oh, I'm in a giggly mood today.
Well, that's always good. That is always
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Because that made so did you hear the whole thing about my cousin and stuff and what he said who popped up
No.
in our family tree?
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So yeah, good. I don't have to repeat that. But isn't that freaking crazy?
That is absolutely that is absolutely unbelievable. And
Right.
that's
So I
why,
got.
yeah, you're definitely going to have proof because there are going to be
Oh
people
yeah.
like, that's not possible. So yeah,
Right. Right. Yeah. Fifth cousin removed or something like that along the line of whatever. Yes. Yeah, so I screenshot the message because we were laughing about it because there's so many secrets and turns and twists to the two sides of the story. And what's even crazy, there's just other crazy stuff going on. But like I said, yeah, I'll need a ghostwriter for that. And that's later when I'm not ready for that yet.
not yet.
Not yet. But it
That
would
day
be
will
really
come.
cool because I'm going to drive, if I drive up to Colorado, right? I think I got to go through Kansas City, and that's where my first cousin on my mother's side is, my good cousin.
What part of Kansas
Yeah,
City, by the way?
I'm not quite sure what part, but it would be like really cool to meet him. You know, he's the one that has helped me through this whole ancestry thing and finding out everything because he does a lot of the research stuff.
Right.
Yeah, to back up what people are saying or whatever the DNA is like pointing to. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah, he's helped me a lot, a lot. And his mother is my mother's sister, but on a different father side.
Right.
Yeah, so I have a lot of first cousins, let me tell you. First cousins I haven't met yet, and they're like they were wanting to do a reunion, and then the beer bug hit, you know. So if I do drive, which I think I'm going to, hopefully Chris will come and pick me up because it's only 17 hours, right? Because I can't put Sadie in the pet cargo. I just can't. There's just no way. I don't care how much doggy tranquilizers or whatever. No, she's not going to go for that. To be separated from me like that, no.
No.
And then what if
No.
something? Yeah, and half the time they're not even on the same flight. They're on a different flight. So yeah, I've been looking into that. Yeah, I can't do that. And she's too big to have her in even though she's a therapy dog, she's too big. She has to be in a carrier where she can turn around, and that carrier has to fit in front of my seat. Yeah, that's not that's not gonna happen. I don't even
No.
think,
That would
you know,
require removing a seat.
right. And then I'm thinking, well, we could go first class, but then she's going to be barking and growling at every, no, it's just not going to work. So, yeah. And then somebody said, what about the bus? Really, really, if I'm going to have that kind of issue on an airplane, do you think I'm going to put her underneath the baggage compartment in a bus?
I
No,
don't think that doesn't
no,
sound like a brilliant idea either. So
no.
yeah.
So the only logical idea is to drive, and I don't have my license. I got in trouble a couple, 7 years ago, and I just never did my license, back.
Right.
Stupid, like, lack of registration on my car and just stupid ticket, right?
Right.
Now I have to go through the whole driving thing again, and I'm just like, ugh. And with everything is open, but it's not open completely. So I don't even know if they're even doing the physical driving test because
Oh, I doubt it.
I doubt it too. Because that would have to be in the car with somebody else, and then I'd have to wear one of those things on my face. And I'm sure they wouldn't appreciate me wearing my gas mask taking a driving test. Because I would. I'd put that thing on to go take a driving test because I'm silly like that. So, anyways, yeah. So if Chris can come down, but then Tina and my other neighbor were thinking about driving. Oh, good morning. Good morning, you
And
guys.
Bill's awake. Wow.
Good morning.
Good morning. Why are you awake this morning? This is unusual.
Why am I awake? Why am I always awake?
I don't know.
I'm always awake at this time. You know this.
Well, remember yesterday you were asleep and because I sent you a message and you were showing online.
That was yesterday. This is today.
Excuses, excuses.
Geez, give me a hard time, why don't you? Hey,
I will.
Nancy.
If I didn't give you a hard time, you would think I'd be a troll or something.
Oh, yeah. I'm a troll.
No, he is
Oh,
a troll.
I like what James Andrew. Thank you, James. Yeah. Anyways, hey NB, how you doing this morning?
What's going on, NB? I guess he's actually in a quiet mood today.
Wow. And be quiet. That's amazing.
It's a miracle. Means he has to be away from the mic.
Right. I was just gonna say that he's probably getting some coffee.
No, we can hear him slurping his coffee. That's
You're like
never.
Nancy. You're like 2 away from 100. Congratulations. You're almost
Thank
there.
you. Yeah.
You're almost there. I hope you get there soon.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
You know how I feel about that. I'm not really bothered.
I
It's
know.
cool. Oh, why am I echoing?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is you, Nancy. Yeah.
I know. All right. I'll probably dip down into the chat. It's
Okay.
that
Morning,
time.
Bill. Morning, Nancy. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Maybe it wasn't her. Let me
Well, it
check.
can't be me. Is it me?
No, it's NB.
I don't even have a tab. Tears open.
Is it still coming in now?
No.
Okay. Must be, I'm going to have to work the sensors. I'm going to have to work out the audio on the, oh, it might be because the microphone's little muffler was off, but I'll just leave it out for now. It's too early in the morning for me to start troubleshooting shit. Besides, I got a couple ideas for I'm thinking about actually doing some videos later today and doing some uploads.
Hey, James Andrew.
And Eastern Burkholder, how are you this morning or afternoon or whatever it is? What time? No.
She's in the States.
Okay.
So she's in the States, yeah.
I forget sometimes.
That's
We have people
okay.
from all over.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. Yeah, we have people from all over, all in lockdown.
Well, various stages.
Various day, well, yeah, still.
But fortunately, we're not nowhere near stages that other countries are yet.
No, thankfully not. Like I said, for the
Even the worst parts of the U.S. are not nearly as bad as like Ireland.
oh yeah, what Revan's been telling me about Ireland. It's like, damn, talk about. I think it was you who said it. What was it, draconian as hell?
Yeah, there is absolutely no way. I don't understand how these people aren't. Well, as he was telling me before, this is back when we were talking. Um, the suicide rate there,
Yeah,
it was up 500%.
yeah. I think I was on. I think I was there when you guys were talking about that.
And it's like, this is insane. And for whatever reason, they're not connecting lockdowns and higher suicide rate. Really? I mean, I went
Yeah.
to the doctor the other day, and so far I've not got the results back from the blood work, which is generally a good thing. Because generally, when I get quick results back, that's usually bad news. When it takes longer, it usually means, oh, no big deal. Okay. So,
Yeah, generally it's the whole hey, if we don't call you, it's a good thing.
yeah. So, was in the waiting room, and they were, of course, talking about the positive aspects of social distancing, of wearing masks, and blah blah blah. And so I got pissed, but bit my tongue. Saw the doctor, and of course, could hear the video playing again.
Oh God.
Yeah, and so of course I'm like, well, I like the fact you have the video that are talking about the positive aspects of it, but what about the negative aspects of it? The question, the look on his face, like he had never considered an alternative. Well, what do you mean? It's like, what about depression? What about higher suicide rates that's been going on? What about, and oh, well, blah, blah, blah. And it's just something we all need to get used to. I said, I don't agree. I was very calm. I did not get upset. Um, but oh, well, we can have a counselor talk to you. I said, no, okay. I'm not needing any counseling. I said, I
Oh,
just
that's when
simply
it's like,
wanted to
oh
point
shit.
out.
It's now going to the. It's now going to the. Are you feeling like you're going to hurt yourself? No. I can see where that line of questioning was about to go.
And it's like, wait a minute. Just because I bring up an alternative view does not mean I'm necessarily suffering depression. It's just simply a fact.
An observation, obviously.
Yes, it's an observation. I mean, I don't know about you. The little I've watched in the news, I've heard about a higher suicide rate.
Yeah, I've heard it. I'm doing a little more I'm actually trying to do some research because I don't trust the news.
Well, I don't either. I don't
So
either.
I don't take I don't take a damn thing except for maybe my local news when they talk about local issues. Okay, that's different. But when it comes to other shit, I'm like, yeah, I'm taking you. I'm not. I'm gonna call bullshit here. Damn, I still have not won Europe yet on Risk.
Well, see, here's the thing with that. When it's the media who's promoting the lockdown and going, okay, oh yeah, we're gonna have to do the mask, the social distancing, and blah 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 blah. When they're talking about the higher suicide rate, but they're pushing it back to kind of being a D story. And it's like, oh, we'll mention this, and then you just kind of off to the side, blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, that's actually a story. We don't want to actually cover it, but it's a story. So I do think there is some investigation that needs to be done that they're not willing to do. Be quite honest, because that would uncover the truth.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you expect? I said it I said it very early on. I said you could make this work for about 60 days. I said after that, I said shit is gonna start getting bad. People are gonna get antsy. Depending on where you live, depended on according to Morrison here, he says according to the UK, British Medical says suicide's up 300%. I can believe it.
Oh,
I can
absolutely.
absolutely believe it. You have people that already have. I mean, and let's even cut the crazy. You know, you can say, well, these people were already depressed. No, not all of them.
No.
Some of them might have had some symptoms of depression, and this shit just exacerbated it to a point where even they couldn't get out.
Yep.
So it's not like they just went in and said it one day. It's you close people in. I don't know about some people here, but I know what cabin fever feels like.
Oh yeah.
And it comes up on you out of nowhere. It's not like you just know it.
Oh, trust me. I was after having the surgery, I was locked away for most of a year, except for going to wound therapy. And this is before lockdown started.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go anywhere. I didn't want to go anywhere. In fact, I would have to force myself to go in for wound care therapy. Um, and there were a couple of times it's like I'm just not up to it. Uh, so my mom did it, and my mom being a nurse, I trust her. Uh, and she did it better than a couple of the people there could. Uh, there was one guy who did it there, um, who was actually just an assistant, and he was actually other than the head person, was actually the best one at doing it because he was trained by the head. He learned everything from them. He was not one of the official people to do the stuff, but he learned everything and he knew it by the book. So yeah, he was absolutely one of the best. And I, had my wound care therapy done. In fact, there was one time I had to go back in because I had an issue with it falling out or the thing coming off. And this was before I started doing it myself.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went in, we went over because I couldn't use the therapy room. We just went over to another area, pulled the curtain. I took the whatever the remnants of the pump thing off, and he did all the therapy there, and then put a new one in. And because the thing is, he had to cut the foam pad that went in the wound to size. And I'm leaving out all the gory details because nobody wants to listen to that. Yeah, watch my numbers plummet to 2. Um, but so yeah, he did a lot to help. In fact, one of the things that he did uh, was he would keep cans of uh, pop in the refrigerator that was for the uh, therapy room, and he was paying for it himself. So he's like, "Oh, while you're here, go ahead and grab a pop." And okay, and then I got there were a couple times I would. He's like, "Oh, go ahead and grab one for your mom too." Okay, no problem. Because it's like they were the mini cans. They're like but the full size cans. It's like at the hospital it's like $2 if you got it out of the uh, pop machine. It's like or 250 now. I think it's like, are you crazy?
Check this out. I was doing the research on the whole suicide thing. The number one listed country for top 10 suicides is not a country I would have thought of as being number one.
Okay,
Lithuania. I would not have thought of Lithuania.
no, that would not have been on my
Russia
list.
is Russia is number two. Guyana, South Korea. Um, the top 10 and then there's I may be saying it wrong. Burlas, Suriname, Kazakhstan, the Ukraine, Lesotho, and Latvia. And I probably use this. The U.S. is apparently on the apparently we rank 27th. But this is interesting. The crazy here. I was looking at this map here. This is so the United States is currently this year the male rate is 23.6 for 100,000. Female is 7.2. And then I jumped up to Canada. Canada is 18.1 for males and 7 for female. I'm surprised the suicide rate for males and for females is the same in America and Canada.
Yeah,
Strangely, strangely enough, Mexico, the male suicide rate is 8 and the female is 2.3. I mean,
I
yeah, I mean,
I'm not
population,
surprised. Yeah,
population account. I mean, this is per 100,000, so it's a statistic. You know,
honestly,
Hmm.
James Andrew Morrison, I would have thought China too. That would have been
Well,
in
let's think about this. Chances are they probably don't
release the numbers. Yeah.
or really have that. Now, I did read. Now, I did as I was reading this article. There is let's see, what is it in this?
Now, Jedi Bill, go ahead, say what you want to say, or were you just proving that you're still awake? Ah, now he's dropped out.
Um, Belgium is. It says Belgium is the only Western nation with exceptionally high suicide rate at 20 per 100,000. However, they have very liberal laws on doctor-assisted suicide, and they do take those into account. So you do have to put that as a factor.
Right.
I mean, assisted suicide, and I'm going to be one of those people who's going to say, "No, this is not necessarily a conservative." I actually do support that kind of. I actually do somewhat support the idea of assisted suicide.
I think it should be highly regulated.
Yes,
I think it should be very controlled.
kind of like
How
hospice.
right,
Because hospice, I mean, it's pretty much they're doing is trying to keep you comfortable.
right. And but yes, I do believe if there is a uh if there is a legitimate need where somebody cannot psychologically, physically, mentally handle what's coming up because they are dying, then yeah, let them go out in a dignified way and not suffer death.
So, for example, and some people look at this as a form of suicide. I have in my will and in my things. If I am in a coma and I am being fed through tubes, you pull that plug. You do not
Well,
leave me the rest of my life to be stuck like that.
let
Let
me
me
put
go.
it to you this way. I have talked to nurses before, and there are a lot of times that a nurse will give the pain medicine knowing it will push them over the edge. Why? Because that's how severe the pain is.
Yeah.
It's like if I give this medicine, it's going to push them over the edge. They're going to die. And here's the thing, that's what they need. It's either suffer or let them go. And quite honestly, why keeping them around is more selfish than.
I was gonna go similar in that aspect. So a lot of times you'll see it's for, and a lot of times they don't even mean it. It's grief stuff, but it does come off in a way in a selfish way in some ways. So like my grandmother was a nurse. Uh, my father was right below an LPN for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and my one of my several of my I have cousins. My mom does holistic medicine. She works for one of those natural remedy places. And then you have um another cousin of mine. She's been in the RN now for, oh my God, 30 plus years at this point.
Wow. And I do
So
think that James Andrew Morrison does bring up a good point that women's suicide rates are often underestimated, and it is chalked up to like an accidental overdose or something accidentally happening, whereas men will be more intentional
obvious.
about it. Yeah.
Well, they normally, the way I understand it, in the little bit of research I do, is they do point out that men and women choose suicide in different fashions. It's not uncommon, yeah, for the overdose or I think the overdose is the most common one for the choice of suicide for women. I could be wrong, but I think I did when I read that. I think there was something about that. But I know people. When I look at the assistance, let's kind of put it this way. And in some areas, it's not too far off. And this is my opinion. It's
Mm-hmm.
not too far off from just accepting the inevitable. I mean, I've known people, many people in my family, and friends of who've had family who they go through whatever treatment they're going through. They've done it for a long time. It's not they're not getting better. They're miserable, and they will just say, "I'm done. I'm not taking any more. I'm just going to let this take its course." Because the cure, the process they're going through is more painful than what uh the way they're living. They're sick, they're disabled, they're having a hard time doing it. It's like, you know what, this isn't living.
No,
So
it's not.
I can understand that stuff. I understand it. I wouldn't want to live that way. And people don't want to be a burden on their families either,
No.
which I know is a factor people do take into account.
You know, the thing is, there are, and this is where I think it needs to be regulated. Because, yes, there are going to be people who can live a long and happy life, who are going to be depressed and want to and go through something and want to end it. And that needs to be weeded out. But when you got somebody who has got, stage or whatever cancer eating through their body, the pain is absolutely horrendous. And why? Why make them suffer completely?
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, I understand. So, on this thing, they do have a thing on China.
Mm-hmm.
Says China suicide is the fifth leading cause of death. I could go through all the other stuff, but here's the main part down at the bottom that's important. Uh, People in rural China are 5 times more likely to commit suicide than people in cities. This notion is attributed to lack of mental health care, the stigma with mental illnesses, poverty, poor education. And it says, however, exact statistics are hard to come by because Chinese government carried out few to no epidemiological studies on suicide. Well, there's a big surprise. Why would they?
Okay, let's see here. Suicides in males were very underreported in previous decades. It is, yes, men will actively harm themselves, slit wrists, hanging, shoot themselves. Yeah. Where women will generally take pills or other things like that to not be so.
Yeah.
And another thing, women will accidentally drink too much alcohol with their pills.
Yeah.
Because the uh, interaction between the alcohol and the pill increases the effectiveness of,
Hence why they
for
tell
lack
you
of a
don't
better
take this
word.
pill with alcohol, and
Correct.
people do it because it's going to enhance the psychotropic effects.
And well, see, that's why when I have a drink, I'm having like probably a quarter shot in a 8-ounce glass of pop.
Yeah.
And if I have two of those, I am inebriated. So I know where the line is. I'm not going trying to drink a glass of scotch or whiskey or whatever. I cut the stuff. I couldn't do it. I'd end up dead.
I was checking this out too. Lithuania's not only got the highest, their growth population has decreased by. They're at their lowest population. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because apparently people are immigrating out to other countries.
Yeah. And that's unfortunately, Merry Christmas. Let's talk about suicide.
Well, let's be honest. It's not something that a lot of people like to bring up. But yeah, during my time in the military, this time of the year, they really focus on um, taking care of especially our young airmen, because we get a lot of people. I mean, okay, think about it. For a lot of people who join the military, the average is they just got there. This is the first time they're away from their mom and dad or parents, whatever. First
right.
time they've actually had a job that is going to, okay. So for example, you sign up for 4 years. Okay, that most people, that's the longest job most of us have ever had at that point by the time we're
Right.
done. Um, they're under certain rules and restrictions that they're not accustomed to, or they're getting accustomed to, obviously. And you will have A lot of these young ones, of course, they can't afford to go home. They can't afford the money to fly back home or something like that. And they live in dorm room. A lot of people have to live in dorm rooms, so they can't have a lot of people over. And it does cause, so a lot of times you will have the commander, the first sergeant, the chief, the sergeant major or something. They open their houses up to anybody who's single and can't get home if they want to come over and have Christmas dinner. And it's not uncommon. You'll have, usually 5, 10 people will do it and
Mm-hmm.
go over and have dinner and, just talk in advance. And sometimes you'll have somebody just show up and they'll be like, they weren't going to come, but they're like, hey, I'm kind of feeling, like, hey, I want to have some company. And it's always open, but
And
it's a small thing because it helps them with that first time away from family kind of thing.
I'm curious because you bring that up.
Mhm.
In these situations, is this more of a uh, how do I say this? Because I know most of the time in the military, you're expected to stand stand and salute type thing. Is this a more relaxed situation where it's just kind of a gathering and not quite as yes
It's
sir, no sir,
informal.
blah
It
blah
would
blah.
be no, it would be completely informal. Obviously, most of the time, most people would probably still call the people sir just out of habit.
Right.
But no, it wouldn't be like nobody's in uniform. It's family. If you've got a girlfriend or boyfriend, they're cool with you bringing them by too. It's a very informal kind of thing. And it's designed that way for comfort and morale. One of the biggest things that they really started hammering on in the military over the last 20 years is trying to strip away the stigma of going to mental health.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's one thing we'll go to physical therapy, but there was such a stigma about mental therapy that a lot of times nobody would admit to it. And a lot of times that's the case. Now, unfortunately, so they had to come up. We get lecture after lecture. It's okay if you got to go to mental health if something's going on. You're not going to lose your clearance. You're not going to get kicked out. And trust me, it's true because I went there. But it's a stigma that's very hard to remove because there's so much history that came with it,
Yeah.
and it something out over that time. I mean, it's gotten
And
better.
yeah,
Dave knows what I'm talking about, I'm sure.
I'm
What's
glad to
up?
hear that. Yeah. And good morning, Dave G Sound. Not
Good
too much. What's
morning.
going on with you?
Nothing, just listening. I see what I've been listening for a little bit before I came on. Because I just got home. I had to work a little late.
Ah,
But
I'm sorry to
And
hear that.
And Dave, you were in how long? When did you do your 20 years?
me? I no, I was in the fire department, not the
Oh,
military.
that's right. You were in the fire department. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Um, that's right. You were in the fire department. My bad. But yeah, it's one of those things
But
that
I'm
they
sorry,
really
even in the
started
fire department,
hammering over the last 15 years.
you're gonna have issues there.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
sure.
we did a lot of training about PTSD and stuff like that. But it's a whole different kind of beast. I mean, we weren't being attacked. Uh, you know, if somebody went down, it was usually something like a heart attack or stroke in the line of duty. Rather than being crushed by a falling house or going through a roof.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's still just as effed up for the whole team. Because you work with the people every day, they're family. And something happens, even if they're okay. It's way more difficult with somebody than it is a stranger. I mean, of course, we have the compassion, but yeah, if somebody yeah, it's or even if you're doing a medic call and you know the person, uh, it's different. So we had to go
Now
through the
it would
training
be.
and stuff. But this was a long time ago, so the
Mhm.
stigma was still there. And Honestly, it was like I said, it wasn't nearly as in need as it is with armed services. Um,
Yeah,
but
because well, when you bring up PTSD, yeah, it is a big deal. That is one of the hardest ones, and they really have been okay. So when I got out of the Marine Corps back in early 2000, back in 2002, talking about going to the VA wasn't even something they brought up.
huh,
Flash forward 16 years, now they hammer go to the VA, get your disability, go tell them what's going on. And for me, my PTSD was 30%. My wife's is 100%, and she has the label on her for the VA as combat related, as
Hmm.
combat veteran. So she
I
actually
remember
gets,
hearing you and CCDV talking about this the other day.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm a disabled vet at 80%, but she is a combat disabled vet, and that basically there are certain levels that go into that. Combat vet gets a little bit more priority in certain other areas than say I would, which is totally acceptable because it's mainly in crucial areas. It'd be in like crucial areas like if she needs mental health, it's going to be a little bit easier for her. She'll get there maybe a little bit faster than I would, but not by much. But still, the
Mm-hmm.
point is, it's available. And I've seen what the PTSD does to people who come back from combat. I even saw it on my wife. She had a freak out one pipe because we had this car that just kept following us, and
Yeah.
the words out of her mouth was, "I didn't spend 6.5 months getting shot at in Afghanistan to have some asshole kill me here."
I'm laughing because, uh, come on, it is a little weird when somebody seems to be following you, even if they're just because if you're driving through like a winding neighborhood and you make specific turns and that car is following you, it's and you don't recognize it. It's like wait, and then they just for to have them turn at the last turn that you're going to make after you've made like 8 turns and they're still behind you and they finally go their own way. You're still wondering, are they going to pop out again?
Oh yeah. Well, example, this is the whole thing with this car is I started making different turn. I'm like, I went into one lane, they went into the lane, I moved to the next lane, they moved right back. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And so I made a choice. I went into the gas station and I said, if this car parks in the gas station, I'm pulling the gas. We're driving out of here. Soon as they pull in, I look like I'm getting out. They get out. I jump back in my car. I drove off and I drove 3 miles down the road and took the long way back home.
Hmm.
I'm like, you know what? My wife and I may have been completely paranoid, but I'll live with it.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that's okay, man. Absolutely. When I still do that when I see. Strangely enough, and I know it's silly, but I recognize most of the people that take walks in my neighborhood at all
Yep, so do
hours
I.
of the day. And when I see somebody, and even if they're not like looking at houses, they're just walking down the street, maybe on their phone or something, and they could be going anywhere. There's at the very end of my street is a Lee Highway, and right across that there's a McDonald's, there's a pub, there's a Subway restaurant. There's all kinds of there's a bakery. So there's all kinds of reasons for people to be taking my street.
Hmm.
But I tend to notice them and look at them. The other day, I just happened to be looking out the window, um, and I don't, just one of those times. It was a coincidence. I don't stare out the window, and this car was in front of my neighbor's house, and I didn't recognize it at all. And it was because we've had a lot of um, car shoppers, people breaking into cars at night around here. Because I'm close to Country Club Hills, and they seem to hit that more. They haven't hit our neighborhood very badly, but it's become an increasing thing, frustrating thing here in Arlington, and it's like people's ring doorbells catch it, but and the question's always why was your car open? Why'd you leave your car open? It's like, well, we never had to lock it before. It's like, well, you do now. You know, you
And
must have heard about this.
I would like
But
to encourage the creators out there that are listening. If you're in another country and you go do a live stream, I would recommend having the your national suicide hotline available to post. And I would like to ask if any of the anyone in the chat happens to know the U.S. National Suicide Prevention number, to go ahead and post it in chat, please, because
I
right
think they
now,
just made a 3-digit number, didn't they, for the
I don't
hotline?
know. I know I've. Let's see.
I'll Google it
Google suicide
because I thought they did.
hotline number. Here it is. Got it right here.
and yes,
Well,
check to
actually,
see if there is a 3-digit number, because that would be.
there's the
I
800
thought they
number.
I thought they just said that they were going to do that recently. As a matter of fact,
I
I'm
don't.
sure I heard about it.
And that
Is
number
it maybe
is
like a three? Is it maybe
Like
a 3-digit
711 or
text?
something like that. Maybe it would make sense if it was like a like a or a because you know how 911 in England is 999, and I think it was something similar, like a 3-digit number.
I know some
There
countries
is
have
a there.
991, and like I know Japan has 991.
Hmm.
You have for text. Here is the text for it. It takes them to a trained crisis counselor. So I'll just put the text in there. They might be working on a seven a 3-digit number.
There doesn't seem like there's any reason why there shouldn't be one.
No, I would
Just
agree.
just
No,
I mean, or at least to basically to connect directly with them, as opposed to calling 911 and saying I'm having a mental issue, and then they're going to treat you like, okay, what is your address, sir?
Yeah.
They're not gonna sit there and go, hey, so what's happening?
not exactly true. What they'll probably do is get your information, and then they're going to um, keep you on the phone while the services come, or they'll try to transfer you to a proper professional. They'll stay
Yeah,
on the
they would
line with you,
transfer you.
and
Yeah.
they'll stay on the line with you until you're transferred.
Until
They
the
won't.
transfers, they'll not do a cold transfer. It's going to be uh,
Yes,
it's going to be a hot transfer where
yes,
they're on the line with both people, then they drop off the call
yeah. They're
when
going to
the
make
call's
sure that
transferred.
they're going to make
Yeah.
sure that they're on the line with you. The other person is picked up. They confirm that the pickup is done, and then they will drop off, confirming after they confirm. Of course, you both are talking. Till then,
Yeah.
they won't leave you. They won't leave you alone. It'd actually be considered derelict in their job if they did.
Oh, I know, absolutely. But but they're not trained as crisis counselors in the same way as somebody at the hotline would.
No, but they
Now,
are
They.
trained to keep you. But the dispatch people are trained to keep you on the
Oh, I
line.
know. Oh, I
And
know. Yeah.
oh, I'm
Uh,
just saying. Yeah, I think
and
we're all on the same page.
I'm
yeah.
reading this, and I don't know if it's true other places or for other carriers, but Verizon has launched 988 short code
Okay.
to reach National Suicide Prevention Hotline.
988.
So
Huh,
tough
okay.
Right.
luck, AT&T, I guess, or
I don't
Sprint.
know. You would think it would go through, but
All right, let's see here. The FCC, okay, calls
yeah.
to reach national veterans should press 1 to be connected to the Veterans Crisis Line. Let's see here now. National Suicide Prevention Line available today, providing suicide prevention and mental health crisis assistance. I think gives a number. Answer online chats. Okay, 988 is not a nationwide calling code right now, so they are working on it.
Okay.
Okay. So it's in the working process. Okay.
Right.
Well, that's good.
988 will be the suicide hotline code to call when when and where it's effective now, I don't know. But uh, when it becomes national, that will be the number to call, 988.
Okay, well, that's good. And when it finally launches, that's definitely helpful. And anybody in the chat or anybody who watches this later wonders why we're talking about something like this. Because, well, I know personally from this time of the year and experience with my service time, I've seen this is a time of the year where in the military the suicide rate skyrockets. This time of the
Yeah.
year, between uh, December and January is a real big well, actually between Thanksgiving and New Year's. That's when we hit our literally. I hate to say use the term, but that's kind of our peak suicide season.
Yeah.
That's a morbid
Yeah.
word, but it's how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
And
is.
and this is how, and this is why when in the military, okay, so for example, on a weekend, if we get a long holiday, or even on the weekend, we get a weekend, we have an end of week brief and it goes through. We talk. If there's a long holiday coming up, we talk about that. If it's like the 4th of July or Thanksgiving or something, a lot of times the units they'll have a Christmas dinner, they'll have a Thanksgiving dinner. Not on that same day. We'll have people who work on those days, and then you'll have commanders and sometimes people like me who I go in and see the guys who at my office who were working a 24 shift. People bring in people bring in dinner for them, bring them stuffing, ham, you name it. They'll have an entire buffet sitting out there for this, and people just will bring it in. Just try and cheer the guys up who are on the shift
Yeah.
because somebody's got to work during the holiday. I've had to do it. I know. I'm sure as a fireman, you've had to do it plenty of times there too,
Yep.
Dave.
Yeah, well, that's a responsibility. That's a duty, you know. I mean,
Yes.
like I was when I was whining the other day about refusing to work Christmas. Screw it. I'm not an they say that we're essential employees because if it's a grocery store, it's part of the food chain. But no, I was. She asked me today. She's like, "Oh, okay, so you're going to be in on your regular day, Christmas Eve?" And I was like, "No, no, no, no. I've been saying to everybody for 6 months that I don't work on Christmas. I'm not. I'll be in on Wednesday night, to Thursday morning. I'm not going to be there Thursday, Friday. Sorry, or Friday, Saturday.
Right.
That's the deal. I'll be in as usual on Sunday to Monday, but no, that's my thing. And I already said, I'm like, look, I'm going to work New Year's. Don't, no problem. Bring in the New Year, clocking in.
I've done that
Happy New
before.
Year.
Happy New
But
Year. Yeah.
I'll be asleep anyway. I used to stay up and it would or go out and party, or actually what I used to be doing was doing audio at a club, and that was a lot of fun. All the ladies would come up and kiss you, but everybody buys you drinks and stuff. But no, I usually recently just I'd try and stay up and watch some of the Times Square stuff, and then I'd end up with, I don't know, some late news on like at 4 a.m. or something.
It's just not that. It's just I can't. I have a hard. I don't watch the ball drop hardly anymore. It's just not the same without Dick Clark.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. And it's just at this point the pageantry is kind of like I work on my birthday. It's like, I don't care. I used to kind of care about that until I was maybe. I think the first time I did it was probably, well, the first time I did it intentionally, not caring, was
Hmm.
probably shit, it's probably when I was 22. I mean, I don't care. It's like, what do you want to do for your birthday? I got to work. Why? Why don't you take it off? Why? You
So,
know?
and you bring up, actually, you'd be a good one to talk about this. I kind of brought up the military aspect of the suicide thing and stuff, but what was the experience? I mean, you were a firefighter for how long?
Oh, let me see. 4, 5, 6, 8. Yeah, because I got promoted real fast because I'd already done my recruit and I was already in college for it.
Mhm.
So they slapped me a lieutenant bar. Shit, God, man, I actually couldn't buy a beer. I was in
And you
command
were
of
a
a truck.
lieutenant?
Yeah, yep.
Damn.
Well, I started early, so I had already passed the lieutenant's exam while I was a recruit because I was training in college before I actually started formal training with the department training. So I was involved in one of when I was training. They asked me if I wanted to stay at the school and teach, and I did not. That was kind of I wanted to be out there doing things, but it is important to teach. So I was in charge of training, but it was in the field.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Field
So
training's good. Field
yeah,
training's some of the
so
best training.
I thought so. I thought so. The classroom stuff, I was actually really good at the classroom stuff, but I didn't like it. I wanted to until we did practicals. The
Yes.
practicals were fun, you know. I mean, when you get out there and anybody who's nervous, you know, because we do. I think our tallest manual ladder was about 30 feet. Doesn't sound like much until you're up on it, and people are scared. You know, they get a little nervous. They start slowing down, and it's like you're surrounded by medics, dude. And they're like, "Oh yeah, now lock off and lean over," and they do, and they're like, "Right on, no problem." Yeah, you got your team here with you, you know, as long as you're not stupid.
So,
I got nervous during training though, climbing up because we had an articulating boom, so it was basically a tower. That went up to 120 feet, and that thing was just blowing around in the wind, bouncing around, climbing up onto that basket. And I was like, why can't you like put me in the basket and then raise it? They're like, it ain't like that. All right. So that was a little, I was a little nervous doing that. But after you've done it, and you got a giant carabiner, you know, that hooks over the ladder rungs,
Right.
you know, on your belt. So if you get nervous, you're not going anywhere. You know, you're not going. I mean, it might be bouncing around, but it's not going to fling you off. Um, but yeah, that was a little intense. You know, climbing up those ladders when they're just freestanding. They're not next to a building. You know, you don't have any reference. You're just looking through it at the, you know, like how high up you are is all you can really see. That was a lot of fun, man. That was great.
so as a you were being a first responder, had to deal with the unique stress of that kind
Yeah.
of holiday time, that kind of
Yes.
PTSD, and
Yeah.
I'm sure that it was similar for the first responder cops and some of the medics, obviously for different reasons. Did you guys ever like talk with cops or talk with
Oh yeah.
the medics about
Yeah.
this
The
stuff?
police.
Yeah.
Yeah. Police always hung out at the fire station. You know, they were kind of like because they're centrally distributed. So, you know, like to do paperwork and stuff, they'd just come by the fire station, sit down, and hang out. And so we didn't necessarily liaise with them on an official level about this. They had their, uh, you know, sessions. We had ours. So we didn't really cross over that much talking about it, except for procedures, you know, contact procedures and things like that. For example, yeah, well, this is going to be a real bummer. When I found my mom dead, um, the medics, I knew she was gone, and the medics had to call the police in, and they had to do it because it's unusual to have somebody die in their home without. Usually, they're sick and they go to a hospital, and I just found her just dead. She was ill for a while, and I remember
Mm-hmm.
the Wednesday before that, she was we were in the car, and she was like, you know, David, I just feel awful. I've never felt this bad in my life. And she wouldn't tell me anything more really because she knew that I would force her to like go get help and stuff. She didn't want to die, I'm sure.
No.
But oddly enough, yeah, when I found next to her, there was a note, and it was basically she had written down how she was feeling while she was dying and signed it.
Wow.
She was like loss of bladder control, lightheaded, can't stand, you know, and just like this whole list of symptoms, and signed her name. So she knew she was going. I don't understand why she didn't like call me or call for me, but maybe she couldn't. I don't know. It was next to her bed.
Now, does your just asking here, but I'm assuming the fire department or something like that had some kind of crisis counseling for you to talk to? Because obviously you
Nope.
just suffered a
Nope.
no.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. At the time, I was going out with a real bitch too. So the neighbors, my mom's best friends live 3 houses down. So she came over. Actually, that's the first person I called because I knew she was dead. I'd seen death. I could absolutely tell. I tried to resuscitate her, and I'm like, no, this is not doing it. So I called the neighbor in a panic, and then I called 911, and then they showed up, and they they police processed it as like nothing odd. They just had to go through procedure for a body being found dead, and then um, they took care of calling the funeral home, and the fire department and the medics were all like, well, there it is, and took her out to the hearse, and they were like, well, here's our card, and if you need anything. And uh, and then so the neighbors leave, the fire department and the police leave. And my bitch girlfriend goes, who I called and was like, my mom's dead. I just found my mom dead. She's like, well, I'm gonna go now. I'm like, really? You're just gonna leave me alone? Can you wait until my dad gets here? All right. It's like, really? I'm sorry to bore you.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was, and that was a couple days before my birthday. So my dad was here for my birthday, and we all went out to like one of those pool pubs. You can play
Okay.
pool, and and when we were leaving, he was like, I don't see what you see in that bitch. Because she got drunk and was acting stupid,
That
and I left her there. I picked her up to take her there, and she got drunk and was being stupid and loud and belligerent. And I was like, you know what? You can find your own way home. I don't know if one of my other friends took her home out of pity or what, but I was just like, you can fuck off. But that was a different story. But no, they didn't. They did say, it's like, call us if you need us, and we can hook you up with anything. And I'm like, don't worry about it. They never did call to check on me.
They didn't do a wellness.
Um,
So
but
nowadays, believe it or not, I don't know if you guys know about this now. We actually have an ability to call, and I actually did this because I know Captain Trek knows about this when I couldn't figure out where the hell my dad was for over a month, and because of COVID, I couldn't get into his building or anything. So I actually called the police department, the non-emergency number, and they have now a thing called a wellness check you can
oh
request.
yeah,
And I'd never heard of that. That was the
yeah,
first.
they
I was like, wait a minute, you guys will do this? They're like,
yeah,
yeah,
that's been
if
around
there's a
for quite a
legitimate
long
concern.
time. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like if there's a legitimate concern, yes, we can do a wellness check and we will get back to you.
yeah.
Um, and they did. And I got some information and everything, and I was like, wow, I did not know that this was a thing. And I was like, this is good.
Hmm.
Those are good things. So there are certain things over the last 20, 30 years that have definitely progressed a lot better. I think there's a long way to go in mental health care, but I think for the most part, it's going in a better direction. But there's always a worry I have with it getting, there's a fine line between it being helping you without having to worry about that stigma of, okay, well, you're a danger to yourself, so we're going to do this. Yeah, that's a fear that needs to be taken out of it because somebody needs to be, because I'll be honest, in one place, there's only one person I'm certain of I can go say whatever I want to, and there's no repercussions, and that's my priest.
Hmm.
That's the only person I can talk to who can I can have 100% confidentiality in the military. But what was it like for you guys? I mean, did you guys see? I mean, was the holiday stressful? Was there more calls,
No,
more issues?
not especially. Not especially.
Really?
We maintained such a high state of training and readiness that it really wasn't anything more than usual. Um, Thanksgiving, uh, everybody always thinks of the 4th of July, but people have wised up, at least around here. Nobody's shooting their eye out with bottle rockets or burning down shit. The turkey thing is still an issue. A lot of burns, you know, um, grease burns, things like that, fryer burns. But not a lot. By a lot, I mean like maybe one call for our station, maybe a couple across the county, as opposed to none, for months. Not a lot really goes on here. I mean, I remember. I mean, when things happened, they happened big time, but there was an overwhelming force replying to it. I mean, if you could hear some of the radio calls, it's just like engine, truck, rescue, medic, and bomb squad, ATF, and it's like, what happened? It's like, oh, it's an activated alarm. Everybody's bored. Activated alarm usually means exactly as it sounds, and if it was at a school, it was almost always a kid that just didn't want to go to class and tied a shoelace to a doorknob with the fire alarm on the other side, because they all figured out the little ink, the invisible ink that pops out of the handles. So when you break the tab to pull the alarm, your hand gets the ink on it, so they can tell who did it.
Ah,
Like a luminol. But yeah, usually if you're going to a school, it was like it's mandatory to be ready. You always leave the truck with a tool. You're always geared up, but you didn't really put your tank on unless there was smoke showing. I mean, that was a good. The building they just blew. It's funny. The building they just blew up in Roslyn. It's one of the first ones that I went on as a recruit, and we had to. It was a car fire in the underground parking garage, so we had to go climb up the stairs and ventilate from the roof. And as we're up on the roof, I'm basically, what I mean by that is they had positive pressure fans blowing downstairs at the bottom stairwell, and we had to open the top. And that's it. So, of course, it took 4 people. And so we're standing up there on the roof, beautiful view, and they're like, hey, there's battalion chief down there. Watch this. Hit him right in the helmet. Guy didn't even know. I was like, really, guys? They're like, even if he looks, he won't know who's up here. And I'm like, I think he will. We have accountability tags. But they were just having fun, and it was harmless, unless he happened to look up right when it was hit, like, hey. But yeah, I
oh
mean,
yeah,
it
I
was a
remember
it
the
was a
good
hell
old
of a
days of the
good job.
pranks.
Yeah,
You
but
had to do pranks, man. It kept things entertaining.
yeah, I mean, and also it was a bonding experience. If you were that one person, well, I'm not going to do that. It's like, oh, okay, so now we know who the Boy Scout of the group is.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna eat a coffee.
Right on. I'm going to heat up this tobacco, unfortunately. Not good for you. Yeah, that was long enough ago where you could smoke as a firefighter. Stand out front of the station and smoke. Nobody thought anything of it. Yeah. As the channel drifts into silence. I can't see if any. I'm gonna log on. If anybody's in the chat, when we're still going. Here, I can see you go. Here we go. Eastland, James, see you there, Dare. Joe, hello, Joe. And I guess that's all who's in chat. All right. Well, hello, chat. Yeah, James. It was that long ago where you could. Yeah, it was nice. Even 10 years ago, you couldn't do that. And when I went on my when we were on our honeymoon, we went to the Dominican Republic, and it was just common. Like you just smoke at the bar, smoke in the restaurant, smoke in the pool if you want, no problem. With your drink, no problem. It wasn't even considered weird. Yeah, Iceland. Yeah, that is true. I happen to be lucky in that aspect. Um, but I'm sure there probably are on our department too. I just never had the misfortune of having to deal with them.
Ooh, wife made the coffee a little strong.
That's not coffee.
Okay, this is interesting. I was just kind of hitting this up on Twitter, and Jane Theory popped this up. I had no idea that when Harrison Ford was dressed in Temple of Doom, he's dressed exactly like Sean Connery is in a James Bond episode, in a James Bond movie. Like, holy
Huh.
crap.
James, that's funny. Oh,
That, yeah, I can believe it. Oh, my wife told me, man, people in Turkey, she said, man, they smoke like chimneys.
that's funny. I told you guys about my friend who came over who showed up with his loud blathering hardtail Harley parked in my yard. Didn't call first, and I'm like, all right, man, I haven't seen the guy in a long time. But when he was leaving, I was kind of trying to stand in front of his pipe because he was taking forever to get his shit together, and he didn't need to warm up the bike, but he let it warm up because he likes the sound of it. It's 10:30 at night, and I'm residential, so I was standing in front of the pipes to try to act as a barrier for the concussive of the sound. And boy, I had to wash those pants many times. They reeked of gas. Oh, Turkish cigarettes. Huh.
Yeah, I thought it was funny when I was in Greece. I was smoking camels back
Hi,
then,
Dee Dee
and
Myers. Sorry.
Merry Christmas, Dee Dee Mars. And I was smoking camels at the time, and camels back then said in America they would say Turkish and domestic blend. I was in Greece. It said American and domestic blend on it. And
Huh.
I was like, yep, they still hate the Turks.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Turks and the Greeks still do not get along.
Frickin' Turks. No prisoners!
Turkish cigarettes stink. Yeah, they do.
You know what's funny is I would get because I would go to bars for karaoke, and they would always have things to give away cigarettes. And of course, they'd always have a limit. You know, they'd give you 2 packs, and so I would get 2 packs, because I had a couple friends that were there, and it's like, oh, here you go, because it's like, oh, why not? They can't control what I do with them. They gave them to me, so
Right.
okay, fine. I'm going to choose to give them to somebody else.
Illegal streaming could become a felony under new COVID-19 stimulus bill.
Wait.
Okay,
What?
define illegal streaming. Let me.
I
put it
don't
that
know.
way.
Somebody's got some. I don't know. It's in a freaking meme. I'm gonna have to research that.
That one I want research definitely.
Yeah, I would have to research that because This is the thing. Okay, I don't trust headlines ever, and I don't
Yeah.
trust memes. But it's like, for example, when I saw one place even said they go California's doing this in their schools, and then you click on it, and it's actually a private college. I'm like, okay, that's a little different than saying all of California.
It sure is. Hey, Love Shack, what's up?
Good
Hey,
morning.
Jack. Good morning.
Christmas for all.
Okay, I accept.
You know what they call Pirates of Caribbean in Greece?
No.
Turks of the Caribbean.
Why
Is it
would
not
that
called
not surprise me?
Constantinople anymore?
I mean, that astonishes me, frankly.
I
There are
always like the
very few
song.
things.
Now I got the song Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. Now I got that song
Oh,
stuck in my head.
God.
Why'd they change it? Nobody knows but the Turks.
So what's going on, Love Shack? I can't believe I'm saying this. I'd rather have you on than NB singing. What's up?
Oh, come on. I would like to listen to him singing.
Well, you
Come on,
should have
hit-
been on Bird Stream. You could
Give
have
the
heard
man a chance.
a ton of bad singing.
Oh no,
It's
trust me, my
Christmas.
singing is horrible. No, my singing
It's
is
Christmas.
horrible. There's no way around it.
No. Don't be so harsh.
But no, seriously, NB. If you're ever awake during karaoke on Rambling Canucks for Saturday night, you definitely need to come.
I did make it to. I haven't been on Canucks. I have been on. I was on Jedi Bills, not too long back. A couple weeks back, I think it was. I was up late, and yeah, I sang I sang a few different songs. They were horrible as hell, but it was still fun.
Oh,
The point
you're too modest.
the point is having fun. You know,
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah,
and I would
exactly.
say nobody, well, except a couple of people that have been on the streams as not regulars, are, you know, okay. They don't sing great. I'm one of them.
No.
And the thing is, I admit it. I'm not on there trying to get a professional contract. Actually,
Oh,
I
hell
actually
no.
turned honestly,
You are too modest. You are too modest.
At one point, when I was actually singing regularly, I actually turned down a contract. So
Come on.
that was
You're
stupid
humble.
of me. I know it was stupid of me, but
You are a noble soul. Come on. You can't sing that bad.
uh,
So anyway, I figured out today, maybe I cannot be your number one, but I finally figured out what I can be on your ship. I can always
Lord.
be your number 31.
yeah. Well, I
Well,
know who I know who I'd have as my number 2.
Let me guess, the blonde one on this in the engineer section.
No, that'd be Andy Trucker. Number 2, poop emoji. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, now I get it. Number 2 is Patrick Stewart.
Hey, life must be good in Brazil, Captain Shrek. They on that list we were talking about, they're ranked 113.
Wow. Well, they
113 on what?
obviously in suicide rate.
What? Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't get that.
We were talking about this type of the year, and I had mentioned, we had been talking about a little bit about suicide because of COVID, and I said, well, this time of the year is also where we start seeing a lot of spikes in the military in various parts of the America. And
Uh-huh.
we were looking up, where the rates
Yeah.
were, where countries ranked, and
Uh-huh.
I saw you pop up, and I looked at Brazil, and Brazil is 113, right below Qatar, right above Albania.
113.
Yeah, what that means is you're very, very low on the suicide rate per 100,000 per in country.
Look,
Brazil.
that's not a Japanese thing. That's not a Brazilian thing. Suicide is not among the 10 most. How can I say that? Suicide is not among the top 10 in Brazil.
Apparently not. Well, that's
Well,
a good thing.
Eastland, we were talking about can you trust the numbers earlier when we were looking at the listed rates because didn't you say that China was not in the top there, and you're not
Yeah,
gonna
China.
you're
Yeah,
not
China
gonna
has
get
it
a number
listed.
out of China.
Yeah, China has it listed in there. They said suicide is like the fifth cause of death in the fifth cause of death in their country. But
Right.
Yeah.
as we said, they don't do statistics, so they don't do statistical numbers and data and stuff like that like other countries do. Probably because it's China and they couldn't give a shit.
No, they just install nets underneath the tops of tall buildings that people work in to catch them when they try to jump off. That is true.
So yeah, I mean, some of these areas you're gonna have I would not trust all the numbers and the data.
And it's also
No.
not a really great it's not like an honored number that you'd want, so definitely it's like, oh my god, those are the numbers, cut it in half and publish that. That's fine.
Yeah.
you know you don't
Oh,
want
I
to
wouldn't
you don't
doubt
want
it.
to be known as well, nobody would. It's like, hey, come visit and never leave. you know Nobody wants that dubious. The Who was first, by the way?
Lithuania
Oh, right. That
and then
seems odd.
Russia. So yeah, listen to this. So this is how it said. China. China is the fifth leading cause. Suicide is the fifth leading cause of death, and it accounts for over one quarter of suicides worldwide. Of course, okay, but like we said, China doesn't put out the numbers,
Hmm.
so you know they account for one quarter of the world's suicides, but yet they're down somewhere at the very bottom because they don't, you know, obviously they don't care and they don't feel it's worth researching.
And then, of course, the suicide in Russia. I don't know because, well, long winters and stuff like that. But also, it's like, hey, what happened to Yorgi? Oh, yeah, Yorgi, he killed himself. He cut off his head while combing his hair. Missed the
Hmm.
payment. I don't
Looks
know.
like, yeah. Man, Russia has a very low growth rate.
Oh, James, that is just wrong. Visit our beautiful city. Caution, you may be injured by falling bodies.
Caution is advised. Yeah, well, I'm sure that the Great Wall of China looks great. Can you imagine? Be advised, there are a lot of bodies buried under that thing.
Oh, I believe that.
Oh,
Jeez.
yeah, what they would do is they would just, if somebody died, they just build the wall over them.
Mm-hmm.
Move them into a ditch, or they build the wall around them.
Yeah.
They did not hit, they were like, oh, you're dead. Okay, just build around it. Probably similar to with the pyramids.
I want to. Too bad. Never mind. I was gonna say for my Christmas sweater, I really just want to get the gray T-shirt and write in red. Now I have a machine gun. Ho ho ho.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm afraid that somebody would, of course, some snowflake's gonna go. He has a T-shirt on that says he has a machine gun. Hey, hello, police. There's a guy with a machine gun here.
Yeah, I can see the cops showing up, seeing that shirt, and just being like, what the fuck?
It's like you can't wear that shirt. Yeah, why not? It's written in
No, I can
paint.
see him being like, I can see the call coming.
Oh yeah, like oh
this
my
guy has
god.
this guy has a machine gun. What is he? Well, he has a shirt that says, "Now I have a machine gun." Ho ho ho. Could you see
Right.
the dispatch person being like, "Are you a fucking idiot?"
My,
It's
as it is.
only a reference to one of the most loved men Christmas movies ever.
Right. Absolutely, yeah. But well, the other thing is I don't have anywhere to go to have somebody see it. It's like like what am I going to do? Like wear a mask into a bar, and
Funny part is, at this point, you probably have to.
Nah, I know. I definitely have to here. It's mandated. Mandated.
Well, it's mandated here, but it's not enforced.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. Yeah.
I mean, it's mandated. Well, actually, it's not really mandated anymore because it was removed from being required. I'm all out of bubble gum. Yep, I have come here to chew bubble gum and kick ass. I'm all out of bubble gum. One of the greatest B movies ever.
Yeah, Roddy Piper.
Yep.
I thought the one thing that I loved about that, other than the movie itself, I thought the movie was great. It had funny bits. Is that his buddy? They beat the crap out of each other because he just wouldn't try on the sunglasses because he knew that something weird might happen. And he's like, "No, I'm not going to put them on." It's like, can you imagine coming across two people arguing like that? It's like, dude, what seems to be the trouble? Well, he wants me to put on some sunglasses, and I don't want to. Why? Just do it. Just appease him. So he obviously had some idea something was up because they were also being obviously manufactured in the place that was raided.
Yeah.
So they were. So it's obvious that there was something
okay, everyone.
unique about them. I see a Kapla coming.
Hello, world. It's Birdo5. Kapla.
Kapla bird.
Kapla.
And
Yeah,
yes,
you're
I know
right
you
about
get
that,
tired of doing that bird, but we all love it. So
Oh, I'm not tired of doing it.
Good.
But yeah, they live that whole. I mean, I love that movie. It's like, Mama don't like tattletales. Spying, huh? Not
hello,
nice.
Dee Dee Myers. I've seen
Blah,
you in the
Dee Dee.
chat. Thank you.
Oh, I love the ending. Hey, babe, what's the matter?
Yeah.
I just love that ending.
Yeah.
That is one of the best freaking endings. Is when they start seeing them, and then of course You got the guy in the bar. He's just like seeing it, and he's just like, I'm fucked. Everybody's looking. He's like, well, we're fucked. And then all of a sudden, you get the woman having sex. You get
Right.
get a shot of her tits, and then all of a sudden, she looks down. Hey, baby, what's the matter? I'm like, that is one of the freakiest endings ever.
So what's
Yeah,
going
hell of a
on this
movie.
morning, Bird?
What's going on this morning?
Yes.
I'm disgusted with the world.
Oh yeah, I've seen
Lord.
your tweets.
What happened? I haven't been
Nothing,
on.
everything going on. I got personal stuff, corona stuff, government stuff, everything. It's one of those days.
I want to fly Pan Am. Okay, go back to the 90s.
You're gonna go back in time. Might as well go back to the '60s and was really
Oh,
fun
you
to
mean
fly
actually when
Pan
flying
Am.
was an experience?
Mm-hmm.
Back when people dressed up nice to go on airplanes. See, this sucked. I realized something too. I was thinking, okay, June, I was gonna fly up for my grandchild's birth, and then it dawned on me. It's gonna be June. Biden's gonna be the fucking idiot in chief, and they're gonna mandate. I'm sure they'll still be mandating masks. I'm like, well, let's see. Does it really seem like a good idea to have somebody with anxiety who already has a fear of heights having a panic attack in the middle of a plane? I'm like, I think I'll drive.
Yeah.
And good morning, Professor Brenny Specs.
Hello,
Good
Professor.
morning, Captain
Hey,
Trick.
Jeff.
Good morning, Professor.
Good
I have
morning,
a fear
Dave
of
G.
heights, a terrible fear of heights, but I can get on a plane.
I get on a plane, I just don't sit next to the window.
I don't care about it.
Oh,
I
I love
figure
the
it's going
window
to kill
seat.
me.
I like the window.
Me too.
Yeah,
Now,
good morning,
I
Bird.
won't sit.
Once,
I can
once
sit
the
next to it,
plane's
but
at
I
a
will
cer-
close it. I can
Once the
sit next
plane's
to
at
it,
a
but I will
certain
close it.
height, I don't care. It's like I'm going to die anyhow if a plane crashes. So hey, yay!
Honestly, I can go up to the edge of a. I know some people can't, but with my fear of height, if there's a railing, I can go up to the edge. If
Right.
there's no railing, I'll fall over. Even if I'm not touching the railing, I can't stay. I can't stand. If there's just a railing visible, I'm okay. I don't need to touch it. So
Yeah,
with the plane, I can look out the window. It don't matter. But if I was even on the back of my boss, he had a pool. He had an infinity edge pool. So if you walk to the edge of one end of the pool, there was like a 6-foot drop off to a driveway underneath. I couldn't walk to the edge. Now, if there was a railing, I could go right up to the edge.
Depends. Like when I went into the stratosphere, I know they have that thick glass. I stayed about 5 feet back from that glass while everybody else was leaning up against it. I was like, I can't do it.
Well, I wouldn't lean onto the glass, but I could go up to it. No, I've seen people do that. I was like, F no.
Yeah, the stratosphere.
You're in the stratosphere.
Yeah.
The hotel in Vegas, I'm sure he means. Not the
that's what I
layer of
mean.
the atmosphere.
Yeah, the stratosphere in Vegas. I actually bought the ticket to get on the. Roller coaster up there, and then it took me a couple of minutes to get in the seat, and then the announcer
wait. You're afraid of heights and buying roller coaster tickets?
That roller coaster that goes over the edge of the building?
Yeah, let me get to the point here.
Oh.
It took me a couple of minutes to even get in the seat, and then the lady gets on there, goes, "You are currently on the highest roller coaster in the world at so and so, 1,500 feet or something." But they didn't even get a chance to strap me in. I jumped right out. I looked at my friends. I said, "Nope, nope." I said, "I'll see y'all inside."
Heck.
Nope. I chickened the fuck out as soon as she said that.
Okay,
well,
why is that?
In Kansas, there's
because I'm
the World War
terrified of
One
heights.
museum.
Because I am terrified of heights.
Okay, I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
Well, the World War One memorial is basically a giant obelisk that has an elevator, kind of like the Washington Monument, but it's round.
And
And
yes,
you can go up.
I live in Kansas City, Missouri, and it looks like a big dildo.
Yeah, yeah,
The only
and they
World War
sometimes
One
can
museum.
light a fire in it or whatever, or a simulated fire. But anyway, so when you go up there, the concrete rail is about at your waist level. Anybody bumping into you hard could knock you over the damn thing, and I freaked the hell out. I was like, I went up there and I looked over the city, and I was like, nope. Went right back into the stairwell, acted like I was on the phone until my wife walked around it and was like, well, don't you want to come out? I was like, I've seen enough. That thing is unsafe. They should have had a higher rail on that. And this is right after they said, oh, I mean, even before I went up, I'm usually not affected by stuff like that, but that railing was way too low. And they were just like, oh, yeah, a couple of years ago, a college kid jumped off it, killed himself. I'm like, well, that would work because it's a giant, I mean, it's a long fall to a concrete area around it. I mean, you've been there.
Yep.
But what a great museum, though, other than that damn thing.
Yep.
Yeah, but the railing thing, Bird, yeah. Like it had a physical barrier, but it was underneath where if somebody gave you a good push on the shoulders, you'd topple over it. It wouldn't stop you. And I was like,
it's
this is
very
not
iffy for me
Who's
as to where
breathing
the
hard?
height needs to be.
I mean, even at the Empire State Building, they have the fence around the observation deck. And when I was when I went to the World Trade Center, you could go on the roof, but it wasn't like you were on the edge and there was railings and then there was a second ledge. I skateboarded. I had my skateboard with me. I skateboarded on the roof. I also skateboarded on the plane to get to New York.
Why does that not surprise me?
Well, I was like, I have my skateboard with me in my hand. Why not? Just to say I did it. And the flight attendant wasn't even pissed. They were like, you know what? Nobody's ever done that. I mean, I didn't go back and forth. I just stood on it and moved a little bit just to say I've done it and put it away. And they were like, they kind of came up. I wasn't going back and forth up and down the aisle. And they were like, yeah, nobody's ever done that.
And Eastern Burkholder, or Eastland Burkholder. Yeah. I need more coffee. I would never go on that platform.
No, Eastland, I wouldn't either.
Over platform. No. Hell no.
That's like a mile drop or something,
isn't
it?
Grand Canyon, and trust me, nobody went near that thing. we said, no, anybody want to go on the clear platform? Everybody's like, hell no.
I would literally go to the edge of it and look down.
I could be persuaded to go out on it if I was roped to something, in case it failed. But I don't know. I don't like that. It's the same as the St. Louis Arch. You're up there just looking down. The whole reason to go to that is to play with the elevator system. The elevators there are just like one of a kind. They're just weird, badass. But no, I don't like platforms where you look down like that. It's unsettling.
For the first time, growing up right outside of St. Louis, I only recently went up in the arch for the first time this year.
I went up in the arch one time.
Oh, I did it one time. That's it. I said I did this once. I'm not doing it again. And I was dead set, like, I'm not doing this again.
That's how I feel about that tower. Next time I'm in Kansas City, I'll still go to the museum. I'll still look at the tower. I'm not going up in it. I've been up in it. not impressed with myself. Impressive structure. I don't know, Eastland. You guys know? Does the arch sway?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
The
the
arch
arch
Yes,
has
it
does
does.
sway.
some type of
Yes, it does.
thing. Yeah.
It
Yes,
does
it does
sway.
sway. In fact, it was designed to sway.
It has to.
Mm-hmm. It has to. That's why it was designed that way. Otherwise, it would have toppled over before.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of tension
Skyscrapers.
relief is built into skyscrapers and bridges and things like that. That a lot of people. You guys know about the City Court building, right, in New York? It's the one that is a triangle shape on the offset triangle, the white building. Anyway, in the top of that building, I've been to the building. There's two really interesting things about that building, and the first is it's built over a church, and the church is still there. And the way that they designed the base is it has these gigantic legs and this old church sitting there under it. It's not attached to the building. They kind of built around it, like that Bugs Bunny episode almost, where he wouldn't move his hole, and they built a building around it.
Yep.
And the second cool thing about it is it was designed with an anti-sway weight. And I haven't seen it, but I've seen it in operation on a special, a documentary, where when the wind picks up in the top of the building, like there's like a control room, and these yellow lights go off, and this giant weight starts shifting back and forth in order to right the building from swaying with the wind. So people wouldn't get nauseous, because they wouldn't feel it moving, but people would get nauseous and stuff like that, not realizing that they were actually moving a little bit around. So this gigantic ballast in the City Corp building, like starts wiggling back and forth to stabilize the building. Wild stuff. I think I saw that. It was a documentary, and it might have been like Modern Marvels or something, like engineering on the History Channel.
Mm-hmm.
But I again, I hadn't. If I ever went back, I would be like, hey, can I see the the cool shit up in the roof? And they're gonna be like, no. Go watch this. Here's a tape. Tape. Excuse me. No, like I was saying, you could. The same with that ladder, man. That thing moved. That sure moved.
Well,
Like it's not going anywhere.
What's going
But
on, Professor?
yeah, Prof.
sorry, I have to make it so brief this morning. I got up a little bit later than I was intending to, and I need to leave for work.
Well, we
I just want to
definitely
pop
don't
up
want
and.
you late for work. I'm glad you popped up. You need to be more vocal.
Oh, sorry, I was also doing my other job. So,
Oh, well, of course, that has to come first.
but I just want to say hello to all of you and wish you all a great day.
You have a good day at work, sir.
Well, thank you. And I don't know if you want to give me a wrench or not, Cap, but I don't have a wrench anymore because of my brand account that I created.
Oh, let me see here. Now I got to go back to. By the way, how do you do that? I don't see. Okay, there you are. Oh, stop! I got something that popped up. Thank you, YouTube. Love your notifications.
You still suck,
Added
YouTube.
moderator. Now you are
Yep.
the moderator.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank God.
We love you, YouTube. Not.
Not.
Definitely not.
Thank you, Cap.
Oh, you're quite
But
welcome.
But I got to run. So everyone have a great day. Thanks for bringing me up, even if it was that brief.
Thank you very much. You have a good day, and hopefully you'll be on later.
This evening.
Yes. Have a good one.
Oh, thanks, D.D. Myers. You take care. Have a great day. See you all later. Bye, Bird. Bye, Dave.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Geek.
Take care, bud.
Yeah.
Have a good stream.
Oh,
Cap.
thank you.
Take care, all.
Take care, Professor.
That's what the urologist said. Have a good stream.
Oh, that reminds me. There was one time I had to have some test. I don't remember what the hell it was. And they wanted me to pee in a cup. No problem. They wanted me to do it in a room while being watched. Screw you.
I could do that without even blinking.
It's like, you want to monitor where you've seen me. I don't care. Go ahead. I'll go pee in the cup. But I'm not gonna be able to pee while you're watching me. So they finally let me go in the room where I wasn't being watched and pee. I don't know why it was so damn important.
And honestly, I'm so used to having to do that I wouldn't even give it a second thought. But then again, I've also had to do it for God knows how long. So I was one of those people. Who you had your couple types of people. You had your ones who would show up, get gun shy, and couldn't really, and they take forever to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had some that would get there, they'd have to wait a while because they had to drink a lot of water or something. And then you had people like me who'd walk in, hand my paper over, and be like, "Yeah, I gotta pee now. Let's go." Go in, pee, boom, done. I never even sat. I never even sat down. I was like, "Yeah, let's get it done." Boom.
You sit
Piss.
down to
Okay.
pee?
It's like, all right, here we go. Cup's full. I missed. What'd you say?
I said, you sit down to pee?
Well, in my house, I do.
No, you said you never even sat down. Never mind.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, sorry, I meant to say sit down. Anyway, I get what you're saying. No worries. I've come to realize something in America. One thing we have a shitty system of is we have a shitty train system.
Okay, let me ask this question. Of the systems that we do have, what actually is the best? Because America seems to think that everything they do is the best, even though it's not.
It is.
I mean, I know there's certain national pride. I guess New York has the honor of the most rats.
Arrogant
I don't know.
motherfuckers.
The best
yes,
system.
I would include bird of prey in that one.
Most sewer rats, yeah. In America, I should say.
That's a good system, old media guy. Public library system.
Yes.
I would venture to say we have some damn good museums.
Oh, I would agree.
Our national parks are pretty damn good.
Our national parks are brilliant. Yeah. I don't know if that. I guess that's a system. Sure, it is.
Yeah, Parks and
it's
Recreation,
not a transit
the
system.
national.
Yeah.
We do have some beautiful monuments for what we've created. I mean, yeah, you have a lot of. Obviously, you have a lot of other countries you can look at, and of course, they have much older things than we do that are, you're a much older fucking country than we are. But I'd say for the few hundred years we've been around, we've done pretty good with those areas.
I mean,
I do think it's
establishing an identity, basically.
Right.
as a nation.
After going through being at the Grand Canyon, going to Yosemite, the Painted Desert, the Petrified Forest, I've got to say, they do a real nice job keeping those places clean and nice.
Yeah.
And they are gorgeous to see. That's why it breaks my heart when I saw things in DC where people are like spray painting national monuments. I'm like, you sons of bitches.
Yeah, I agree, and I live here. I'm in the other half of DC in Arlington, and man, it's like Oh, by the way, yeah. So we're changing the symbol of the county, which is a symbol that represents the Robert E. Lee House, which is basically a roof and columns. That's the symbol, and apparently it's too racist, and people don't like it, and want to change the symbol of the county to not represent that some reason, and that will fix everything, and everything will be peachy keen and great. They're also trying to rename. They're trying to rename Lee Highway. Lee Highway goes not just through Arlington. It's called Lee Highway, also Route 29, named after the 29th Infantry Division, and they want to name it after the first interracial couple that was allowed to be married. So it will be called something Lovingston Avenue.
I think that people need to remember that the Civil War soldiers are still considered American service members.
Yeah, again, it's like, wow. So you want to change all the street signs, every map, every listing, every address, every store name, all of their stuff. You want to and then change this, and will you finally feel better then?
No.
Or is it just not going to be enough? It's just not going to be enough, is it?
Well, no, it's not. Trust me, I remember hearing not too long back, people were, they were like, they wanted symbols of Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. taken down because they, I guess, have homophobic views or something. I mean, I was like, oh God. I was like, did people forget that even our greatest historical heroes are flawed?
I mean, let me put it to you this way. Yes, there have been people who have been yeah,
Screwed.
I don't know how to. Well, no, I was just going to say they are flawed. Everybody has some flaw. Does everybody see? People have seen someone who's Irish as being bad. Somebody who's have been seen as Catholic as being bad. Homosexuality is another one, and it's like, why focus on one thing? People are people, and that is what should matter, not their national origin, not their sexual orientation. That should not define a person as who they are.
Well, it can define them as who they are. Why should it define everybody else as who they want to be?
Right.
You can call yourself whatever you want, and I'm fine with it. But why do you have to affect me over it? Why do I have to suddenly now go, yeah, I'm just off Lee Highway. I mean, Lovingston Avenue. And they're like, where the hell is that? The GPS, the map. I've had this map for years. It says Lee Highway goes all the way through Fairfax County. No. It's changed now. Why? Ask them. I can't imagine anybody who grew up here as I did, as everybody I know in this area did, saying it's about time we changed that. And there are a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Just over, like I said, I can go out on my front porch, look to the end of the street, see Lee Highway, and then across that I can see the McDonald's because my street goes straight perpendicular to Lee Highway. just behind that McDonald's is a wall that was built to divide black Arlington and white Arlington, actually, and there's still some of it there. A lot of it was destroyed by a flood a few years ago, actually, but it's still there. And it's just a brick wall, like a property dividing wall. It wasn't like a wall, like a 10-foot tall wall or anything.
Right.
But it's a historical marker and everything like that. And people want to take it down because it reminds them of the hurt. And I okay, fine. Yeah, I'm a white guy. Yes, I don't get it. Nobody in my family owns slaves, but I assume that a lot of the people, because the names are descended from original, the slaves and things like that did work here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the names are very familiar, and I'm like, oh, are you related to them? No, but it's the same kind of. It's like, the last name is. It's like, oh, is that your uncle or something? No, it's just another, that last name. Oh, okay. Kind of like you go to England and you see Smith or something.
Right.
But wanting to destroy that in order to try to erase it, so I guess so you don't have to think about it, or so you can finally go, yeah, we ripped it down. Okay. Really, it doesn't matter that much to me. It just seems like an odd pursuit to spend a lot of effort on, to take down a brick wall that actually you can't even see it because it's in people's backyards behind their houses. You can see portion of it, but I don't know. I guess kind of like I always say, it's like it irritates me a bit, but if it makes you happy, if it'll just make you happy, fine, go ahead. Will it make you happy though? Don't do it and then say, well, now I want something more. And that's inherently what most people do. They're like, well, I got a little, so I'm going to keep going. It's like gambling. Hey, I won that hand. Might as well double down.
Oh, that's how it is. I mean, it's the way it's always going to be that way. It's like,
Well, I mean, that's the fact.
I
They've
got what
already
I
chosen
wanted.
the name.
Now I got to go find something else to bitch about.
Yeah,
And
they've already chosen the name. I'm like, why not call it 29? There are signs all up and down Lee Highway, all up and down, that say the 29th Infantry Division. Why don't just call it that? Just call it Route 29 and be done with it. You have to assign if you're going to take Lee Highway away from it. And I don't necessarily care, except I grew up here, and it's always been Lee Highway. It's a landmark. Where are you? Lee Highway. 4100 block Lee Highway. That's where the store is over there. Oh, okay. 5200 is where the restaurant is. Know exactly where I am on that highway all the way through Fairfax, which is a much bigger county. And I'm just we're going to change it because some people are whining. And they're being they're going to be sensitive and change it. They already changed the name of the high school from Washington Lee High School.
I'm sorry.
This is a county. This is a county that tried to destroy the planetarium. Nobody wanted destroyed. The county was like, "Well, we're going to build a new education building there," and I'm like, "Yeah, right, education. The one where the planetarium is." And it's like I told you guys about it. It's like a freestanding planetarium. Looks like a big bosom. And the county was like, no, we voted on it unless there's no money for it, unless you guys come up with the money. And the citizens were all like, hey, planetarium, save the planetarium. In a week, we had the money. In a week, the citizens just found the money and were like, hey, here's your damn money. And the county was like, man, damn, my plans. It's kind of like the same stuff we talk about with with what's going on with the writing. It's like they wanted so badly to put their name on some kind of precious mandate so they can say, "Look what I've done," even though nobody wants it done.
Right.
And the citizens just rose up and were like, "Nah, dude, you're not taking that. We all went to school going there, looking at this thing. It's incredible. Have you ever been there, Mr. County Board, Miss County Board?" "Well, we've seen it when we were talking about how to demolish it and find a way to put people stackers there to increase our tax base." And we were like, "Screw your tax base. It goes up anyway." It's like one of the most expensive places in the country to live right now. This really is almost on par with New York, except I have a yard and larger property. But you get a nice apartment in New York, you'd be paying about the same thing.
Wow.
My son's up. I can hear him. No, I mean I can hear him and Mom arguing. Don't have to put them.
Sorry.
Don't have to put them in corners. Now I'm looking at.
You know what you need to do now, NB, is get a sign for each corner. That's your corner. That's your corner. Go.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sauce ain't gonna make a difference.
Okay, I hear Mama pray.
You know, stuff like that.
I agree, Eastland, with the last two things that you said. I just looked at the chat. Yeah, they're that's right. They're not building up anything. I guess they want to rip it down before they begin building it up, but I'm afraid of what they might build if modern snowflake culture prevails. I'm afraid of what it's going to be. Loving Avenue. God, man, I can't believe they're. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take some Lee Highway signs before they do that. I've already got a couple. I didn't actually steal them. Cars hit them. The street signs. Cars hit them eventually, and when I see one on the ground, I keep it.
Yeah.
Sure. I have an Appalachian Highway sign. It's on the ground.
I had I used to have a stop sign that was removed by the city, and they left it. They replaced it with a new stop sign, and they left it. It was sitting there for 2 days. I said, "Oh fuck it, I'm going to take it."
Yeah, I almost I have a bunch of the official fire department parking only signs with the little sticker on it making it official.
Yeah.
But I just have those in my basement. I didn't take those. I mean, I took them, but they weren't posted on signposts or anything. I had access to them, and I thought that'd be really funny parked in my I pointed in my driveway, but also I could just use it as a joke when somebody parks somewhere I don't want. Just put it up there.
Oh, wouldn't it be funny though to have a restaurant that you went to and then just to accidentally leave one of those on a building,
like in their parking? Yeah. Did you ever see? Oh, it was called Get Smart Again. It was after the nude bomb. It was the Get Smart, another second Get Smart movie.
Right.
And,
no, I never saw it.
Anyway, if you like to Get Smart, it's definitely worth seeing. It's stupid comedy. It's hilarious. But one of his tricks is because he's so cheap. Oh, you know who else is in that movie? Is John Delancey. Q is in that. Anyway, so one of his tricks, because he's so cheap, is he pulls up into a fire zone to park, and he gets out from his trunk. He has this roll that's perfectly sized to a curb. So the curb's painted red, and he puts this thing over it that's like kind of vinyl that just looks like a regular curb. I was like, that's brilliant.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
He unrolled it and tore it off like paper towel, and It was like heavy vinyl and slapped it on the curb because he's too cheap to pay for a meter to go to Control. Good movie, actually. I mean, as dumb as it is, it's a good movie.
Well, there are good movies that are just they can be dumb, but you know.
But I always thought it was interesting about Get Smart, though, is because Get Smart was, even though voiced by Don Adams, Inspector Gadget, uh, Inspector Gadget, the animated one, but it was voiced by him, had the little girl and her dog like solved everything, and he was just clueless the entire time. He was like, he might as well have been Mr. Magoo.
Right.
And I just, because I watched that, I saw Get Smart way, like back when I was watching Star Trek TOS, like they were kind of on one after the other. So I was already watching that. And then, when Inspector Gadget came on, I'm like, okay, it's voiced by him and it's pretty, it's kind of cool. But realizing what an oaf, an idiot he is, and then going back to Get Smart, thinking, remembering that, going, he's kind of an idiot. And he's not. He actually really has his stuff together. He knows exactly what's going on. Even though he's silly about it, but he does know what's going on around him, like if somebody's shooting at him or something. I love that. Actually, I just, it's funny. I actually just saw the case for that movie while I was looking for Christmas movies for today.
And what agenda today?
Well, I start with, I'm going to get it out of the way because my wife doesn't like it. I consider Brazil a Christmas movie. I told you guys this because it happens over Christmas and everybody says Happy Christmas, even though it's just not at all about Christmas and it's just a mind fuck of a movie. But I'm going to start with that, and then I'm going to go to Blackadder's Christmas Special and Christmas Vacation, of course. But that's one I'm going to save for the wife. And that's the only ones I really, really have planned. There's some other movies that aren't Christmas related that I associate with Christmas because I remember either getting them for Christmas or seeing them for the first time around it. Like, strangely, not Christmas at all. Equilibrium, fucking great movie. But
it is a great movie.
I got that around Christmas. Probably it was after Mom died, so that must have been 2007 or 8. And so to me, it reminds me of Christmas, even though it has nothing to, not even a mention, nothing to, there's not even snow, it's like nothing to do with it, but it reminds me of it. Yeah. It's a personal attachment. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure I have a massive collection of music. Definitely our favorite Christmas album is Airmen of Note doing Christmas.
Dave G. Sound having
some music. Yeah.
Audio. Yeah. That's cool.
The Airmen of Note, the Air Force Jazz Band doing their Christmas specials. Effing cool. If you guys ever want to go to that, if they're around, they're free. All you have to do is get a ticket, and you just sign on and get a ticket. They're totally free to go to. Just dress up. But
here's a good movie for you.
What's that?
It's a good Christmas movie. It's a war movie. It takes place during World War I. I'm sure you guys have heard the story about how the Christmas truce was called one night during World War I.
Yeah.
This movie is based on it. It's called Joe X Noel.
Say it again.
Joe X Noel. It's basically, I believe, the French way of saying Merry Christmas. But okay. I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat and how it's spelled. It's made in 2005. It's a World War One. It's a World War One movie, and it's very,
greetings,
very
Mountains
good.
of Elysium.
It is a very touching movie.
It's in English?
Parts of it are in English.
Okay.
It's some English, some French, some German.
Okay.
Because it's the British, the French, and the Germans, obviously.
Yeah.
So I believe those are the three main things. So yeah, you're gonna have some of it in German, but you know, you know the guy's singing Silent Night in German. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
obvious.
Yeah.
You kind of know the song, but it's a very good movie. It's about 2 hours long. It's a very touching movie. Unfortunately, it does have a bit of a sad ending because you know the truce ends, but still,
Yeah.
you know, it was for a little moment these people got to be human again.
Yeah.
It's a very
Didn't Paul
heartwarming
McCartney
movie.
do a music video where he kind of did that as well? I think there was a music video he did where it was basically kind of the same thing, and the guys get out and they play soccer and have fun, and then the truce ends, with a couple shells falling, and they all run back to their own trenches. I can't remember the name of the song for it though.
I know Garth Brooks did a song about that.
Hmm.
He did one too. I can't think of the name of it, but it is based on that day. Yeah, it was an unofficial.
Oh, that's right.
In
There was.
1914, an unofficial Christmas truce on the Western Front.
Okay, now
Yeah.
let me say that. Tell me how you said that again, please. That name.
Elihu?
The movie? No, the
Oh.
indie.
Joex Noel.
Joyeux Noel.
I can't do a French accent.
Yeah.
Joy.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
I would think
Joyeux. Yeah.
Well,
Joseph.
you know, if my wife,
Joy.
my wife could do the French thing, so she could say it. But
hello, not Ryan Johnson.
hello, not Ryan Johnson. Thank God you're not Ryan Johnson. Nobody likes Ryan Johnson.
No, that's right. And yes, Merry Christmas to you, Mountains. And good morning, LDG. Even though you're kind of a Grinch.
What's that, Captain? You want me to sing Merry Christmas?
Huh?
Did you say you want me to sing Merry Christmas?
You know what? What the hell? Sing
No,
it.
I was joking. Damn it, you called my bluff. Son of a bitch.
Come on, Joe, sing it.
I don't have anything up. It's too early.
How are you a Grinch? Because you were being mean to Deej last night just because the one woman
Deej was the Grinch.
Deej legitimately took a package that was on the shelf that
legitimately stole a package.
No, if the woman had really wanted it, if the woman had really wanted
her
it,
baby,
she would have put it in her cart.
She was
that
calling her husband to
practice.
See if they could afford
no.
$19.99. She was gonna forego her medication that month so that they could buy this last Baby Yoda doll for their little child.
Oh,
and
bullshit.
Deej swooped in and stole it, and then knowing he was doing wrong, he hid it intentionally so she couldn't even know it was him, because God forbid she asked him, "Please, sir, may you just open your cold heart and let me have this Baby Yoda doll," and he wouldn't even give her that chance. By hiding it, he knew what he was doing.
If she had had a brain in her head, and if she was really set on getting that damn Baby Yoda, she would have put it in her cart.
You're making her child pay for her own
stupidity. Stupidity. If she wanted it, she should have put it in her cart. If she couldn't afford it, or if her husband or whoever was on the phone said, no, we can't really get it right now, she should have put it right back on the shelf. Until you put it in the cart. If you don't claim it, not yours. So she might have been standing in front of it. No. For all we know, she was calling about something totally different. We don't know.
Deej said she was calling about the doll. unless Deej was lying, which, he might be a thief and a liar.
Was that? So that's that doll that
How?
was going on, the kind of creepy one that he was playing with. I guess this is what that's all about.
Yeah, the baby Yoda, whatever
Yeah.
the hell you want to call it.
Yeah. It's not a doll; it's an action figure.
Oh hell no, I don't like Beck. That is one artist I never could get into. I never liked Beck.
Oh,
Of course, I can't stand Bruce Springsteen either.
Me either.
no.
He's got to be he was one of the most overrated singers of the 80s.
I think so. I still think so. It's like everybody's, oh, it's Jersey, man. It's all Bruce, and it's like, well, whatever. I guess. I mean, I guess everybody in Jersey likes that. That's fine. Good for you. Enjoy it. I don't like it. I don't see. I agree. I think it's overrated. I've
If
talked with
I'm
some
thinking
sound engineers.
Jersey, if I'm thinking Jersey and I'm thinking artists, Bon Jovi's the one that's going to come to my mind first.
There you go.
Bon
Fine.
You're
Jovi's going
all
to come to my
wrong.
mind first
What?
Yeah, we
before.
Frank
are.
Sinatra.
Oh
Okay, Frank Sinatra.
You're saying
another
Frank
good-
Sinatra's overrated?
no.
No, if you're thinking an artist that comes from New Jersey, it's Frank Sinatra first.
That is true. And no, Frank Sinatra will never be overrated. I think it's humanly impossible.
Where is it that I just heard this? It was a story about him. God, where was it? It was a story where he was aging, and I guess it was an interview, and on the radio, and he was aging, and he was singing, and basically, oh, I remember. It was a photographer that had toured with all kinds of people like the Sex Pistols and Frank Sinatra, and he would follow them as part of their group, their entourage, and do the photography. And there was a night when Frank, after aging, forgot the words and kind of stopped, and the orchestra played for a bit and kind of stopped, and he turned away from the audience, and the guy was telling, he was like, you could see, he was just like almost tears in his eyes, and it was like, I'm sorry, everyone. And the photographer was like, I think this is it. I think he's going to call it. And some guy in the back of the auditorium stood up and was like, don't worry about it, Frank, we love you, and started clapping, and everybody started applauding slowly, and just overwhelmingly brought his spirits back up, and he went right into Mac the Knife and totally killed it. And that was a cool, inspiring story that I heard. But I guess not so much for forgetting the lyrics, but the fact that he was brought back from just basically wanting to walk off because he forgot, and he was like, I let down the audience, and the audience was like, nah, dude.
James Andrew Morrison. I never liked Bob Dylan either. He always sounded like his singing always sounds like he's holding his nose.
He one of the guys that I worked with was on tour with him as a roadie, and traditionally you get a bonus at the end of the tour, and yeah, you can see where this is coming. So Bob wore backstage, he wore this black hoodie sweatshirt all the time.
And Mountains, I want to say one reason that the YouTube Grinch found a heart is because big channels, and I mean bigger than even Doomcock, were raising a bitch fit.
So what was going on?
Nobody could post links in chats.
Yeah, I
Nobody.
remember that.
Okay, apparently now that's been lifted. Hopefully.
So some of the people with the few million subs probably got a little pissy.
Exactly.
And the few 100,000 subs, I mean, yeah,
It's
they.
like,
I mean, what did they expect? Did they? Oh, it's just 100 subs, 200. What you didn't think the bigger people were going to notice this?
exactly. Because they rely on their moderators to drop links because they can't. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
when you
Yeah,
got
when you're someone.
20,000 in your chat, fuck that. Links are for the mods to do.
Well, when you have someone like Doomcock, Gary, or Jeremy, yeah, they've got to have mods because I mean, look at a Friday Night Frolic. What's the average on that? 9,000 people watching. The chat's
4 to
scrolling like a
5,000.
freaking stock market thing.
Well, and you're going to have.
Yeah, it is.
Even though I never watched the channel, you're going to have, PewDiePie. Do you honestly think he's going to have time to drop a fucking link?
Oh no, I remember when he started struggling. I remember when he was at like 4 or 5,000 and then he got up to 10, 15, 20, 30, 40. And then, their platform, him and Gary both, their platforms had to start changing. They went from kind of doing more one-on-one stuff like we were doing together. They used to have a few more private parties and stuff, but they had to, get away from a lot of that because they got too busy because their channels just blew up. So yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, shit. You get a super chat. Okay, so super chat shows up on Loki's channel. Yeah, he's of course got time to respond to it. I've seen certain channels, like for example, Doomcock's so big right now that sometimes he'll actually do specials to catch up with all the super chats he didn't get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there are certain ones that I've seen Doomcut do because they were particular people.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. Oh, and here's this. He may have skipped over 3 other people and got back to them later. But, let's say Bionic Belly Button. Bionic Belly Button. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
we all kind of remember that one.
She drops a super chat. Boom. He's on it.
Oh yeah, some like I used to get called out a little regularly back in the early days, but then, he blew up, got a lot bigger, and I got less interested and less active. And I went other places. Still good guy, occasionally talk to him, occasionally shoot him something now and again, but as far as talking, as far as him and me shooting a DM every so often, those are long since gone. But I mean, also these guys are doing this Doomcock's pretty much doing this as his income.
Yeah.
And Jeremy the same way, Gary pretty much the same. And I mean, hey, if you can pull it off, more power to you.
Yeah. So you're going to have the large channels, and they're actually medium, to be quite honest.
Yeah, their channels are medium by standard.
But you're going to have the large channels that were going, excuse me, you did what? Oh, well, let me move, because these are people that they could easily move to DLive or other platforms and say, fuck you, YouTube. And you're talking thousands of dollars that YouTube would lose because they get a 30% cut.
I'd love to see the boardroom, the planning room. It's like after the powerful ones have spoken, and they're sitting there in YouTube. Whose brilliant idea was this? Oh, I hit the wrong button. I didn't mean to, ma'am.
Yeah, you might want to fix that, Bob. Yeah, Bob, I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday and unfuck this thing you did. Yeah, so that'd be good. And yeah, if you don't get it done by Saturday, yeah, Bob, don't bother coming in on Sunday.
Which
Or
we need
ever.
you to come in for.
Yeah, Bob, if you don't get this fixed by Saturday, you won't be needed until Monday. You can pick up your box.
I'm Clark. He's Bob.
The most subscribed YouTube channels in 2019 is number one is I called T Series with 111 million subscribers. I don't even know what that is. I'm assuming these are professional. Well, WWE is number 7. And Justin Bieber. What does Justin Bieber need a YouTube channel for?
Because there are people that like him.
No, I mean, I understand there are people who like him. I'm just surprised he has a YouTube channel. You think he'd make enough money without it?
Well, actually, he started on YouTube.
Oh, I did not know
Did
that.
he really? I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yep.
Huh.
He started on YouTube. Then he got well known by whoever, and then that's how he got his contracts. So yeah, he started on YouTube.
Ah, well, okay. I did not know that.
You suck, YouTube.
Yeah, thanks for that, YouTube. Thanks, YouTube. Now I have another reason to despise you. Actually, I'll give the kid credit. I will give the kid credit. At least after he got roasted, he at least came out and said, okay, I'm sorry for being a fucking stupid ass teenager. But it's like, I can't say I can totally blame him. I mean, you give what, a 12, 13-year-old a couple of $1 million contracts, girls are throwing their panties at you and stuff. What do you think the kid's going to do? It's probably went to his head.
Yeah.
I don't think too many I'm fairly confident that would
Yeah.
have happened to probably
of
most
course.
of us.
Sure. But there's this interesting thing in the industry called recoupment. You think that limo was free, boy? That's coming out of your pay. But I haven't sold any records yet. Don't worry, you will. When you do, you won't be seeing a nickel.
Well, then
So
how am I
that
going to make
limo's
my
paid
money?
for.
Get your ass out there and tour. That's how you make your money.
Right?
We make our money by
Well, let me get that bus. Let me get that big bus. Yeah, let me get that big bus that everybody else has with the satellite wrapped up. It says the Beeb. It's like, yeah, sure, no problem. Anything you want. You're gonna pay for it. You're not paying for it now. We're quote unquote paying for it, but we're gonna recoup it out of your sales, and there will be sales. So when he gets that check for $16.80 at the end of his tour, he can't bitch about it. You think that plate of Coke was free? Yeah, sure, I can get it for you, but you have to understand it costs. Oh, I thought it was part of the deal. Where in the contract did it say plate of Coke? I don't know if he did that or not. I shouldn't even say that. I don't know if he did that or not. I assume he did. I don't know.
Of course you mean a tray of cans of Coca-Cola, I'm sure, because
Well, what did you think I was talking about?
Like, see,
damn. Jeez.
I automatically went to the tray of Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
So the number one subscribed to channel on YouTube is this series is called T Series, and it's India's largest music label. And considering India does have the second highest population in the world, I could honestly see why that you'd have a big number of subscribers. Probably a lot of them from India and around the world.
Hated doing Bollywood stuff. Hated it passionately.
Bollywood stuff?
Bollywood.
Why'd you have to do Bollywood stuff?
Why did you?
Because they paid. Because All right, it's the fake smile, head shaking, looking. It's like Irish dancing, only different. Because they all have the same smile, and they look like zombies. It's terrifying, and they shake their heads from side to side while they're dancing, and the entire cast has to dance like for a long, long time. The music wasn't bad, just and then the attitudes, man, they really were prima donnas, all of them. And then you know what? It bled into the at Lisner Auditorium. It bled into the student culture. So the student Indian groups would try to do Bollywood shows, and they would have attitudes like they were some kind of shit because they saw the other people acting that way, and we had to set them straight pretty fast. It's like, well, first of all, since we're attached to the university, you signed up to use the place. You're not actually buying it from us. So we had to tolerate the student activities, and they had to do the CI, the colonial inauguration there, and we had to do that instead of have like, you know, well, we did have other stuff. Like McCartney used it as a warm-up spot before he played Verizon Center because it only held 1,500 people. But so we got free McCartney show just for the stagehands. But instead of having something like that, we would have to do the entrance for all the students that didn't want to be there, half asleep, listening to basically symposia about what to expect and how great it's going to be, and you're part of a family now because your parents are rich and you're. So we had to do that because that's where we were located, but we also got the big names, so that was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, Waiting for Columbus, Little Feat was recorded there. That was way before my time. But actually, yeah, I told you that. I won't tell you any more stories until later. There's a lot.
Okay.
Well, just I have so many, and I don't want to take up the whole time.
It doesn't bother me.
And you know how I am.
You like
I'll grab onto something, and
I'm glad you're back. Elihu, who? Come on up. You can't tell me you can't find the link because I know it's pinned. Just found a very bad cam bootleg of WW84. Yeah. Lord.
Who's this guy? PewDiePie. Okay. I guess this guy was number one for a long time.
PewDiePie was number one for a long time.
I don't even know who this is. I've never seen their stuff, but, you know, hey.
So PewDiePie?
Yeah, it's just more curiosity than anything else.
I've never seen it, heard of it. That's about it.
Yeah, heard of it.
I think that he's involved with games, right?
I guess, I don't know. I literally looked it up here. Let's see. It said he's moved to number 4 on the list, and they said he could be considered a controversial figure.
Ooh.
I'm like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Your definition of controversial is very different from mine.
Yeah. All right, we've got Elihu.
Maybe it's because he doesn't have a pronoun.
Hey guys, I just want to give you a heads up. Watch out! There's a troll in the chat. It's going by Anti-Trekker.
Hey,
who let that troll in? Okay, who let this Anti-Trekker troll in? I
have no idea. I saw this guy. I'm like, oh great, we got another troll here.
And
does this guy even have a Twitter account? I bet he doesn't even have a channel.
The link posted or pinned in the chat,
and it went through the second. It went through the second time you posted. By the way, it's working. I had to let you know that. Sorry.
You can't say I'm not sending you the link. Not only that, I don't remember if I sent you the link today or not. I know I did yesterday.
I also noticed I saw an Anti-Trekker video the other day, I'm
He
not
post,
sure, but I think he's been replaced by an evil twin because I noticed his hair was a little shorter.
yeah, this anti-tracker posted his Christmas video this morning.
So is this like the evil twin instead of the mustache? It's the short hair.
It's the Mirror Universe. It's the Mirror Michael.
Ah, it's the Mirror Universe anti-Trek. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean he's positive Trekker?
We got a Mirror positive. Mirror Michael. He's positive this time. He's not a negative guy.
Oh my God. I am not an evil clone.
Just checking.
Well, Django Fett basically technically did get some evil clones, so maybe he could have been in that pool.
Look, the only one of us that could possibly be a clone would have to have, say, a serial number in their name. Like, I don't know, Bird O Prey 5.
Hey, I'm not the one on trial here.
Where's Bird O Prey
Francis
1
7.
through 4?
That's evil.
Bird of Prey 1 through 4
Francis
were
Six.
not
Not entirely successful.
Not entirely successful. Bird of Prey 5 is.
Bad clones.
Bird of Prey 5, the first viable clone. So
Run, runner.
And man, I will tell you, I've been avoiding Twitter like the plague. So, apologize if you've sent me anything on Twitter and I haven't responded. But when I get these occasional waves of hate mail on Twitter, I just kind of walk away from it for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm in the middle of one of those waves because of what Nerdrotic said, and so now I got to deal with that.
Okay, what did he say? I don't listen to him.
What did Gary do this time?
He basically on a Doomcock live stream said that I was dishonest. And here's the problem. Now, first of all, while I disagree with what Gary was saying, I know he didn't. That's not particularly inflammatory language. No. But I also know that the followers of Nerdrotic and Doomcock and stuff will sometimes say, if Doomcock says, I don't entirely agree with that, all of a sudden you're getting death threats from people because Doomcock said that, right? That's just the way that these insane followers are. And
Anthony Trevor, one of the things I had to leave, one of the reasons I left the Discord and the Patreon for Doomcock and things like that is because of mainly things I had some people that when that channel was very new and very low, I had some people I got along with real great, but then slowly it started becoming like, I'm like, I'm not interested in hearing this. Okay, it's like, look, I've heard this rumor 6 times already. I don't need to hear it again. I'm not interested in this. And you'd have thought I'd lost my shit. It's like, come on, man, it's Discovery's getting canceled. I'm like, okay, I'll believe it when they. Right
when CBS takes it off the docket, then it's canceled.
Yeah. Until then, I'm like,
Doctor Who's dead.
Well, here's the problem, and this is not a Doomcock / Gary thing. This is just a Fandom Menace problem. Is that they get so obsessed with these rumors and speculations that they forget about the truth that's staring them in the face. And like, for example, and this is something I was actually doing a little bit of looking around today at some of the various people I know in the Fandom Menace to kind of gauge what the reaction to the Mandalorian finale has been. Because, of course, most of us who have half a brain thought it was the best Star Wars we've had since 1983. And, and so I was very curious to see what they would think, right? So my good friends over at Midnight's Edge, okay, they're going to talk about it. No, what they're talking about now is this rumored missing story treatment for Episode 8. That's what the movie would have originally been if not for it being hijacked by Rian Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy. And I'm like, dude, why are we not singing the praises of The Mandalorian? Now, they did at the end of the video say, yeah, it's really a shame because Mandalorian is a show that's actually giving fans what they want. That's all they said about it. And it's like, come on, guys. If we don't start singing the praises of The Mandalorian, then we're never going to get it again.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And that's what makes me mad about it, is that, guys, we've got to tell them, good job here. Because if we're sitting there just, still crucifying Kathleen Kennedy years after she's done anything, but and ignoring the good stuff,
then we're never going to get more good stuff. And it's just that's really frustrating. But yeah, so Gary basically someone super chatted Doomcock, I guess, and the super chat had to do with my review of Terra Firma Part 2, where I said F this show, right? Because you know, calling the Guardian Forever Carl. Yeah. I'm just
I agree. Wow.
Right. So and so Doomcock read it, you know, the words of the anti-trekker, F this show, but he didn't say F. And so then Gary steps in and is like, well, wait a minute. I thought Anti-Trekker had been, or no, Doomcock actually said, I thought Anti-Trekker had been kind of soft on this stuff. And so they started talking about it a little bit because they don't understand. And granted, I know they're kind of insulated now by their success. And this is a problem when you have massive success, is that and I don't expect them to watch my videos. They don't have time for it, just like I don't have time to watch all their stuff. But what happens is they just assume, because I sometimes give credit where credit is due. If I see something good on Discovery, I'm going to say it. And so whenever I do something like that, like, for example, when I defended certain aspects of Rise of Skywalker, saying this was not the worst movie ever made, yeah, the editing was terrible. Yeah, the pacing was off. JJ was trying to cobble together something because of what Rian Johnson did to the story. People say it was a desperate grab at trying to save the story. Yes, it was, because that's what he was left with. And I applaud JJ for trying, even if he didn't entirely succeed. I still didn't give it a glowing review. I gave it a 6 out of 10, which in my opinion is just slightly better than watching paint dry. You know, but
hang on, Willie G.
Well, the way that when I rate movies, and so a 5 out of 10 means paint dry or watch this is a coin toss. Right? A 4 out of 10 means I'd rather watch paint dry. So now it's a negative experience to watch the movie. A 6 out of 10 means I'd rather watch the movie than paint dry. So it's better than nothing, right?
5 out of 10 means it was made. That's it.
Yeah.
They made it.
Exactly.
That's 5 out of 10.
So the two movies that I've given a 6 out of 10 that I've gotten flack from these guys on is Rise of Skywalker and Captain Marvel. Because Captain Marvel, look, I think that Brie Larson was terrible in the movie, but also I don't think it was Brie Larson's fault, because that's the way the director wanted her character to be, was stoic and wooden, which was a bad idea. But there are also elements of the movie that I enjoyed.
You can't blame a star for bad directing and bad writing.
Right. But the problem is that a lot of people had already decided Captain Marvel was the worst movie ever because of Brie Larson, when Brie Larson's personal political crap has nothing to do with the movie. And I think that's... Yes, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm not trying to hijack your stream, Captain.
No. It's not my stream. It's Captain's. One of the biggest things, I got a ton of shit for Captain Marvel not because I thought Brie Larson did a good job. No, I don't think she did a good job. But I was hearing a lot of people constantly saying, oh, this is SJW. You know, they're acting like these snobby women and this. I said, no. I said, this is actually true. I said, in the 90s, and I said, guys, I was in the military during this time frame. I know how women were treated in certain fields by men. I'm going to be the first one to admit, I was in an infantry unit, and we talk shit about women Marines. And yes, you had women, they had to act a certain way to get the same respect. And yes, men would treat them like shit, like pilots or certain fields. It did happen, and that was the way it was back then. So that was actually accurate.
Oh, I'll do you one better. I was in the Army in the mid-'80s, before the days that women were even allowed into combat units at all. And you know, before Don't Ask, Don't Tell, they did ask, and if you answered incorrectly, you were gone. And so, you know, that I do remember those days, and I don't have a problem if a movie is set in that era of accurately reflecting that. I agree. I think a fighter pilot in the 90s, female, she's gonna definitely have you know, a bunch of a deck stacked against her. That's what I'm trying to think of. And So that I didn't have a problem with. Where I had a problem with the movie was the idea that they make her have like no emotion whatsoever, and then everybody's constantly telling her how she's overly emotional. And you
Yeah,
know,
that was.
that was stupid. And it's like people, and here's the thing, people were like making fun of or trying to say it was SJW because Samuel L. Jackson was sitting there holding the cat. Look, Samuel Jackson is not a superhero. He's the normal guy who's a badass, but he's way out of his league when he's dealing with photon blasts and shape-shifting aliens. You know, and this was his first exposure to this stuff. And yeah, then he's got a cat that can, you know, completely consume a person, and he's like, "Okay, I'm just going to hold the cat in front of me because that's better than any gun." And I thought it was hilarious.
I like that part. Like,
Samuel L. Jackson, though.
Yeah. Now, I will say I thought that the cat scratching his eye was really bad. But
yes, that was really lame.
You know, they should have left it with the initial eye injury that, you know, because remember, he got hurt in the eye at the beginning of the film.
Yeah.
And that should have been it. It should have gotten infected or something because, you know, maybe because he got hit by some scroll weaponry and a just alien something got in his eye, you know.
He said he lost his eye because he trusted someone.
Right, because what? He trusted a cat? You know,
like
Well, he is a spy, so lying
cat
does
scratch
come.
fever.
Right, yeah.
Hey, remember, he is a spy, so lying is second nature to them.
That I know, but still, that was dumb. There were some dumb things about the movie.
I agree. That was
Yeah.
a dumb thing. When
But
you mentioned
it's
Tracker,
6 out of 10. Not a glowing review. Not a horrifically bad film either, though. Good.
when you were talking about, okay, so Friday, I wake up. I realize Mandalorian, the season finale's going. I hit Twitter real quick. I was checking to see if Captain Trek had shot his link out. And I already started to see, something Mandalorian. I was like, okay, something happened. I'm like, I shut off my computer. I'm like, okay, I got to watch it because obviously shit's going to get spoiled. And I watched it. And overall, I'm enjoying the episode completely. I'm really, really enjoying it. And, then we get the big reveal and, the X-Wing pops in and I'm kind of like, no way. I'm thinking Ezra's going to show up. I'm thinking Dave Filoni. Ezra would be the most likely person.
I was actually thinking Ahsoka because we have already seen her this season.
Yes, but Ahsoka did not identify as a Jedi. That's why would Ahsoka show up?
She kind of did.
She didn't, she offered to train the child and then reneged on that. So she did kind of accept the mantle of Jedi. She is a trained Jedi, even if she's not a member of the Jedi, exclusive secret handshake.
The Jedi
so
Order.
We get the and we get the reveal, and it's like, okay, you see the robe. I'm thinking, okay, did Ezra? I'm like, okay, it's not Ahsoka. It's most likely Ezra Bridger, and then we start seeing the fight style, and I'm watching it, and I'm kind of like, this looks a little more Luke than Ezra's fighting style, but I wouldn't let myself believe it until, even when I saw the green lightsaber, it wasn't until I saw his hand with the green lightsaber and the glove that I lost my shit, and I was like, this is going to be Luke Skywalker.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it real well. I loved how they did it. I loved the emotion. I spent a 2-hour video on it with Jack Beers where I said, we need to remember there was a very emotional point where Baby Yoda, Din Djarin takes off his helmet for the first time for this child to see him. And this is the second time he's violated that rule for this child.
I don't think he violated the rule.
Yeah.
I don't think he. I don't know. His whole point, his mission was his journey was to take the child back to his people. He did that. Luke showed up. That's his people. His mission's over. He realized like he's been around a lot of Mandalorians who've been removing the helmets. He's like, okay, my way is basically not the only way. He's actually realizing this, removing his helmet in the mess hall, removing his helmet in front of Goku. My journey's over.
And I mean, it's very, and it was very emotional, and it was powerful, and it was built up over 16 episodes in 2 seasons, and we got a complete emotional story arc with great characters that they used sparingly, but when they used them real well. And then we get this emotional high, and then we get this emotional finish. And, I was like, I got on Twitter, and I was like, Dave Filoni, Job Favreau, Mark Hamill, yada, yada. I'm like, I just said, thank you.
Mhm.
And I'm seeing a lot of good stuff, and then of course I'm seeing a lot of dislike, and it's like, well, I'm not going to like this because it's going to, eventually we're going to get this in the sequels. I'm like, why don't you just enjoy the moment and be grateful we're getting something that, it's like, hey, they're actually listening to fans. They're giving you what you've been
Yeah.
asking for. Now,
Yeah, exactly.
show a little bit of, they're trying to get some goodwill here. I mean, for me, Favreau and Filoni have goodwill,
Mhm.
and they're doing nothing but increasing their goodwill.
And that's why I absolutely think that Filoni and Favreau were handed the reins as a direct result of the fan outcry over the last several films. I agree with. I think that Force Awakens had potential. It was. Yeah, I thought that Rey was a little overkill with her abilities at the end of the movie, and I didn't like that she beat Kylo Ren in their first encounter. Now, I will say this for the Midnight's Edge. I don't know if you've seen their video on this story treatment that supposedly has come to the surface. That was JJ's original concept for Episode 8. If true, it would make a lot of sense because the story treatment basically had Luke in the first act of Episode 8. Luke explained to Rey that the only reason that she was able to do the stuff that she did at the end of The Force Awakens was because he was actually enhancing her abilities remotely. So Luke was basically subconsciously training her. And he had been guiding her life for a significant amount of time to get her to this particular situation so that she could help him to stop the dark side. And he also, by the way, had the original story treatment apparently had Ahsoka in it as well. And they were going to have the big confrontation was actually going to be at Ahch-To, the planet that Luke was hiding on. So it was an interesting idea, and it would have explained, because that's the big problem with Last Jedi, is that all of a sudden Rey went from just being overpowered to full on Mary Sue. And not only that, all of a sudden every female character became a Mary Sue. And it's like, wait, and then, then they do the Haldo thing, and I'm like, who the heck is this chick? Where's Admiral Akbar? What are they doing? And it just got worse and worse and worse as they went down the rabbit holes. But the fans, of course, got really pissed off. The fandom menace was born. Heck, my channel grew because of my review of The Last Jedi. That's the first thing that kind of put my channel on the map. And there's this huge outcry about how Star Wars was dead. And so Bob Iger, who, his whole philosophy at Disney, and this is what a lot of people miss, is his whole philosophy at Disney is we acquire these studios, we let them continue to do what they do, but we fund them, and then we collect all the revenue from the millions and billions that they make. And so the let me see. So all of a sudden Iger's like, oh crap, Star Wars is bleeding money. We had our first bomb with Solo. What are we going to do? Well, let's bring in some fresh blood. And hey, Filoni, Star Wars. Hey, Favreau, you've started off the MCU pretty darn well. Let's get you guys together and see what you can come up with. And then, bam, we have The Mandalorian.
Yes, and I was, I'll be one of the first ones to say, I was very skeptical of what The Mandalorian was going to be, but I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a shot. And I know I had this, I think I was still following Gary a lot back then. I know Gary was doing reviews, and he hated the music. Me, I fell in love with the music almost right away. I'm like, this is
the music of The Mandalorian?
Yes, the sci-fi western kind of hybrid that they do. I loved it. To me, it was awesome.
I think that, and in fact, there are moments as far as the musical cues in The Mandalorian. I think there are moments that I think are maybe. And the funny thing is, it's those moments when they try to sound like typical Star Wars, when they try to make a big orchestral movement. I don't think that works. I think it works better when you just have that whatever that wind instrument they use is. I don't know what it is.
It's an oboe.
Is that an oboe? Okay, but yeah, when they're just the very simple melodic Western type beats, I think are great. It's
Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. I need to go downstairs to put some quarters in the dryer.
All right.
No, and hello, old media guy. Just wanted to say welcome.
Hey,
to
how's everything going?
Going well.
Old media guys. I mean, there's someone older than me. Awesome.
No, old media.
Old media. Old media.
I'm the old media guy who's perpetually 39.
I thought you were old and a media guy.
Well, let's just say that the Civil War history books were all wrong because I was there.
See, that's better.
That's better, yeah.
See, I old media guy. You can agree with this one when we were talking about this before. Sometimes it's like, look, we're not asking you for much. Just make good stories. We're not asking you to try to make the next Citizen Kane. Okay, stop trying to do shit like that. You're not going to make another Citizen Kane. It's too much of a masterpiece. It stands the test of time. Just give us a show, let it go, and let us decide. Because when Citizen Kane was made, let's be honest, it was not going to. Nobody thought it was going to be one of the greatest movies ever made.
Well, here's the problem, though, and this is something that Hollywood makes this mistake over and over and over. You cannot intentionally make the greatest movie ever made. It has to just organically happen.
Yes.
And so like and that's true. Like almost every movie that is considered truly a great film, most of the time the producers, the directors, they just set out to make the best movie they could make. They weren't sitting there thinking this is going to be the greatest film of all time, you know, and so then. When they say, no, we need to make a movie that's important, that has a deep social message, that is going to be the greatest movie of all time. Rian Johnson, you're our man. And we end up with The Last Jedi. You know, when the social commentary should flow organically from the situation, not be the reason for the situation. And unfortunately, that's something that the writers are beginning to forget in Hollywood. There are still some good writers out there, but
there are people that set out to make the greatest movie of all time. They just don't do it.
Right.
My first thought was Waterworld.
Yeah.
You know, they thought that was going to be just huge and just they had the biggest floating set of all time that I know of. That's about it.
Time, yes, it was.
Yeah, and that's about it.
And the funny thing is
like... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, even directors that have a great reputation for making great movies, like I think about James Cameron, right? So James Cameron has made some great movies in his career. However, when he was like, okay, now I'm going to make truly the greatest movie of all time, and he makes Avatar. And honestly, the only reason that Avatar made so much money was because the visual effects were such a spectacle. We've never seen anything like that. So now when Avatar 2, 10 years later, Avatar 2 is finally getting into production, it's like 8 years too late, buddy. Avatar 2, I think, is not going to make a ton of money because since Avatar, the level of visual effects of Avatar we've seen 1,000 times over. Hell, we've seen visual effects that good on TV.
Video games,
Right.
Well,
and
let's look at it this way. You bring up a good point. Remember when they did, Matrix, groundbreaking visual effects. By the time they make the second Matrix, we're all kind of like, this has been kind of already ripped off. You were groundbreaking, now you're just trying to make a cash grab, and they really did a piss poor job because we were so invested in like, okay, we're expecting real top of the line graphics, and we got some really bad CGI.
Right. And the funny thing is, like with the Matrix films, the first Matrix movie was just really cool. It was, and honestly, I think that the innovation was, of course, the 360-degree cam that they invented for that movie. So it was able to do those really cool slow down effect shots that we've never seen before. And then they just layered it with a bunch of badasses plugging into a computer game. Okay, great idea. Bam, you got your movie. Throw in some philosophical crap here and there, and wow, everybody's going to be wowed by it. And then and it worked. It was a great combination. The problem is then Matrix 2 comes out, and now it's a group of people who know they're cool. And when you know you're cool, you're not. It's and so and that was the bit, you know. So when we get to the and so like I will tell you, I actually busted out laughing quite literally out loud in the theater watching Matrix 2 when Morpheus jumps over that semi truck because the man had put on like 40 pounds since the first movie. And and granted, I know I'm a fat guy, so I'm not, you know, it would look stupid for me to be jumping over the semi truck, but it just looked asinine, especially since in the first movie they made it very clear that whatever you look like in the Matrix is what you want to look like in the Matrix. So why is it that he wants to look fat now? I don't
know. I came back right at the right time.
Yeah. And so why didn't, you know, and honestly, why didn't the Wachowski siblings, or whatever the hell they call themselves these days, why didn't they just tell Lawrence Fishburne, hey, buddy, we're going to pay you $10 million to make this film, lose a few pounds? You know, because it's not like they don't do that to other actors.
Yeah.
Lawrence Fishburne, he's a fine actor, but he's not freaking Tom Cruise. It's not like he's that level. He, you know, what has he done that's, you know, he's done a few good movies, but he's not like, oh my God, if we lose Lawrence Fishburne, the movie's over. No, you could recast him if you needed to.
Yeah, he's not.
Heck, they did it with the Oracle.
Jackson, Morgan Freeman caliber.
That's right.
Or who am I thinking of? The guy Denzel Washington level.
Mm-hmm. He's just, you know, he's a good actor. He fit the part of Morpheus, but now you are Morpheus XXL, so I think we need to have you trim it back a little bit. And and honestly, this. And the funny thing is that, and I don't know what it is, because he's like the only guy that ever gets away with that. Because, I mean, if you look at, you know, most of the time with men in Hollywood, action stars in particular, they have got to go on these really serious regimens before they make a movie. You know, and it is grueling. I mean, if you look at what these guys go through, it's difficult. And granted, you know, if you were paying me,
lose weight, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And granted, hey, if you're going to pay me $20 million, by the end of next year, I'll look like frickin' Arnold Schwarzenegger. No problem. Right?
Look at Mark Wahlberg from The Sixth Sense. He's struck.
Well, heck, look at Ben Affleck in Batman v Superman.
Oh shit, that's right. That's right.
You know, the hell up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so people, you know, and so that is an absolute requirement. Nowadays, however, oh my God, how dare you talk about Tilly getting fat?
Because she is.
And you know what's funny is
that her role has expanded in the last 2 seasons.
Yes, it certainly has. In fact, it's more than doubled.
Yeah, people complain about Tilly,
people are like, "You're making fat jokes." I'm like, dude, I am fat. I know a lot of people who are fat. Guess what? We get to make fat jokes. Sorry, we got
and you
the
know
fat
what?
ass.
And I'm sorry, you know, no offense, you know, Mary Wiseman, I'm sure she's a perfectly nice person and all that, and but quite frankly, I don't want to turn on my TV and watch unattractive people. And the way that she's ballooned up, her skin has gotten bad. You know, you'd see she's got a bunch of blemishes on her face now and stuff, probably due to whatever is causing the fat problem. And you know, I'm sorry, she's not as attractive to look at anymore. In the first season, okay, you know, even though I hated her character, at least she wasn't hard to look at. Now I hate her character, and she's hard to look at.
Hey, Michael, I got a question for you.
What's that?
Okay, you seem to be, your argument here is basically you don't like somebody who gained weight, but people have that exact same opposite about a dad bod being rocked by Boba Fett.
About what now?
Boba Fett rocking a dad bod.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah. People
tomorrow,
people are shaming
tomorrow.
women. It's like,
First of all, he's an old man. I mean, come
And
on,
it's
he's
Tatooine.
But as far as I mean, there are limitations that you have to work with, and it's just like if you're going to cast Arnold Schwarzenegger today, he's not going to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger from 1984, right? I mean, I think with Tamara, it's just a matter of he's got that voice that we all remember from the prequels, and it was awesome to hear it. But quite frankly, they could have done a body double. You know, if they really wanted him to look like badass Boba Fett, they could have just had a body double and not shown his face in order to make it work. But honestly, I don't have a problem with Boba Fett. Although I think that the armor. Honestly, it's funny because you didn't realize just how kind of not great the Boba Fett armor was until you see it next to the new Mandalorian armor. And you realize
I like the armor. It reminded me of a large action figure. The way the matte green was, the way he just stood there. Like, oh, okay, a 6-foot action figure. Nice doll. That's what
right, but I like the coloration of the, but like for example the you can see too much of his neck, whereas like with Jin or Din you can't see his neck at all. You know, his midsection basically is completely exposed and he's just wearing cloth, whereas with Din he's basically wearing plate armor head to toe. And so I just think that the new Mandalorian armor is much better designed and provides much more protection than the Boba Fett armor.
Well, he did say it's an old armor he got from his father, and Jin did get a lot of best parts of the armor to make new armor.
Right.
Yes, he did.
I'm not saying there aren't reasons for it. I'm just saying that, hey, you know, Boba Fett doesn't quite look as cool as I remembered back in the 1980s.
Right.
Now, I will say, another thing, Michael, that Mandalorian did right was in just 2 episodes, you got more of a story arc, and these are two different seasons apart.
Mm-hmm.
We got a better Stormtrooper story arc out of Bill Burr's character than all of Finn got in 3 movies.
Yeah, and that's really sad because honestly, Finn was the most interesting new character in Force Awakens to me. I really like the idea of the story of a stormtrooper gone good, you know, and unfortunately, I wanted to see more Bill Burr's character as well. While I understand that they can only do so much, but I was really disappointed that he didn't go with them in the final assault because I think that he worked both as a PTSD trooper and as comic relief.
Han Solo was a stormtrooper who went good.
Well, kind of. Well, he wasn't actually a stormtrooper. He was, remember, he was training to be a pilot, but he never wore stormtrooper armor, except for in the original Star Wars as a disguise. So, so Han was not an actual stormtrooper. But he was an Imperial soldier.
I do like how he was like, I don't know how you guys can see in these things.
I love that reference.
Yeah.
I love that throwback.
Yeah, because again, that goes back to Luke saying, "I can't see a thing in this helmet."
Yeah, I can't see it. I can't see it.
I don't know.
I love that throwback. I picked up on that right away.
I love the interaction, but the interaction between Bill Burr's character and that Imperial officer, and you can really see the gears
tension.
Turning. Yes, the tension. You can feel it. You're like, dude, he's gonna kill you if you don't shut up.
Yeah, that's why I like that subtle thing when he has helmet off. He's like, turn away like this. Like, he knows what was happening.
And it's like I was sitting there thinking, okay, so Din right now is thinking, my God, you idiot! I took off my helmet so that we could get away with this. Shut the F up, you know. And it's
that poor stormtrooper who walked in with his tray. He's like, oh crap.
Now that was funny. I love that part there because it's like, poof! It's like, oh, you kind of felt bad for the guy.
Well, and the funny thing there is that was almost a play on what they did in The Force Awakens when Kylo was throwing his temper tantrum and the troopers just kind of turned around and went the other way. And
now that was funny.
Right, and that was a funny moment in The Force Awakens, and you see, this is what The Mandalorian does well, is it takes callbacks to things that we fondly remember throughout all of Star Wars, and brings it back and shows it to you in a way that's entertaining. People complain. I've heard people complain about The Mandalorian. Why do they always have to go to Tatooine? Well, because Tatooine is like the center of the universe for whatever reason. Tatooine is just where everything important seems to happen. Maybe someday they'll explain it, but probably not. But who cares? Because Tatooine is the desert planet. Desert planet is an iconic Star Wars trope at this point.
It is.
And so,
other than Arrakis.
Yeah, but I just say, Arrakis is similar as well, but I'm just saying Tatooine is the first planet we visited in that galaxy, and it's the planet most frequently visited in that galaxy. It's an easy planet to film. It's an easy planet to build sets for. And so why not use it a lot?
Yeah, a lot of bars on that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And, especially like in season 2, I heard people in the fandom bitching about the fact, why we got to go back to Tatooine? Because he's looking for a Mandalorian. And the last time in Star Wars in live action we saw a Mandalorian was freaking Boba Fett. and he was on Tatooine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
the
reason
reason why that was such a big deal. I was like, well, yeah, that would make sense.
Right. And that's why I get so frustrated, is because everything in The Mandalorian, at least for me, feels like it's just an organic journey. That, okay, the reason that X happened is because Y happened. The reason Y happened is because Z happened. The reason why Z happened is because A happened. And it's a nice series of events. Where,
like you said, though, why go back to Dagobah? Well, because Yoda is there. Why go back to Tatooine? Because Boba Fett.
And everybody else is there.
Why are you asking this question?
Because people are looking, and I don't know why, but some people are looking for a reason to hate it. I heard somebody say, come on. What? Talk about fan service. Why is Luke Skywalker showing up at the end? Okay, so
that's where you just answered your own damn question, you idiot.
Right. Well, no. But you see, but even in universe, it's very simple. Luke Skywalker is, as best we know, the only existing Jedi Master at this point in history. Now, why would he show up? Maybe because Grogu activated a device which projected his Force essence out into the universe to call to the Jedi.
And for those who don't know, Tython is a big Star Wars Force world.
Right. And so Grogu sends out the distress signal. Luke picks it up and shows up. Well, why did Grogu do that? Because he was looking for a Jedi Master. Well, why did he go there? Because Ahsoka knew about that place and told him to go there. But why did he bump into Ahsoka? Because he was looking for a Jedi, and that's where he was told he could find one. And that's the beauty of it. It all goes back to, you can trace everything back to the first episode. It all goes back to because he took that bounty to get the child. And I love it. I just love the fact that all the events make sense when you look at them in reverse order. There's nothing that just feels like, that's a contrivance, right? That's the most common word in the world, right? Contrivance, or isn't that convenient, right? Where, they just happen to do this, right? But as far as this movie, or as this show, it's nothing of that is just pure convenience. It's all because, a logical progression of events. And in fact, Eckert's Ladder, who I'm not a huge fan of because, quite frankly, I think he's too soft on some of the newer Star Wars stuff. But he actually did a pretty good video talking about the fact that as a fan, one thing that's very different from The Mandalorian compared to the sequels is that with The Mandalorian, if you show somebody an episode early on in season 2 or even in season 1, you could logically extrapolate some of the events that are coming. And you would be right.
And not Ryan Johnson. AT did not take over.
I'm sorry, I'll shut up.
No, I'm not. No.
I know. I got a
I'm
big mouth.
enjoying it.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
If I'm not
Yeah.
interested, I'll interrupt. I'll say,
Yeah.
At least it's
hey,
you talking the whole time
hey,
and not
MB,
me.
shut up.
Yep.
This shows
Hey,
that
Michael,
Favreau is the genius behind the MCU.
you mentioned something, these callbacks, and I kind of said something when I was watching, like I'm watching Lower Decks or one of those other ones. I understand why people are calling them member berries because in my mind, the way I'm understanding, member berries seem like they're just placed there to be like, oh, look, see what we did.
Right.
Whereas in the Mandalorian, they're Easter eggs. They're just
Yeah.
they're there. If you notice them, great. If you catch the reference, great. If you don't, you don't lose anything out of it. Like for example, I kind of geeked out a little bit when I saw Slave One drop that little concussion bomb out the
Yeah,
end.
the seismic charge. Yeah.
Yeah, the seismic charge, and I like how it did it. It sounded just the same as it did from Episode 2, and I was like, oh, cool. We get to see that again.
Yeah, and it was funny, when that happened. I was like, "Oh, here it comes!" And Mrs. Antitrekker didn't recognize it because she's not a big fan of the prequels, and so it's been a long time since she's seen any of them. And she's like, "What?" I said, "Oh, prepare for the guitar string pluck," and then, and so yeah, I mean. But yeah, when I see and granted, I mean, I love the member berries thing from South Park. It was hilarious, but yeah, the difference between a member berry and what we're getting in shows like The Mandalorian is what we're getting in in Mandalorian is necessary plot elements that are logical based on pre-existing elements of the universe, right? We didn't just bring back Boba Fett because, hey, the fans want to see Boba Fett. Sure, that's part of it. They want to bring back Boba Fett because they know the fans would like to see Boba Fett. But they're bringing back Boba Fett because the Mandalorian is looking for another Mandalorian. And hey, wouldn't it be great if we got the only other live-action Mandalorian we've ever seen? Oh, and hey, you know what? The fans of the Clone Wars love those Mandalorians that were led by Katie Sackhoff. Let's see if we can get her to do it. And hey, you know what? A lot of people love Ahsoka. Let's see if there's, but then they put it in the universe in a way to where it naturally flows. So it's not feeling like, oh, hey, we're going to go on the Member Berries tour and just show you, hey, look, here's Boba Fett. Isn't that great? Kind of like like what they're doing on Discovery a lot. Like Discovery this season. After the first 2 episodes that I actually thought were decent, then they start literally going on a tour of Star Trek's greatest hits. Hey, let's go to Earth. Hey, let's go to Trill. Hey, let's go to Vulcan. And it's like,
hey, let's throw the Guardian in just for a laugh.
Yeah, let's name him Carl. Why not?
2 weeks ago, I knew the Guardian was going to be played in this because I was going to do time travel. I'm like, come on, talk to the Guardian. Ask him what happened to the burn. They put the Guardian in. I'm like, sheesh.
Wait a minute. Nobody thought to ask the Guardian, hey, how'd the burn start?
Exactly.
Well, this is the stupid thing is that, well, first of all, what the hell, how is that the Guardian of Forever? Because, I seem to remember, and the Guardian of Forever, if I can't remember, I haven't rewatched City on the Edge of Forever in a while. I'm trying to remember how old Spock said the ruins were where the Guardian of Forever was found. Something on like, what's that?
I think it's like 10,000 years.
I thought it was like 10,000 centuries.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to remember because, but it
Memory Alpha.
Yeah, somebody check that.
Only order of, and I can't remember. Yeah.
And yeah, I remember him saying it when he was scanning the ruins.
I'm on Memory Alpha.
Wow, you don't even know how old the runes were.
Oh, like you did,
a
Bird.
TOS fan.
Yeah, 10 million
years. You were going
years.
to beat me in TOS trivia.
Shut up, Bird.
I knew the answer. I was just letting you guys fight it out.
To be older than the Earth's sun. It's over 4.6 billion years old.
There we go. So, yeah, that's right, because I remember the Guardian actually said, since before your sun burned bright in space, I was here, yeah. And so...
I've awaited a question.
Yeah. And that's how long he's just been sitting by himself, right? And but the Guardian was just a piece of equipment. It was a very sophisticated computer, but it was just a piece of equipment. And so, you would just have, okay, Guardian, please replay history of Earth. All right, great. We're going to jump through and let's have some fun in, old timey New York. And that was just, in that episode, they kind of established a few things about how the Guardian works. And also, you notice that, like when Dr. McCoy went, or they were asking the Guardian if they could change the way in which he opens up the portal, and he's like, "No, this is the only way I function." Right.
Okay, I got a question about that real fast.
Yeah.
Did I hear correctly when Carl said "we," as in more than one Guardian?
I didn't. I heard him say, "I am the Guardian of Forever." I don't know if he said "we" at some point when referring to the Temporal Wars or something. I'd have to go back and rewatch it, which I really don't want to do, but I'm going to have to eventually for a full-on review. But
yeah, I'm like, did he say "we"? Because I thought he wasn't the only one because he had to hide himself in the Temporal War.
Yeah, I didn't hear him say
it,
but
it was in first person.
Yeah,
I thought he said "I."
And by the way, the funny thing is, and I even played it in my little review that I did of it. How bad was that audio mixing when Carl was talking and they blended in the original?
Oh my gosh, I hated that.
And it's like, dude, turn it down a little bit. Because honestly, if they had brought it back a little bit so it felt like that could have been coming out of his mouth and blended it with the way he said it, that actually could have been kind of a cool moment. As stupid as it is that the Guardian is now a guy named Carl. But instead, they just like cranked it into overdrive, probably because Carl couldn't say the line very well. But the Guardian was a piece of equipment that could only display historical events at a certain pace and in a certain manner, and that's just how he worked. Now so if he's 4.7 billion years old at that point, so now we skip forward 900 years, which is nothing to the Guardian, right? That's like
an eye blink.
Yeah, you're right. And so all of a sudden, the Guardian is completely sentient and judging people to see if they're worthy to send them to various time periods to do specific things, like he is literally trying to make sure history plays out correctly. When before, he didn't give a crap about the fact that the entire Federation was wiped out by McCoy. He just said, well, if you want, you can go back and try to fix it.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, not my problem.
Right. He said he did it, sorry. And so what the hell? How did they... I understand that the writers of Discovery aren't reverent when it comes to Trek lore, but did they even bother to watch City on the Edge of Forever?
No.
I mean...
I don't think they've ever seen a Star Trek episode. I really don't.
Well, I mean, they get enough right to where I say, because the funny thing about Kurtzman is I genuinely think that Kurtzman thinks that he's improving Star Trek. And keep in mind that Kurtzman has been involved with, I know people like to refer to the Star Trek 2009 and onward as the J.J. Abrams films, but really they should be called the Kurtzman films because he wrote them. And a lot of people forget about that. Kurtzman and Orci co-wrote the first two Star Trek films.
Mm-hmm.
And Kurtzman was an executive producer on all three of them. So Kurtzman has been the most involved person in Star Trek since 2009. And honestly, and then people are shocked that, hey, why does Discovery look so much like Star Trek 2009? Well, maybe because it's made by the same guy. Maybe
Isn't Bad
because
Robot still involved?
Bad Robot is still involved, but that's just the production house. And honestly, and this is where I do take umbrage with some of my friends, and not because I think they're jerks or anything. Like Darren and I have argued about this about 1 million times. But Bad Robot is simply a gun for hire. Bad Robot is a production house, which basically says that, okay, here's what we want, do it, and they do it. Right? They're whores. They're not, and I'm not saying that to be insulting. It's just a fact. If they wanted Star Trek to look like the original series, Bad Robot would do that. If they want it to look like what it looks like, they'll do that. And since Kurtzman is the guy basically behind the scenes on everything, that's what it's going to look like, because he thinks that that is an incredible improvement on what we've gotten before. When the sad thing is, there's really only one time in all of the Kelvin timeline films that I thought genuinely felt like Star Trek, and that was the opening sequence from the first film aboard the USS Kelvin.
Have you seen Big Bad Bear's opening redone sequence for Discovery?
No, I'm not. But is is that one of the ones using the Discovery as if it was a TOS model type thing?
No, he redid the opening sequence, the title card, and everything. Let me find a link for
Eli,
you.
who I think I saw you tweet that out. I watched that. I was laughing my ass off.
Trying to be like an honest trailers kind of moment there, where
starring Michael Spock, Kelpie and Stew.
I'll find it in a second. Hang on.
This producer, that producer.
It's on my history.
I did space sonar. It is actually pretty good, Michael.
I gotta say, you know, what would be funny is if it would be really funny if they actually had a thing where like people were having trouble pronouncing Saru, like as a running gag, and so then he finally said, "You know what? I'm going to adopt a human name so that you can pronounce it more easily. Just call me Stu."
I do like that one. Yeah.
So I mean, it's I look at it this way: over the last, say go back the last decade, we've had a lot of rough patches in our geek culture. There's been some schisms. There's been issues. Yes, we know this. Now things are starting to slowly. I'm noticing some good stuff, and I can't be one of these people who says, "Oh well, this still sucks. That still sucks. So I'm going to hate this." No, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Hence, one of the reasons why I think Mandalorian in 16 episodes told a fantastic story, an emotional story, and overly why I'm and another thing that's been doing that same thing, and I'm looking forward to next month, Cobra Kai season 3.
Hey, Captain Trent, can you share my screen?
I'm looking at that. Yeah, Kelpie and Stu, Paul Kravitz.
Why don't
Never mind.
Put that in the chat? That'd be.
I just did.
Cool.
Yeah, Michael, I saw the trailer for Cobra Kai season 3. The way they're doing it, I was like, they got the original people from Karate Kid 2 back again. I'm like, this is really gonna look good.
See, now is Cobra Kai that moved to Netflix, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
From YouTube to Netflix, you got to pay for it now.
Yeah.
Yay, the link worked.
Well, you had to pay for it on YouTube.
Right. That's the only reason I haven't watched it. Honestly, is that I refused. Even though it's funny because Google is like my bread and butter, but at the same time, I refuse to give them any more money after some of the crap they've been pulling lately. And so, as much as Cobra Kai looks like a great show, I haven't seen it. Honestly, but I know a lot of people love it, and that's cool. I remember the Karate Kid when it came out. Yes, I'm old enough to remember the Karate Kid when it came out.
Well, so you would like it then. You would definitely like it. MB and I have talked a lot about this, and it's one of these where it kind of, you're like, oh, let's see what they do with this, and it's great all the way through. There's very little, if any, flaws to it, and we've talked about it at length. And anybody who likes the Karate Kid at all, specifically the first movie, man, it's such a great vessel for the story and the continuation of the story, and it will. I'm sure you've heard all about it, but it will just watch it if you get the time. It's a little of a commitment, but you won't be disappointed. I was expecting to be, and my wife and I watched the trailer for the third one, Geek. I think I already told you this, and we were like, we gave each other a high five, like, all right, they're still making good stuff.
So
I really recommend it.
Oh yeah, Dave G Sound and I, we've talked about this at length. So Michael, what happened was Cobra Kai came out on YouTube. I went ahead and I watched the first 2 free episodes, and I'm liking this. This is really good. Call my wife and I'm like, hey, I ordered YouTube for I paid the $5 free thing, whatever. I didn't care. I'm like, 50 cents an episode. Okay, I can do this. She watches it in Turkey it's 12-hour difference. I go to bed. I'm doing something else. Get up the next morning. I talk to her. She goes, "Where you at on Cobra Kai?" I'm like, "I'm about to fire up the 3rd episode." She's already done. She's like, "Hurry the hell up and watch it." No, she's
Why
like,
is she
"Hurry
in
up and watch it."
Turkey?
She's like, there was so much she wanted to talk about. So I blew through 4 hours, call her back up, and we are just going crazy about how much we love it. One of the great things Cobra Kai did, Michael, if you haven't heard this, is they did it right. I call it the gold standard. They brought in the legacy characters. They treated them right. They respected them. And as we're getting the new characters, they slowly start becoming more prominent throughout the season. But it's very natural. It's very organic. And these characters, you start caring about these characters and you start knowing them and you really feel like it's been a natural progression. And we're talking a show, and I kind of say the same thing with The Mandalorian. This is literally a half-hour show, 10 episodes long.
Right.
And it's done great. Mandalorian was, what was their longest episode? 50 minutes. Average was about 35.
That's about 51 minutes, the longest episode.
Yeah, but most of them were, in the 35-minute area. And they still managed to tell a compelling story.
Well, because I think the Mandalorian is a minimalist show, and it doesn't need a whole lot of window dressing to make it good. The interesting thing about Mandalorian for me is that it really boils down to its Samurai Jack in space. And if I'm a huge fan of Samurai Jack. I actually have a Samurai Jack tattooed on my left calf, and the Scotsman from Samurai Jack tattooed on my right calf. So when I stand on my legs together, they are standing back to back.
Hey, Paulie.
Yeah. So, yes, I do like me some Samurai Jack, but the
I thought I was bad with Snoopy.
Yeah.
Hey, Paulie, what's up?
Buenos tacos. And
yeah.
Buenos tacos?
Buenos tacos.
Sí, the collecte pasta.
Burrito rigatoni.
Are we going to eat pasta in the morning?
Sriracha scallops.
I actually did have leftover pasta for breakfast today, so.
I'm about to get a pastry as soon as I get my laundry done.
Thanks for the invite, Captain. I saw that you're still on, so I'm like, let me pop in and say hello.
Well, I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
So, Paulie, doing a little taco matas today?
Taco matas? I'm killing tacos? What?
I butchered saying Tuesday.
Oh, Taco Tuesday. Killing tacos. Taco matas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing, man. I eat tacos every day. Some variation of a Mexican food I'll eat every day. Just like it's Michael or Anti-Trekker. Just like
either one.
It's either one. Just like Michael eats pasta in the morning. Hey, Bird of Prey, how are you, man? Dave G.
Hey, what's up?
Kapla.
Hey, Kapla. How you doing, brother? How's the family?
So and so.
Oh,
He's
God
not
bless.
having
God
a
bless.
great morning. but
Send
yeah.
you blessings, bro. Send you blessings.
You see, the problem is when you say Bird, how's the family? He's thinking, hey, how's the family? Like, his employees.
Like Godfather.
He's got a few leg breakers, a few, this.
You got
the family's good.
Yeah, family's good.
Don't ask me about my business.
Yeah, you never know it's a threat. Hey,
you talk.
That's
you
your family. Nice family.
You do not want to end up in the Kurogan mines. I'll just say that.
I don't ask me about my business. I love the fact I've got to get a reference here to the Godfather reference. He said you can ask me about my business one time. He never said he would tell her the truth.
I have never seen any Godfather movie.
He never told her.
Elihu, don't feel bad. I watched about the first 45 minutes of the first film, and then I was done. I couldn't go through it.
Oh.
And don't get me wrong. I know that they're great films from a filmmaker's standpoint and all that, but I've never been particularly enthralled with gangster films.
Wait a minute, I'm not awake yet. Did you just actually pronounce my name correctly? What the
I don't
hell
know.
happened here?
If you think I did, it was probably.
I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah,
I didn't hear this right.
You're just
He was
delusional. Don't worry about it.
sneezing
Yeah, don't worry.
See me, my family is my mom's side of the family is heavy Italian, so gangsta movies kind of go hand in hand with our family.
Sure.
I know the references, but I've never seen the movie.
Oh,
Really?
it's not for everyone. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not for everyone, but for someone like me who loves gangster movies, loves Al Pacino and all that
Never
kind of
seen
stuff.
Scarface.
Yeah. Oh, Scarface is so
Scarface
beautiful.
is a different level. See,
Oh, yeah.
Scarface is an '80s music video gangster nightmare.
I was forced to see Casino one time with Sharon Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Casino's kind of like the Scorsese formula. Sincerely, Scarface is over the top in every scene.
You know, the funny thing about Scarface that I never could get past, though, is why the hell is Al Pacino playing Tony Montana? I don't. I mean, it's like it really just. I don't understand that. It breaks my brain. It's almost as bad as when Sean Connery was playing a Russian sub commander or the Spaniard in Highlander. It's
How about
Michael,
Raul
I gotta
Julia?
correct you there. He
Raul
was not
Julia.
Spanish. He was Egyptian.
That's a
What
whole
about-
other,
what
that's a
about
whole other
Raul
stream.
Julia?
But you can come on the Latino slant and we can pontificate for hours.
Coming soon.
You guys, what about
That
Raul
is what I
Julia
love to see.
playing Baca? Come on,
Well,
what
that's-
playing Russian?
Andy
Well, hey,
Trekker and
yeah.
Paulie on Tino Slant together, because I think those two right there would make an awesome live stream.
Yes, they would.
Coming soon to a theater near you. Robert De Niro is Cesar Chavez. You know, that just doesn't make sense.
No,
you talking to me?
You know who directed that movie, right? The Chavez movie?
Make revolutions for 20 knots and
Diego
see it
Luna.
in a theater near you.
Diego Luna directed that movie
Really?
about 10 years ago. And, that was kind of like an odd decision because the guy who did Zoot Suit and La Bamba, Luis Valdez, he was the guy who they thought was going to finally do the Chavez movie. That never happened. And then Diego Luna came out of nowhere and directed it. It's a decent little film. Michael Pena is Cesar Chavez. It's all right.
Sorry. I'll be right back. I need to get my laundry.
You know, that's funny because Michael Pena, I can only see him as funny man roles because ever since he was in Ant-Man, which I loved. I mean, he stole that movie. But I love Michael Pena, but to me, he's a funny man. So I can't picture him playing Cesar Chavez because I assume it was a heavy role.
So you didn't see Narcos Mexico?
Oh yeah,
No, I
I'm
did
waiting
not.
on that one, Paulie. I still haven't seen him in Narcos
Michael
Mexico
Pena is
yet, but
Kiki Camarena, and there
Yeah.
ain't nothing funny about that role. But you're right. He was so like cemented in our Marvel world as the funny man. He was hilarious in that movie. God.
Oh yeah, and that's
Yeah.
I mean he has got that comedic timing down,
Mhm.
which honestly if he pulls off a great dramatic role, that doesn't surprise me because comedic acting is actually more difficult than
Yeah.
straight dramatic acting. So if you can do good comedy, that's why you see so many times like a Robin Williams or Tom Hanks where they start out doing comedic stuff and then go to serious drama, and people are all shocked that wow, how can they do this drama? It's like, and they'll be the first to say, "Are you kidding? This is easy compared to what I used to do."
Well, you know what's funny is that I got another one for you. He's
it was interesting.
He's a professional
he brings
drummer
up,
as
you know,
well.
Pena
He
in
had a band
Narcos,
for years.
Mexico. And
Anti-Tracker.
Pablo
Well,
Pascal, I was very impressed with him in Narcos. The
Oh, yeah.
original 3 seasons of Narcos. He was fantastic.
No, Pablo's a great actor. Pedro is a great actor. He just needs
Pedro.
He just needs to stay off the internet.
Agree.
I did. Oh yeah, he's been. Yeah, he gets mad at that because people accidentally do call him Pablo by mistake, and I'm one of them. I'm guilty of it. I don't mean to butcher somebody's name.
You get names wrong all the time, and we're used to it.
Oh yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Hey Bird, while you're here, why don't you give us your Mexican accent? Bird, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Polly, but Berto Prey is famous for doing accents. He can do almost any accent on the planet. And so
Ándale.
I think he, yeah. So come on, Bird, let's hear your Mexican accent.
Órale.
I'm busy.
Uh-huh.
Bullshit.
Come on, Bird of Prey.
I
Well,
think
it was
Bird's.
just, it's Taco Tuesday. They just had Mexican Iron Man back on Loki, so that was a lot of fun. So
Yeah.
now we gotta continue this. Come on.
I love Mexican Iron Man. He's a great guy.
Say hello to my
I
little
gotta say,
burger. That's
since we
funny.
brought up Narco here, I gotta give the guy who played Pablo Escobar. I mean, I gotta give him credit. He's did such a great job as that character. That was just amazing.
You
But I
only
was
like
telling,
you only
I was,
like Mexican Iron Man because of his first name. Admit it, Andy Trucker.
Because his first name is Mexican?
yeah,
I
you
mean,
guys,
Mike.
you guys have the same first name.
Honestly, I didn't know. I just know him as Mexican Iron Man. I didn't know his name was Mike. So, no, I think his whole persona though, Mexican Iron Man, is hilarious.
Oh yes.
I would love to actually produce if I won the lottery and I could just do whatever the heck I wanted, I would produce an indie comedy film called Mexican Iron Man, and
Pretty funny.
that would be like some guy in Mexico who wants to get into America, so he designs a suit of armor so he can fly over the fence or something, and then fights crime in the inner city after that. But that's like, I don't know. I think it would be fun.
It's not
But
bad.
Mexican,
Not a bad.
yeah. See, look at that. Came up
Not
with
a
an
bad
idea, right?
script.
Very, very politically incorrect, but that's okay because if it's done with love, you can make fun of anybody.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, tidbit of the day. People with the same name, like you and Mexican Iron Man have.
Yeah.
You're called a tocayo. So Mike's your tocayo, and you're his tocayo. Es mi tocayo. Because you guys got the same name. Tocayo.
I'm not going to remember that because I would love to be able to remember that because I'd love to say, "Oh, Mexican Iron Man, my tocayo," and he'd be like, "Whoa, how'd you know that?"
Oh yeah,
what does tocayo? What does tocayo actually mean? What is the literal translation?
You know what? It's not. It's a Nahuatl name. It's like it's not even Spanish. It's the Aztec language. It's like
okay.
our native. So it's tocayo. We still use a lot of those Indian words in our Spanish, which makes sense, right? Hello.
Right. That's why Mexican Spanish is different than Spain Spanish.
Correct. Yeah. But yeah, I just thought that since you guys you mentioned you guys have the same name. Yeah, it's mi tocayo. I just spelled it out.
I did not realize there was Aztec language in Mexican Spanish, though. That's something that I'd never heard before.
Yeah, well, the language is called Nahuatl, and the thing with Mexico is that there is more indigenous languages still spoken in Mexico than in any other Latin American or the United States.
Wow.
That's why a lot of indigenous Mexicans don't know Spanish. So there's a lot of kind of like picture signages all over the country still. Yeah.
Well, it's just, like that's why I always agreed with Steve Martin, the great sage Steve Martin, who once said that, you know what, when everybody wants to argue about immigration, but I think we need to make policy very, very simple. We should allow absolutely anybody who wants to live in the United States as long as they can simply speak our native language. Apache.
Yeah. That reminds me of the old joke. Paul Rodriguez gets into an elevator with some Asians, and they're talking Chinese or whatever. And at the end, by the time they get off, he's like, "Shut up, shut up, shut up! You're in America now. Speak Spanish." Yeah.
There was have you guys heard of Fire Sign Theater? There was an old skit that they did that was like that, about the how Indians were totally duped out of America by the white man, and me being one. And it's just it really just they give an alternate, and it's basically it's like he's been off an Indian school. Hello, soaring eagle. Oh, come on, Pop, call me Eddie. I'm an American now.
You made me think. There's I can't remember the channel, but they have a really funny animation about the immigration problem in the United States, and they show basically the Pilgrims coming over on the Mayflower, and the Indians sitting there looking and going, "What are we going to do about this? I don't know. Maybe we should, build a wall and keep them out. Well, I don't know. I think maybe we should just process them and let them come in if they have a good reason, And they're just sitting there having this conversation about whether they should legally allow these pilgrims into the country. And then one of them was like, "Well, what should we call these people?" "Well, you notice how they wear those strange coverings on their feet. Yeah, and you notice that they always break the branches under their feet as they walk. Yes, and you notice the sound that it makes as they snap those branches. Yes. So I think we should name them after that sound and call them crackers."
That's a good one. Yeah. I didn't think we'd get into an immigration discussion early this morning. Thanks a lot, Captain, for the quick invite. Shit, I'm barely awake. It's funny. Special show tonight I'm having, if you don't mind, Captain.
Oh no.
5 p.m. I'm actually having a photographer on, and his photographs are amazing from this past year, and a lot of them are of people we've been talking about, immigrants who are doing a lot of work, and when I say a lot of work, people selling at the taco trucks, people having taco truck businesses in different states. These images are just so amazing. The mariachi players that go to certain town plazas here in the United States, and they get hired. These black and white photos, guys, are just. And I've known this guy for a while. I'm like, please come on the show and let's look at your photos and let's just talk about each person, because, and I'm not saying any you guys, we're not doing that at all here. But it's easy to dehumanize, people we don't know. Let's just put it like that.
Right.
So yeah, I'm excited about tonight's show. So thanks, Captain.
That's what Kurogan does,
you're welcome.
Of course.
And if you have a link, you're more than welcome to put it in. Hopefully that YouTube will allow it.
Oh, you know what's?
YouTube allows links. I tried it.
And maybe they fixed whatever the problem was.
Yeah, Malcolm said the Christmas God or Christmas fairies came through the YouTube. So post a link, dude. Mine worked.
Christmas fairies?
I forgot what he said like that.
Honestly, I think it was more big YouTubers. I can't think of his name, PewDiePie or whatever, who there's no way in hell he could be posting links all the time. No. He'd be calling up saying, "What is going on? Fix this now."
But it wouldn't be the first time that YouTube would allow the large channels to get away with stuff that the small channels can't. I mean, they do that on a regular. That's a standard practice, unfortunately.
Right.
I'm gonna try it here.
It's that whole thing where they use the term authoritative source. And oh man, every time I hear that phrase, I just want to punch somebody in the face. But the problem is, I don't know who to punch. Because I'm not sure what that was.
I have no idea.
I'll take one for the team.
By the way, don't get me wrong, Captain Trek. I mean, Super Polly's probably the best looking guy in the group, but that's the only guy anybody can see right now.
Yeah, why is that still going on? Can you cut that out?
I got the hair. I'm just doing
excuse me. I was looking on the
we're looking at your room.
I'm still well, yeah. Oh.
Sorry, you were still talking. I got distracted and
no.
I pulled the homeboy out because of celebration.
Who's that?
Luke coming back.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now I have a dirty room.
Yeah.
So.
Wait,
man.
I'm on air. Hold on. I'm on air, Captain. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to put the damn sign on. There we go.
Yeah, I
Oh, I
saw
like
that
that.
sign. Cool.
Oh, I want
All
a
right,
sign like
I've
that.
got to.
What sign?
It's only a couple
Oh,
bucks,
that's my
guys.
dog's. Nice.
I like
Hey,
that.
Cap, you saw the sign that I had of the
Robocop.
Ares. It's the same kind of sign.
Really?
The starship. Yeah. It's exactly the same, except I don't know where you got yours. I got my. Well, I'm not going to advertise the place. There's a million places that make them, but it's cool. Yeah, and they don't cost too much. They're really cool, and they look just like that. They look.
The way I see it, why not advertise?
Well, if they're
I mean,
going to give you a
YouTube's-
free sign, I would.
YouTube's going to be making money off of me. Might as well support another business. Why not?
Here, I'll turn my one on, and that way Latino Snack can see. It's almost the exact same frame and everything. Here we go. Let's see, so I don't see myself. Yeah.
What'd you do, Dave?
Yeah. That's the Ares.
What is that?
That's the Ares class. That's from Axonar.
Oh, this is your sign, just like mine, but
Yeah, exactly. As the same chain, the same wire, and everything. Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that thing was to have a custom, because I saw the on air ones. They had those pre-made, and just to have that one custom done, they didn't do a great job on it. I actually took a Dremel to it to fix it up a bit, but it was like $30, to do a custom one, and the non-custom ones were a little less, but they
like
had
your
on-air
color.
ones, and of course they had beer ones and stuff like that, and they had a pot leaf one and pre-made and stuff. But I wanted a Starship, and they were like, "Yeah, we can try it." They gave it a shot. It's
Captain, are you having your
Yes,
Christmas
Paulie,
show?
what's going
You
on?
having a Christmas show? Are you having a Christmas show?
Yes, I am. I'm going to be on Christmas morning. Yes, I am.
Okay. I'd like to come by.
I will be doing a Christmas show sometime as
You are
well.
more than welcome.
But mainly to show off my gift for Bird of Prey that unfortunately I can't ship to him until after Christmas.
Oh.
I look forward to Christmas every year because 1 week after is Doctor Who.
Oh, is that coming out?
And you're looking forward to
Yeah.
this year. Okay.
Dark special, Captain Jack is back.
Oh yeah, cool. Liked Captain Jack.
I know that
Platonically liked Captain Jack.
Yes. I know there are going to be some other YouTubers that are going to be on Christmas as well, including Doomcock. But I thought, you know what? I even get a special image of mine for the show, because I normally have the standard what you see in the background. But
Nice background, anti-trekker. That's dope.
Oh well, I just stole the
Yeah.
idea from you. So
Whatever, just trying to get into the act. I hear you.
I just have a messy room.
Captain,
always, yes. Bird.
can you share my screen?
Let me get to it. I had to wait till it actually said
Birds and
share.
Space Engineers, I see.
The mouse bugged out and I crashed into this asteroid.
The mouse bugged out and you crashed.
And all my spare pieces were
Cinnabon,
destroyed.
Ronnie, you heard that, right?
So I take slight offense because I said hello to Bird of Prey and he's like, yeah, and then you're playing their video game. Okay.
I was. Yes, it was a very important time. I couldn't pause the game. It's not a game you can pause.
By the way, Polly, just
Yes.
Polly, just so you know, I don't know if you've ever played Space Engineers, but Bird has the unique talent of being able to ruin anything he builds in Space Engineers.
Oh my god.
So,
crashes a lot.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a gamer. I have to admit. I go back to the old Gallica boxes. That's it.
Oh my gosh, I remember that. Now I'm old.
But yeah, I think if I was back in the game, like really like gaming like you guys, or like which I would love to do, I probably wouldn't be living with Mrs. Slant. I would have been kicked out. But I can live vicariously through you guys.
That's what
You don't want to play games as thrilling and as intriguing as Bus Simulator?
I mean,
Well, bus simulators. I think Bird would probably play it, and then I don't know, he'd manage to kill all the children on the school bus or something, and
That's what happens when you transport the orphans to the mines.
and then he'd call that a victory, of course. He's like, we've defeated the evil children.
Well, no, he would mourn the loss of miners. That's the only thing he would,
Well, that's true. Yeah, he would
about
mourn
that.
the reduction in the labor force. That part's true.
No, miners, not miners.
Damn, high profits.
All miners go into the mines. Therefore, miners are miners.
Yeah. So yeah, if you ever end up in the lovely nation state of Karoga, chances are you will end up in the mines, unless, of course, you find favor with Bird O'Prey.
Luckily, someone was in my base and was able to beam me back.
Oh, wasn't that lucky?
The ship is a complete loss, but I didn't have to die in space.
But when is your ship not a complete loss?
Yeah, I was gonna say, the only way to make a ship not a complete loss, Bird, is not to fly it.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay for that ship. How do you plan on paying?
Yeah. How is Bird going to pay for anything? Come on, Bird's not going to pay for it.
Hey, Michael, we should.
I have to rebuild. I've got to remine. I've got to rebuild everything. It takes for a long time. The ship took a day and a half to build, and another day and a half to fuel it.
That's what I got, Bird.
And I forgot to
Bird,
bookmark it.
Bird, let me ask you, what are the rules on Cinnabon's server?
You don't attack unless you've declared war, and you don't attack unless the other person's online.
And are people following that? Because my problem with, when we were doing the server, we had that rule, but people were doing it anyway. And it was
people are following it.
Okay. Because I was thinking about getting back on the server, but I'll only be able to play, a few hours a week. And I get really pissed off when I'm trying to build something up, and then it just gets wiped out.
If you create Turdistan, and somebody else from Turdistan is on, then Turdistan is we try not to be jerks, but
first of all, Bird, don't lie when you say you try not to be a jerk.
I said we try not to be jerks.
Right, but you see, you are included
as
in
in
we,
not
and
he.
I know. Yeah, well,
see, maybe you don't even belong on this server.
Paulie,
whatever.
Paulie,
dude.
what were you trying to SKT?
What's that?
I said, what were you trying to talk to Michael about?
I think
like 20 years ago, before people started talking all over you.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. This is a fun stream. We should watch Scarface, and then you come on the show, and we can chat about it.
Ooh,
that could be
nice.
fun.
Yeah, let's do something fun. I know me and MB Geek are going to be doing Narcos together, so.
Yeah, I'm actually going to. I'm going to work on some stuff. Probably.
Who said they'll pass?
Yeah, I think I'm going to work on some stuff, Paulie. Right after Christmas, I'm going to kind of.
That's how you do me, man. That's how you do me, brother. That's how you do me. No. Once you're invited, I'm going to take the invitation. Okay? You're never invited again. All right, that's out of Down Corleone. All right.
I'm just going to take the cannoli and leave the gun. Okay.
Yeah, nice.
I'm still waiting on Bird to demonstrate his Mexican accent for everybody.
I know.
Yeah.
Come on, Essay.
Come on, Bird. Let's hear it.
You got to talk with the accent, man.
His
Why?
Australian
I'm
accent.
Mexican now. Yay.
Come on.
There we go.
Sí,
Yay.
hablo español.
Awesome.
Menos Spanish.
I think you broke Polly.
It happens every day. I have a Brazilian girlfriend, so she.
Hey, Bert, why don't you show him
breaks
just so
me every
you
day.
I
So
really
does that mean
wanted
when
to.
you two get mad at each other, you start yelling in Spanish, she starts yelling in Portuguese?
Oh my god! I try. I'll try. No matter what language, I get shut down by Mrs. Slant very quick.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
A Latino
All right, guys.
woman, forget it.
I do need to run because I work in less than 10 minutes, so it was nice
Oh,
hanging
yeah.
out with
Well,
you guys.
Thank you for coming on.
Anti-tracker.
Yes,
Next
Bert.
time you get to your P.O. box, there should be something there.
Oh, that's very nice of you. I'm shocked, but you're gonna love what I made for you, Bird. You really will. You'll probably say your favorite catchphrase when you first see it, but you will love it. Anyway, so you guys have a good one, and look forward to seeing y'all whenever we run into each other.
Anti-tracker. Tocayo.
Bye-bye, Trekker.
Wow, we actually got words in with Michael here. Hey, later, Mike.
Hey, Polly, I see you're 3 away from 450, man. Congrats.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just flipping through. Yeah, I was flipping through. I was looking at it. It says you're at 447.
All right.
I
Well,
am
you know what that means, guys, right?
What?
Captain, it means that my dad's side of my family, my cousins, my uncles, and aunts have all decided to subscribe. So there you go.
Cool.
Nice.
Tell them to subscribe to me. I'm 9 away from 100.
Hey, get 6 of them to subscribe to Trek, and we get him to 300.
Oh.
Yeah, we're 6 away from getting Trek to 300.
I show 7. But hey, what do I?
Yeah, those numbers go up and down, right?
I show 6.
I show 6.
And you have 3 thumbs down. Wow.
Oh yeah, he averagely
only
gets.
3.
Yeah, that's the average now.
Yeah, but that's
the average
good
is
for
3
you, man.
thumbs down.
That's good for the algae rhythms.
Hey,
I'm lucky if I get 1 down vote on any of my videos.
I finally got 1 down vote, and that was my show last week.
I had two thumb down votes on my Selena review, and I'm like, man, you cold-blooded. That's Selena.
Oh, no kidding.
No shit.
Yeah, like it's a Selena TV review I'm doing, which I'm not enjoying, but I'll get through it. But like 2 thumbs down, losers.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Well, I have gone on live streams before where obviously it was set up early and there are downvotes. Nobody has
the
been
best one.
on. And it's
they don't even say anything or it's like it's before you don't even have to have a subject line. Like it could say open lines or what or good morning. And it's like 3 downvotes and it's like, wow, man, you got fans. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, they're waiting up all night just so you can like post and they can. All right, let's go now. Yeah, they love you, buddy.
Dega Outlaw
They love you, man.
is 2 away. Hey, Dega Outlaw is 2 away from 300.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Mountains of Elysium. Never fight with a Latina. Don't do it, guys.
My dad tried to do that when he married his second wife, and she was native Mexican Indian. Let's just say he didn't win too many fights.
But I got 2 words for you if you really want to be scared.
Don't blame
Lorena Bobbitt.
Oh, that's painful.
That's painful just hearing.
Yeah, but how you
I
get
hadn't
your
heard that name
wiener
in a long
chopped
time. I
off
would
and
have
go on
preferred
to be a
never to have
porn
heard it
star
again.
too?
You know, I would love to be that person who reported to the cops. Yeah, I'm just driving along the road and some dick just cut me off.
Nice, nice, bro. You win the
You win
morning
that.
internet.
You win that, man. That was great. I've never heard that one before.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and of course, I say it with a straight face.
Yeah, and I don't even mean the physical castration, but it's like a Latina will be like, you better stop it right there, Polly.
I'm
and
sorry.
then Elihu, man, you're 9 away from 100, buddy.
Let me ask this honestly: any guy out there who hears that name, doesn't it just hurt?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Larson.
you know what you do to a dog's tail, like a Doberman, right? Yeah, they call it bobbing them. Her name is Bobbit.
Wow.
So yeah,
it's a verb. It's a verb. Gotcha.
And cheese mattress just causes shrinkage. Nothing, painful. But
Shrinkage? I was in the pool. The pool.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll take the pool anytime.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How cold is it outside?
What do you
my
have?
balls are up in my chest. That's how cold it is.
Exactly. Yeah, so I am having a special Christmas program. So anybody who doesn't have anything going on, and anyone's invited. So if you know anybody, Polly, who would you'd like to have on to come on, say Merry Christmas, say whatever, it's open.
No, that's great, man. I'll be there. Yeah.
I have
Start 6 a.m. real time, 5 a.m. Central.
Oh God, that's 3 a.m. here.
3 a.m. Pacifically specific time. I'm gonna turn off my alarm and wake up when I do.
Are you West Coast?
Yeah.
Yep. Where are you at?
I'm
San Francisco.
Oh, okay. I'm in LA.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you got those Dodgers.
World champion Dodgers, you mean?
You mean SF Giants to be a three-peat? Come on, 3 times champion. How many times has the Dodgers won World Series? Once in 12 years.
6 championships in LA, buddy. 6 in LA.
1 in 12 years.
Say this.
1 in 12.
Well, we got 1 stolen, so technically we have 2.
Go
the last
Cardinals.
3 years. Shut up.
They're
Get out of
talking about San Angeles. Be well.
Be well.
Go Royals.
Oh God.
Welcome to
Okay,
Taco
so
Bell.
here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing. Now that I bundled my Disney and Hulu, they gave me ESPN for free. I'm like, well, great. Can I at least watch a few Cardinals games?
No, you cannot. Local games are blacked out.
I don't live anywhere near St. Louis anymore.
Yeah, I was going to get MLB a couple years ago until I read the fine print. Local games are blacked out, which means if I want to watch a Giants game or an A's game, I can't watch them on MLB.
You can't get around it with a VPN?
Nope. This was a couple years ago.
That's just...
I'm not sure if they switched the platform or programming or something, but I could not watch any local games. So I was like, what's the point of getting MLB?
Exactly.
Yeah, I have a contract with my cable provider that is more. So I don't have a landline, but my cable company does have one. It has a phone number and everything for my landline that I don't have nor want. But if I chose a package that does not have it, it would cost me more.
Jeez.
It literally would
Latino
actually
Slant,
cost
I got
me
a
more
question
per
for
month.
Yes.
Oh, just real quick. Sorry, I got to ask this because we were talking about Latino women. I have a question. Have you seen this YouTube video? It was done about 3 years ago. It was Hispanic Halloween.
Oh yeah, man, it's great.
I might
Michael
like
Myers goes into the house and let's just say he's hiding from the Mexican mom, and she's got the shoe off.
Yeah.
She's got the flip flop
This
on
is
her
how it
hand,
feels.
yelling your middle name. That's my childhood.
It's great. You should see it.
Yeah, the chancla.
I sent that to Captain 20, the horror host, and he just loved it, man. Look what you've done.
No, Mom, it's not a friend. It's a
What did
serial
you do?
killer. He got dirt in the house.
He said,
Run!
I don't care. He can go eat his cereal anywhere. I don't care if his grandmother wears in a bikini. I love that. I'm so glad you
It's
mentioned
like,
that.
screw the serial killer. You got dirt in the house, buddy. We're fucked.
I have not seen that video.
There you
Check
go.
it out.
Hey, Polly, there it is. I think you'll enjoy it. It's very funny. It's only 2 minutes long, too.
Or I'll check it out next time.
Yeah, it's like the guy's doing dishes. Michael Myers shows up and he's got a knife in his hand, and it's like, he's got dirt on his shoes, and he tracked it in the house.
Go back and see Julio.
No. What did you do?
Yeah.
And the mom. Oh, she is just awesome. I won't spoil it, man. It's worth a watch. It's worth a watch. It's just an amateur video, but they do several variations of that, and also I looked a little bit more into their creations, and they do several other things, but pretty, really good, funny stuff.
She's in a robe. Oh shit, she's got
just
got
watch
face mask.
careful.
Oh man. Well, I'll watch the rest later. I don't want to take away.
Oh, you're not.
Go ahead, man. Enjoy it.
It's and the way that she moves, like your typical horror villain, like just knows what's about to happen anyway. It's just
Ooh, she did the jump.
Yeah.
That's funny. The power of the chancla, dude. So that's what the sandal's called. That's funny, man. God, look at these views.
Pulling a bikini on them.
It's like 18 million views. Is that right?
Yeah.
Jesus. He made Mike. That's funny. Made him clean it. He's crying. Oh, that's funny. Oh, there's Jason. No, go. You gotta go. She gonna fuck you up. No, nice.
Isn't that great, man?
Yeah. Chanclazos. That's what you call them.
What? Oh, hang on. I got
Now, if I'm not mistaken, there is a reason for having that in her hand, right? That's a cultural thing.
No, what? Just think of that Latina mom that if you disobey on any level, they just throw the sandal at you. That's all. So it's become like legend now. It's like legend. So especially if they're a neat freak, and Mrs. Slant's up. See, I might get the chancla right now. Am I gonna get the chancla, honey? Why? She said why. What did
Say yes. Say yes. Say yes.
Why is better than yes?
I come back and I hear, "Can I get the chocolate, honey?" I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? Have you been bad, Paulie?"
What's that?
Paulie's like, what? His wife's like, Mrs. Latino Slant. She's like, "What did you do that I'm going to have to do that?"
Yeah.
I come back and I hear Paul.
Your guilt.
No, I come back and I hear Paulie go, "Who wears shoes in the house?"
Yeah.
Well, in that video when she's yelling and he goes like, "Save me," and he kind of nods like, "All right," like I see you got it worse than I was gonna give it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. 18 million views. Wow. Hispanic Halloween. That's
It
funny.
it just went
I saw
viral.
one.
Apparently, it is funny.
Yeah,
It
I
is
saw
great. I
one.
remember seeing it. Yeah, I
So
remember people were showing it to me at work. It was just like, oh my God, this is so funny. Actually, the people
yeah,
who showed it to me were people from Hispanic descent. They're like, you're going to love this.
I saw one video where it actually had the point of view of the chancla. So you saw the chancla flying, and then it's like,
That's great.
yeah, man, that's funny. All right, well, I gotta go.
Well,
The slam is up.
before you go, Polly, there is one thing. I put a link back there, backstage.
Okay,
Check it out. Right in it's Dear Bob. That's a direct thing, a direct link to Dear Bob. You can write a message, write some Spanish words for Bird to read out.
Not like ice, swallow, and come. Not those words.
Whoa.
You've done other people with that, with their pronunciation of Espanol.
Okay, so I opened it up. I'll read it later, and then you want me to put some words in there?
Yeah, just write some words in there. See how Bert pronounces them. That would be.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Basically, he may say quesadilla and taco.
Got it.
I know how to say quesadilla and taco. Those are some of my favorite foods. And
Hey,
yes, I've been to La Jolla, not La Jolla.
Oh, damn. I was going to say that.
We had Oaxacan style nachos the other night. Oh my god, they're so amazing. Anyways,
you have a great day, Paulie. I know you need
have a
to
great
go.
day, Captain. Thanks a
Later,
lot.
dude.
Take care, everybody.
Nice to see you.
You too. You too.
Yes, and it was
Peace.
nice for you to join us today. Thank you.
No, thanks for the invite, man. I'll see you Christmas.
I hear Mrs. Paul yelling at you in the background.
Yep.
See
you later. See you later.
Peace.
And yes, make sure to pass the word. We are going to be on Christmas, and anybody who wants to join is welcome. I may have to rotate out the panel, but I don't care. There are a few people it'd be nice if they had joined, and I will send them a personal invite, but I'm also going to send the invite to everybody else. So, hey.
I have no life. I think I'll be here. The only place I got to go on Christmas Day is the Chinese restaurant.
Oh,
and
really?
the firehouse.
I am not cooking in a couple of days. I don't feel like cooking at all. Besides, I'm going to cook for myself, so I must just have fast food.
You're going to cook yourself.
Yes.
Self-immolation.
That doesn't. How will you then eat if you're going to cook yourself?
Well, I worked for Homer Simpson 2 years ago on a Halloween special. He cooked himself and ate himself. You don't remember that one, do you?
Yes, I saw it.
Ooh, well,
Wow,
that
this-
was interesting. Just
What
got a
was
question
interesting?
from my wife, apparently. Well, it turns out it looks like my some of my in-laws might actually be coming down, but there ended up being a catch to it. Not a catch, but they were asked my mother-in-law asked the question, and then my wife came and asked me about it if a certain person was allowed, would be okay if a certain person could come down. And I said yes.
I know
And
who you
I'm
mean.
going to point, and here, I'm going to put this. This is going to be in the private chat because here's the reason why.
I'm almost sure I know who you mean in your
No, it's
family.
not.
Nope.
No,
Oh, it's
not
not.
that. Nope. This is something most of you won't know about.
Why would that be
I
a
know about
problem?
that.
Oh,
Yeah, why?
Um, it's less about that, more on the she's okay. Use the proper pronoun right. She's a drama queen.
Ah, gotcha.
And she was like this when I saw him as a he. Now the question comes up, okay, no, I said this very simple. Comes in, long as you're in my house, be respectful. That's all I ask. Now, of course, my kids ask the question, I'm going to give them the honest answer,
you
but I'm not
know
going to be
it's going to come up.
disrespectful or rude.
You know it's going to come up, though, don't you?
Oh, I know it's going to come up. Oh, yeah, I know it's going to come up, but my youngest is 10, my middle-aged son is 13. I'm sure this is something that at some point, it's somewhere on social media or something, they've heard this. So, and
Yeah.
they're going to have to accept this person as a family. And I said, they are family. But like I said, it's not that really annoys me. It's the fact that they are a bit of a drama queen. And they
Mm.
kind of pound, moan, and act like that. And it's kind of like my wife actually read me
Ah,
the text from her mom. This is her brother, whatever whatever pronoun you want to go with it.
Mm-hmm.
The point of the matter is, she even said the condition is no pouting, no whining, no. I'm thinking, yeah, I don't really want them to drive 12 plus hours from Indiana to come down here and have somebody being emote and pouting. Because I'm like, you know what? I
Mm-hmm.
don't
yeah.
need that shit. And nobody needs that during the holidays. So I'm like, yeah, she can come down. I don't care. If the issue comes up, if it comes up, we'll talk about it. But I always have a simple rule. You have to be respectful in my house, but it's still my house, which in translation is my wife's house. And
Mm-hmm.
really want to piss me off quick, uh, do something that disrespects my wife, uh, and then ask my dad how well that worked out. Captain
No.
Trek knows the end result of that one.
Well,
Oh yeah.
that's what I thought initially. Yeah.
No, not him, but no, actually, I'm not talking. I'm still not talking to him right now. I'm still not talking to my dad.
Sorry, I just read that a comment that James Morrison put wrong. I swore I read, I'm cooking my wife, putting her feet up, and my guest will no doubt drink all of my liquor. I've got to put is. I didn't read that word is. I'm like, you're cooking your wife? Putting her feet up? I didn't see the word is. I'm sorry, dude.
So, I mean, my whole thing is, yes, I have my personal opinion on this kind of thing, lifestyle, but I'm not going to be, I'm not that person. I'll treat
No,
you
you're
how
going to
you
be
want to treat.
gracious, and you're going to be gracious to a point. Exactly. It's like you know the terms, and I'll be gracious if you be gracious, and then once that point is crossed, then all bets are off.
For me, it's not a. What in the hell is that noise?
Sorry, I'm unwrapping my pastry. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that
Um,
sounded like pastry wrapping.
but no, for me, it's not about the uh, identity or sexual whatever. It's about respect. And if you're going into someone's home, you act respectful. You don't act whiny. You don't act pouty. You don't try to get attention. It's not about you. It's not.
Well, that's
The
my
whole
my
event should be
biggest.
about everyone.
I
Yeah.
agree, and my biggest thought of a potential problem is how they want to talk about it over and
I'm going to
over
put it
and
this way.
over.
Well, I will put it this way. It'll be a pretty simple thing. If it comes down to it, if there's any issue initially that starts out, I'm going to go this route. I'm going to grab my mother-in-law. I'm going to talk to her and say, "Hey, you need to have a discussion with her about this." You know, I don't want an issue, especially not during Christmas. I don't want anybody fighting. I don't want any issues. You know, if it comes to that point, hopefully it won't.
Right.
Right.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it won't. You know, it's
Right.
it's you know, that's like I said. You know, I'm not gonna say no, no, she can't come down because I don't agree with the lifestyle. I'm like, no, still family
No, Geek, you've already
as
made a
long as they
concession
behave.
by yeah, you've already made a concession by saying okay, and I'm gonna be fine with it, and it's balls in their court now. You know, if they can just be human about it, just hey, we're just here, celebrate, hooray, done, gone, and not devolve into a whole. Oh well, the reason that I'm the way it's like no, we're not talking about that. We were talking about whatever else. How did it come to this? And because it always seems to devolve into something like that. Well, I don't think that you're understanding the way that I feel about it regarding with what I've
Yeah,
been through, and
congratulations.
yeah,
I'm not going
exactly.
to.
Next issue. Yeah, next issue. Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. You're just ignoring the fact. It's like, no, I get it. I don't know. It just seems
No,
I
that's what I'm saying.
I'm
I
glad
get
that
where you're
you're
going with
open
that, Dave.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
like,
glad
look,
you're open
okay,
enough to
this
do it.
is who
I would
you
be
are,
open
fine.
enough.
I don't need the biography. Like,
Yeah,
I'll give you a
I
perfect
don't even
example.
need.
It's a funny thing. My daughter, when she calls, she'll have a question. She'll want advice. But here's the problem. She hasn't learned that to get to the point of it, she wants to tell me an entire biography up to that point. It's like, what do you need? Oh, I need money for this. Okay, fine. Thank you. Boom. I didn't need 30 minutes of why you needed the damn thing. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I will let my wife go through her story the same way. She'll tell a story. I already know what the outcome is that she's trying to get to when she starts, and I let her run through it. And when she's about to give me the outcome, I say, "And this is what happened." How'd you know? It's like because you didn't actually have to tell me the whole thing. As soon as you mentioned this name and this event, I knew exactly where this was going. Sorry, babe, but I do know you. But I let her do her thing, and I'm just like, yeah, that. Or, hey, what do you want to do for dinner? Did you think it's like, well, I seem to remember 2 days ago you saying that you wanted this, and she was like, oh, yeah, yeah. It's like, well, that's fine, because she's, as I say, she's a damn good cook. You can cook anything, babe. But I remember these little things because that's part of the job. And 2 days later, here comes the story, half-hour story, about, well, I was thinking that, and it's like, yeah, I know what you're thinking. Yeah, oh, go ahead, yeah, and it ends up, so I was hoping we'd have chicken casserole. How did you know? Because you said it 2 days ago. I've heard this story every time you want to have it, because it reminds you of this, that, and the other, and it's comfort food. Yeah. Okay. There's a half hour I will never get back.
Honestly, strangely enough, I'm going to say my favorite comfort food is tomato soup with grilled cheese.
I'm sorry.
Grilled cheese. I
grew up on tomato soup and grilled cheese. I hate tomato soup now. I do.
I do not have a comfort food.
So you're always in agony?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always in constant pain, but I don't have a comfort food.
Well, I think
I don't go to food for satisfaction or self gratification. That's called comfort food. I don't have that. I don't need that. That's just personally me.
There's no problem.
Is there a food that
hey,
you
Captain
like?
Trek, I can understand. My ex-wife used to make tuna helper all the fucking time.
Ugh.
Guess what?
Ugh.
I don't eat. I don't eat tuna helper. Now, if you give me okay, here's a funny thing. If you make a bowl of Kraft macaroni and cheese, I won't eat it. I will rarely eat it like that. Now, give me a couple hot dogs. I'll cut them up, throw them in there.
Yeah.
Give me some tuna. I'll mix that up and throw it in there, and then eat it.
Tuna
So you
with hot
you'll eat
sauce?
macaroni and cheese and tuna, but you won't eat the macaroni and cheese with tuna that's baked. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, yeah, that is the case.
Hmm.
You got, well, it's just the way I was raised. I mean, hot dogs and macaroni and cheese was kind of a staple growing up for me.
It's pretty darn good too.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, tuna and mac and cheese, that's good. But the tuna helper, nah, I can't get the tuna helper anymore. I can't eat the tuna helper. Now you get the cheesy. Now you get the hamburger helper with the ultimate cheesy mac, and you might as well buy 2 pound, 2 things of hamburger in double boxes because that shit goes in this house like candy.
But people don't realize hamburger helper is a side meal, not a full dip, not a full meal.
It is the way we eat it.
Oh.
Oh, trust me, it is. It is a full meal when you make it correctly.
Yes,
I
it
use
is.
this. I use this as a side dish. I'm just weird.
Well, we know that.
So, Captain Trek,
Yeah.
not a tomato, not a tomato soup guy, huh?
Oh God, no! Particularly not the canned stuff. Homemade is different. Homemade.
Oh, are you talking the thick with the tomato still in the stew?
Yes.
See, I don't call that tomato soup. I call that tomato stew.
Don't do
We
soup.
call that the stew, and that is the best stuff.
But the Campbell stuff that comes in the can, no. No.
I think you just made my lunch decision. I'm going to make French onion soup.
Oh, yuck.
You don't like French onion soup? It's just cheese and bread and broth, man.
I know, but I'm not a big soup eater, and I don't do cheese.
Dave, what are you going to dip in the French onion? What are you going to dip in the French onion soup?
LD. Fix the image.
What image?
A spoon, I guess, because it
Use
already
it
has the
backwards.
croutons in it.
Oh, okay.
I don't usually. I'll usually have something along with it. You know what? I like it as a breakfast food. One of my favorite things is one of the diners here. That's not like the corporate diner, like Silver Diner. There's one every area. This one is it's not really mom and pop, but it is. They're their own individual place. And I would go there and get French onion soup and a waffle, or waffle and bacon, or their bagel. Back when it was affordable, their bagel with everything, lox and all that stuff. It went from $8, now it's $15.
Okay.
And I can go to Aldi and have that every day for 2 weeks for that price. It's just not worth
put it
it.
this way.
And the one thing I never got about that diner was they always gave you the cream cheese in a little self-sealed one-serving tub.
Mm-hmm.
Like a butter
LDG
pat.
to get a little screwy-eyed here.
Hey,
LDG, you're looking a little
Why
negative.
does God need a starship? Why does God need a starship?
Oh, trust me, it was looking worse before. It was all static.
LDG, you did not answer his question. What does God need with a starship?
As much as I appreciate the reference, I am not God.
But when somebody asks if you're God, you say yes.
You say yes.
Are you a god? No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm fighting the algorithm. I'm fighting the algorithm here because it's trying to knock me out with the static. It doesn't like the whole freedom of speech idea. Prometheus, and you kick up the volume, kick up the freaking levels, man. I need nope. Prometheus, help me out here. The algorithm's messing with me.
Yay, Prometheus!
I will be heard.
Quick, I ran hack Prometheus.
There we go. Thank you, Prometheus.
Hey, if Russia
Keep
can
me
hack,
online.
the U.S. Treasury Department, they can hack Prometheus.
No, they can't. I'd like to see them try.
I thought it was funny. I
like to
honestly
see
thought
him
this
break
was
too.
a really funny joke I heard. So let me see if I get this straight. The 2016 election was hacked, but the 2020 election went flawlessly. So what you're saying is, under President Trump's administration, we fixed all the election fraud issues, and it was a legitimate, honest election. You're going to have to give that credit to him then.
No, Trump kept on saying, no, it's not flawed. I mean, it's not fixed. It's flawed. There was voter scam, voter fraud everywhere. He's saying the exact thing opposite of what you said.
I was making a joke.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, Eli, even I got that, Eli.
Sorry, I'm on my 5th cup of coffee, okay? I'm not fully awake yet.
That's not helping your case.
I'm on my first. Well, that's fine. You're on your 5th
you're
cup
on your
of coffee.
5th cup of alcohol, maybe.
No
I'm
coffee.
finishing my. I'm finishing my.
I'm
first
only
beer.
on the 4th. I'm only on
I'm
the
on my
4th.
first.
And it's wine, so it's not even alcohol.
My coffee pot makes 6 cups. I have 1 cup left in my coffee pot.
Which sucks because I'm like, this is my smallest cup. This is like nothing to me.
I need a bigger cup.
I'm having beer right now. So
You know what?
I'm
You
feeling
know what's
good. I'm
actually
feeling
kind
good.
of funny though? I got an inverted scheme going on, but the inside of my cup is actually red. Figure. Like really, like it is really red. I'm surprised it's showing up red.
I see it red.
No. I'm saying it is red though. So like to turn off the effects, it actually is red. I'm surprised it, because the cup is white, the writing is black, but the cup is red.
Red is the basic color.
And Elihu's green screen is so good that when he puts up his good stash, it's invisible. I'm never going to forget that one. I'm never going to forget that. Elihu tries to show it to us, and it's like, dude, we can't see anything.
Yeah,
There's
I
nothing
got a
there.
phone call.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, look at this. Look what I got. Oh shit, you can't even see it.
That was funny as
That's
hell.
my primary job today, too. Damn it.
What, get weed?
No. The other one. I have to do some trim.
Yeah, my friend didn't even show up yesterday, so I got to go over to her house to pick up weed. This sucks. Actually, I had to leave the house today.
Well,
at least you can leave the house and get it. Me, I gotta order this shit.
Well, I can order it at the dispensary, but it's way too damn expensive. I mean, I can get an ounce at the dispensary for about $200-300, but I'd rather pay $70. This is dispensary prices. The other day they had special $100 ounces. Those went fast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, $2.50.
I can tell the difference between
really
when
good
somebody
stuff
is
is
lighting
about
a cigarette and when they are lighting a bowl just by the sound.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
What
I
are they
can.
doing? Lighting a cigarette or a bowl?
Yeah. What do you think you were doing?
Playing Monopoly.
You were lighting a bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were lighting a bowl.
That's the way
You were lighting a bowl. You know it.
Yeah,
I grew up around. Okay, I have grown up around. I grew up around this shit my entire life. Trust me, I know what it sounds like when you put a lighter to the bowl of weed. It
Kinda
don't sound
like,
like a cigarette. It don't sound like a cigarette.
Kind of like the difference
They
between somebody
burn
opening a can of
differently.
soda and a can of beer. You can tell the difference.
Yep, exactly.
What's a cigarette?
Oh, I got half a cigarette left. I got to get some more. Smoke shop doesn't open up for another 40 minutes.
What is it? 7:30 there?
8:30.
8:30. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, 9:00. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9:00 for the tobacco shop, California. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, I can go to another tobacco shop that opens about 7, but I don't feel like paying $11 for a pack of cigarettes.
Well, I'm
Jeez.
sure you don't like paying.
I'm sorry. That's highway robbery.
I'd rather pay $6.25 for a pack of cigarettes.
Hey,
That's still
Elihu,
highway
you
robbery,
really
but
don't want to
I
know what it
know.
costs here in South Carolina for a pack of smokes.
Yeah, it's about $4 for a pack of Winston's.
It's actually cheaper.
Oh shit! I knew something like that.
It's like my gas price. Take
yeah, we
whatever you
get
have and take it less than half.
Hey, I remember
we
buying
get
GPCs in high school for $1.
Oh, for God's sakes! I remember buying GPCs in high school for $1. Guess
Yeah,
what? We
Generic
got
pieces
what we
of
paid
crap.
for. Guess
General
what? We
People
got
cigarettes.
shit.
Generic pieces of crap.
Marlboros were $1.25, and I remember
People
saying
cigarettes.
that I would quit when they went up over $2 a pack.
Yeah, I
That
said
didn't
that.
work.
I went the alternative route for a long time. I stopped getting cigarettes and I started rolling my own.
Oh, yeah.
So I would literally spend a weekend, like when I was like 17 or 18. Don't ask me how I got my stuff. It's just the point is I did get it. I'd be sitting there at a weekend at the computer in the late 1990s, and I'd have my little roller and I'd be rolling cigarettes. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm rolling cigarettes. How long you been doing? About an hour. How many you gonna roll?
All of them.
I figure. Now I was like, let's see, enough for at least 3 packs. And I would keep packs around, and I would just shove them in there. Of course, unfortunately, people assumed I had weed, so I had to kind of change the way it was. It was like, oh, can I get a hit off that? I'm like, it's a cigarette, dude.
Yeah, I remember that.
What was
Like,
that? I was watching a Christmas movie where it was some Christmas movie, and it was Susan Sarandon, and they were in one of those like fun places, like where there's trampolines and tennis and all this shit, like a entertainment zone or whatever they call, and it was called like Bad Moms or Bad Moms 2 or something like that,
oh
and it
yeah,
was a
some shit
Christmas
like that.
thing. And I'd never seen the first one, and my wife was like, "Here, check this out. It's going to be naughty and funny," and it was. And so they're in this like adventure zone or whatever with the kids, and the moms are sitting there, and they're all totally different. And Susan Sarandon lights up a joint, and the one stuck up lady is like, "Yeah, you can't smoke cigarettes in here," and she's like, "It's okay, it's not a cigarette." You want one? You want some? And you're like, no. Now, what I thought was the most
Here was
ironic
where I
thing.
always thought it was funny. Here's where I always thought it was funny. I was like, I could tell when someone knew I was smoking a rolled up cigarette versus a joint. It's pretty damn simple. If you knew what you were looking for. If I'm doing
The way you
this,
hold it. Yeah. Yeah.
if I'm holding it like this, that's a cigarette. If I'm holding it
Yep.
like this, that's a joint. It may sound crazy, but that's how you did it.
It's true.
Yeah.
And
It's
nobody
absolutely
taught
true.
us this. We just did it out automatically.
Yep.
Yep. That's funny. Now, what I thought was ironic about the scene is the two other moms that weren't into it didn't like get up and walk away. They were just like, ugh, and still sat there at the table while she spoke to like, because that's how norm it is now. It's just like it's not even a thing. It shouldn't be really a thing.
It wasn't a thing, and it wasn't really even a thing when I grew up. I mean, my family was very open about it, my mom especially. And I mean, it'd be like, they'd ask me sometimes. I'd be in the living room, we'd watch it. Hey, Jesse, you want to leave the room? I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm watching the movie. And they smoke their joints right there. And I'd just be like, okay. And then eventually, when I asked about it, I did the stupid thing. First, I was sneaking it, and then I asked my mom one time. I'm like, "Hey, mom, can I take a few hits?" She's like, "Yeah, go ahead." Talk about one of the funnest bonding moments with my mom while I'm getting stoned.
Well, I would smoke with my friends, and she would not give a shit until she smelled tobacco. Are you smoking cigarettes? I smell it, because she was a smoker and quit, and obviously that was. But she did not
Yeah.
care about the weed at all. She did not care. She was like, I don't even see why there's a problem with it. But tobacco, it does nothing for you. It's evil. And I was like, well, it's not evil, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's bad. What about the
My
weed?
mother.
Well, I'm not talking about the weed. Even the last time I saw a doctor, which was many years ago, first time, it's like, okay, I need to get to know you. So, this. Do you do any drugs? No. Any? I was like, well, weed. He was like, no, drugs.
Yeah, yeah,
It was just totally like not even worried about it. Just like, I don't care if he didn't give a crap. He was like, no, like drugs. No.
It's like
Okay.
that funny, like that scene from Half Baked. Hi, I'm an addict. What are you? Weed? Weed ain't no
What do you-
drug. I was sucking dick for coke. You ever suck dick for marijuana? Get out of here. I remember when my mom called me. I remember about 10 years ago, my mom called me. She goes, hey, me and Roger, was her boyfriend, her now husband at the time. They're like, yeah, we're quitting smoking. And I said, oh, okay, that's cool. And she immediately countered it with, just so you know, I mean, we're quitting smoking cigarettes, not the weed. I was like, yeah, Mom, I
Yeah.
kind of figured that.
Yeah, that's what I take it as.
That's exactly how I took it. I'm like, I'd be like, if my mom said she wasn't smoking weed, I'd be like, are you okay? Who are you? Where's my mother?
Where's the pod?
Funny. All of our older friends who are in their 60s and 70s all smoke, all of them, and except my parents are dead, but my wife's dad's still alive, and they know kinda, but it's like we don't discuss it. It's like that kind of family where you have to be kind of a little more proper around. And that's one thing when I hear you guys talk about family, it's like my wife's side of the family, except for her dad, everybody else on that side of the family, they're like, want a beer? It's like, yeah, I got some smokes. You bring any of that weed? Like they're awesome. But like her dad reminds me a little, he's cool, but like my side of the family, it was always like, you have to, I was taught, I think my mom's influence was, be proper, use etiquette, and don't show any weakness, and because she felt like maybe she was competing, because parts of my dad's sister and stuff, they all lived at Park in Lexington in New York and had BMWs and were in real estate, and every the kid went to like the best schools, and I don't know. It felt like we were always like around family. You had to be on your like best behavior and not really be you. And I hated that. And I thought that's what family was. And I really don't talk to. I mean, I don't have any brothers or sisters or anything. And my cousins, they've got their own lives. We don't really talk. And
Hey, any Californians out here besides me? News ticker says that Gavin Newsom is considering extending the stay-at-home curfew throughout January.
That's a shock to who?
Everybody in California.
Bullshit.
Oh, well, look, I mean, hey.
So I'm just reading what I'm seeing on the news
your
ticker.
county kept one of those districts voted for Nancy Pelosi and kept her in the speakership. So enjoy that $600 if it ever comes your way.
Yeah, that's when they said the $600, I was like, this time they must mean a month.
Nope.
Like per month. Yeah, not a one-time payment of $600 is going to help one person for maybe 1 month that is totally moneyless. It will help them eat and maybe buy a blanket.
I have a great
It's not going to
idea.
do shit. It's
As
not
far
even
as
going to
I'm
do shit.
concerned,
And what people used to do with that money, I remember when the Obama thing did, everybody just went out and bought a new TV.
Yeah, I
But there
remember
was no
that.
virus, you know.
You know, the thing is, they have Minucci said that people expect to get the money in accounts next week, but there was no date for people who do not have an account who have to get paper checks. There's no set date when they're going to get their checks. Like me, again, it took me 9 months to get my paper check. So there's no time when anybody's going to get paper checks.
Oh my God.
You know?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I hate to say it, but if I were to get a check, yeah, I'd probably get a TV. I got a little TV.
You know,
Not
I
easy to
would
see.
I would probably split my part of it since we'd get the double one, which is just the same thing. We have no kids or anything. I'd probably split my part and save up and probably either for myself, I'd probably get some parts for that new little bass that I got that I keep talking about, or put it into an account and save up for a PS5.
I might just buy a guitar.
I've got so many.
I
You
thought
want
you
to
were going
buy
to get
one?
a scooter.
I do. I already have money for a scooter set aside, but if I'm getting an extra $600, I might just get a guitar and say, fuck the ukulele.
I have ukuleles too. Everything's for sale, man.
Really? You know, look at this. I have been waiting for months and months for Music Shop to open up because look at this. I can't play. You see that? That's a string. Broken string. The music shops are closed around here.
What about ordering on Amazon?
Yeah, but it's easier
How
and
long
cheaper
would
to
it
just go
take
direct
you?
to the music shop.
Well,
It's
agreed.
Yeah, about $3 or $4 at the music shop, $15 online. Like, damn it.
The same brand? Really?
Yeah.
Huh. That surprises me. Usually the music shops are going to be the ones that are like, you know, some of them might even get them off Amazon. They'll usually just tack on $1 just so they have it. So you shop there.
Well, I go to a secondhand used music shop. People donate old instruments. People sell old instruments like that. That's why I go shopping at for my stuff.
That's one of my ukuleles.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it is actually a resonator.
I can tell with the holes.
Other one. Mandolin, ukulele. Yeah. That little guy's pretty cool. Sounds great. Problem is, since it's a metal resonator and it has been sitting for a while, I have to open up all those little screws and clean the whole thing out. So it's kind of a pain in the rear. That's my little studio spot here.
Oh, nice.
I got this. A friend of mine just gave me this, man. Jazz Chorus 50, half of a JC 120.
That's a $300.
He was like, and he was like, yeah, hey, do you want this? Because we exchanged instruments and stuff a long time, and I was like, no, I don't have anywhere to put it. And he's like, you don't want like one of the most coveted, cleanest amps ever just to have? And I thought about it and was like, all right, I'll find room for it. Because I got all this other crap here.
Hey, how are you doing?
My new little amp, my old bass amp.
Your bass.
Like, Fender amp. Oh, there goes the dog running off. And all that closet, I can't open it up because all the shit's in front of it. I could roll it out of the way, but I won't bother. That whole wall in that closet is just lined with guitars. And I have way too many. And I still want another one.
Do you have a left-handed strut?
A what?
Left-handed strut?
No, I do not because I'm right-handed.
Oh, I'm right-handed, but it's easier for me to play left-handed. Go figure. Go figure.
No, I can't. I can't figure that.
I tried playing it right-handed. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is okay. And I tried left-handed. I'm like, oh my gosh, my fingers are moving more smoothly. Yeah, I like this.
This is one of those kits. I got my wife got it for me last year. It's a hurdy-gurdy. It's one of those wooden kits that kind of snaps together, but you can actually use it. I don't know if you've seen these things online. They have like all kinds of trucks and marble traps and things like that. But that's actually playable, and it took about a day to build. and it
That's
was a lot of
gorgeous.
fun.
I've never
It's
seen anything
nice.
like that before.
Damn.
it's not really. It's not. Hang on, let me see if I can pop you open here.
What is that? About 5-7 pounds?
No, it's nothing. The wood's not balsa. It's good. It's thicker, but
Huh.
anyway, it's a hurdy-gurdy, and I the real ones are fairly expensive. You know, as any instrument, they can go from eight. They're larger. This is a mini. The larger ones fit over your lap. And I've heard like there's this one chick that plays like Zeppelin and stuff on them.
Oh man!
And for you, geek, there's Deep Space Nine sitting on my studio. Of course, I have to have
Where?
a Deep Space Nine mini.
You should hang it from the ceiling.
Well, I was going to actually hang it from the light. Yeah.
Yeah, hang it from the ceiling, and that's a hanging toy.
Oh,
It's not
you
for a
got
shelf.
the XL one. Oh, I've got to get the XL one.
Yeah, DS9 is not for a shelf. It's to hang. Like an X-Wing is
No,
not for
I
a
have
shelf.
got
It's
to get
to
the
hang.
XL one. I've got to get the XL one. I have the regular size, but I got to get the XL for DS9. Oh, look at that nice little Crown Royal bag there.
Oh, heh.
Yeah.
I
Let's see
see
what's in
somebody's
this.
been drinking.
Nah,
that
you
is
should have
that
had
is that is
Come
a
on, how many
this thing's
times
cool as
did
hit.
people buy Crown Royal and we just, the bags were just reused for all kinds of shit?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I
dice
used to use
bags,
them as
weed
mic bags.
Yes,
I used
we
to use them
used to
for
use them
mic.
as dice bags as
Yes,
RPGers.
yes, yes.
As
That's what
RPGers,
was
they'd
in
be
there.
like, "Oh, where's your dice bag?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I got this Crown Royal. Oh, where'd you get that? It was in the house somewhere." You'd pull those damn things out of a junk drawer back in the day.
Yeah, I just used to because when I used to work at the club, I'd always ask for them, and I'd use them as just mic protector bags and stuff like that. And then, of course, there's that. I've shared enough. There's more for Christmas.
Cool.
Well, it
Merry
looks like I got.
Christmas. Yay.
Hey, Kevin Trug, looks like I got some decent good news. My wife said that she goes, "We're gonna have a full house." I said, "Oh, really?" And turns out tomorrow my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law are coming. Now, will the other person come? My mother-in-law is going to ask, but my mother-in-law has also stated she's going to put those conditions in place. And I'm like, if I know how that person normally reacts, I could see them being a little bitch and saying no.
Hi, Sir Sam. Space Sam. Bye, Sir
Okay,
Space
well
Sam.
that takes care of itself then.
Later, Sir Spade.
Exactly.
Sir Spade Sam. It's awesome seeing you again.
And we can't say your name. It's a tongue twister.
I usually can, but I need another cup of coffee.
Sir Spade Sam 7.
Yes.
I'm saying that 7 times fast backwards.
Oh,
now that's a name he could say right. Okay, go figure.
Elihu.
Who? Me? What?
Technically, Elihu, but okay, close enough.
Elihu.
Yes.
Exactly. So actually, that's going to be kind of if they get down here, that's going to be great because I haven't seen my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I think it's been a year. I think last time we saw them was a year and a half ago. We had a kind of Christmas in July thing because at the actual Christmas time, my father-in-law had to have open heart surgery. Originally, he wasn't supposed to have open heart surgery. He was supposed to get a valve and stuff, and nope, they had to crack his chest. And so they were going to come down for my retirement ceremony. They couldn't make it, obviously, because he was going in for surgery, and it was like, his doctor said, I medically do not advise you to leave. And I was like, when I got told that, I'm like, no. And, that's why we did a video of it, posted it, and, allowed them to be able to see it and experience it. My mom showed up, thankfully. That was great, but my in-laws couldn't. I understood that.
Right.
My father, on the other hand, I told him 2 weeks after he left my house, I was like, Dad, I need you available on this day. Well, he ended up not being available because he got his dumbass arrested.
Yeah.
Oh, also on top of that, the whole time he was here, any given time, he never asked to see my retirement video. My father-in-law, when I saw him in the hospital with swollen ass legs, stitches going up his chest, takes one look at me, smiles at me, and then starts getting teary eyed. And the first was he's like, "I'm sorry, son, I couldn't make it." And I just grabbed him. I'm like, "It's okay." Crazy how that works out. It's like I've told my wife. It's like I may love my father, but I like your parents more than I like your dad more than I like my dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt bad for him. I was like, I was trying to console him. I'm like, hey, it's okay. We got the video. You can watch it anytime you want. This is your life. We need you healthy. We need you taken care of. Risking it for my benefit, for just a little benefit of my part, no, not worth it. Not worth his condition. But it felt really appreciative to be like, and it's like, wow, he felt bad about this, even though he had no control over it. It still meant something to me.
Right.
Damn
exactly.
right.
I can see why. Oh man.
Whereas my dad, he's never really asked shit about it, and even though he's told me he's proud of me, never can give a detail on anything I've ever done that he's proud of. Sorry, but that's the compare and contrast there. I love my father. We'll make peace. We always do make peace at some point. But when it comes to it, my wife's even said, she's like, I understand your mother. I get your mother. She's like, I don't understand your father. And actually, after this last incident, my wife even talked to my mom, and I talked to her after the whole thing. My mom even said, and I said kind of a similar thing. She goes, this doesn't sound like the man I once knew. I said, Mom, he ain't the father I once knew.
Hey, MB, I was going to ask that without trying to be too personal. Is there perhaps a cognitive thing going on with him that's deteriorating?
I believe so. I believe so. And it would be completely possible because that side of the family does have a history of dementia.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at you. I was reading an article. Sorry. Right. Somebody pulled.
Hey, talk about bad timing, Elihu. I'm like, wow.
No, so I was looking at this article here. Sorry about the connection last night. Sorry, I'm like, sorry. Sorry about that, man.
Oh, Elihu, I knew. Yeah. I was 99.9999% certain you were laughing at something else. I didn't figure you were laughing at that.
So was I.
Wow, that's one of those bad timing things. You're going to be like, oh. Like, oh shit! I just laughed at somebody when I was looking at something else. I was laughing.
Yeah, my wife was just killed in a car wreck. Ah! Oh, I'm sorry. I was just watching this video.
Actually, Captain Trek, that would be so funny if you actually clipped that and just said, Elihu inserts foot in mouth without thinking.
No, that wasn't the first time I did that. It was a couple last week. Darth Haskers was playing Jackbox and come up with some words, and masturbating was one of them. And I just, without a beat, said, I was even thinking about masturbating myself.
Well, wait a minute. It would have to be yourself, wouldn't
it? I thought masturbating was a solo act.
Yeah, it's like now I was thinking about masturbating myself.
So what you want to do is you want to be a little solo.
Let's just think about masturbating.
Now the
Orgy of
question
one,
is it going to be
right?
Rosie Palmer?
There
Or
was
are you
a
going to
meat
sneak
man.
off with a stranger?
Pamela.
My God, this is
Pamela
devolved.
Oh my God! Hey, but you know what? The great thing about this community is I can go where I was going. Elihu can make a make a laugh at the wrong moment, but it's like, okay, I know he's not laughing at me, and we can joke about it.
Now, I was like looking at this photo of the Great Conjunction last night. That's heavily photoshopped.
Yeah.
Somebody photoshopped a picture of the Great Conjunction. I'm like, what the hell? Sorry, it's just funny to me.
Oh, yeah, I meant to ask you about that, Elihu. Getting off the subject about my dad. Yes, I think he has some cognitive issues, but he probably has more than that. At this point, unfortunately, he's burned so much bridges in my house. I will help him as best I can, but he cannot come back here. I mean, my wife even said it pretty well. He's been around his grandchildren more than any other grandparent, and he does not hardly do any interaction with them, or he didn't. And in fact, my kids were even like, "When's Grandpa going? When's Papa leaving?" It's like, when the grandkids are like, "When are you leaving?" It's like, okay, there's an issue.
Yeah.
But
well, the only reason I didn't mean to pry, but I
no,
from
you're
the
fine.
time
I
that
think
I've
it's
known
mostly
you a
pride.
little bit.
No, I think some of it might be cognitive, but it also could be pride. That's something our family is very, very heavy in, especially on his side. That's why I'm not introverted. I'm extroverted. I actually was a very, very introverted person. I'll give you an example. If you guys had known me, say 15 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
you'd be lucky if you got me in a chat, let alone a panel. If they existed back then. I was very, very self-conscious and very closed in, and I had a lot of fear, and I was raised in a culture, in a family where it was, you don't talk about family problems outside of family ever. It didn't matter who showed up. The police could show up, and we were basically taught to kind of lie.
That actually sounds fairly common to me. Honestly, I don't mean common as in a derogatory. I mean like as in a usual thing. I think a lot of families are like that, where it's like, the counselor was asking why I'm depressed all the time. It's like, you didn't tell them about what happens at home, did you?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Or
So-
you'd be allowed to talk about certain things, but not other things. It'd be like,
You
don't
didn't
talk
tell him
about
about
this.
Uncle George, or how he's doing, or whatever. But yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
So, I think that's where a lot of our generation is, why a lot of us are introverted. But honestly, I'm going to be honest, the more I've been around a lot of you guys from the same generation I am, or within the same realm, I don't think you guys are as introverted as you think. I think you guys actually are more extroverted than you realize. Me, I'm the extreme point. I'm the extroverted to a different level. But the way a lot of you guys talk, the way we talk about things and stuff, you guys are a lot more extroverted than I think you realize.
Yeah. Well, good. Good.
Well, I do want to go ahead and end this. I'm going to have a special stream later, but I do want to ask everyone to. I'm going to be having my regular shows between now and Christmas. Christmas will be a special day, as I will be on. So, you're all welcome to visit. Let's see here. Bird, do you have anything going on today?
Probably this afternoon I'll stream Space Engineers and do open lines.
Okay. About what time do you think? Any idea? Or
probably 4 or 5 p.m.
Eastern, right?
Eastern.
Okay. So 3 to 4 p.m. Central, Bird will be on. Let's see here. You have anything coming up, Elihu?
Nope. I'm not doing a show tomorrow. I'm doing a show on the 30th, but not tomorrow.
Cool. And anything coming up, Dave?
No, I'm waiting on you guys.
Yeah.
No, all I have to do today is a little, like I said, a little trim work and just hang out for a bit and wait for the wife to come home. I better clean up the kitchen a little bit.
That would probably be a good idea.
I gotta clean myself. I gotta clean myself, Steve.
Yeah, I know. I know you got some stuff coming up this weekend, NB. So what is it? I'll just go ahead and
Oh, actually, I don't really have anything planned as far as Saturday and Sunday. Now, yeah, me and Jack will probably do something. We haven't decided yet because I'm going to be honest. Friday is going. Oh, actually, I'm not even sure I'm going to have anything now because with finding out my in-laws are coming, I'm probably going to take.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably going to take the time off. I'm not going to be on Christmas because, trust me, I'm going to be spending most of the day putting stuff together.
Yeah.
But it's going to be an absolute blast. We're going to have fun. So I might probably won't do anything the Christmas weekend, but I'll most likely do something for the new year.
Cool.
But that's about it. Other than that, I got nothing other than having a blast on your morning brews now, buddy.
Good
Brews?
Thank you.
Brews?
Yep.
Morning brews. Morning brew.
Oh,
I was going with morning brews as in his show.
Oh, okay,
Multiple
sorry.
episodes.
Again, thank you everyone for joining. Please like, share, and subscribe, and have an awesome day.
Thank you, Captain.
Peace and long life, everyone.
See you guys.